All right, shalom, everybody. Peace to those who love peace, and no peace for the wicked, the Lord said. And today, as usual, our topic is speaking to the wicked ones. You know, one of the description of the wicked is lying. And when Muhammad allow Muslims to lie, we know that this is totally opposed what Jesus said about you say nay, nay, or yea, yea. Other than anything else is from the devil. Muhammad allowed Muslims to take false oath in the name of Allah. He said to them, Allah will judge you by your intention. While the Bible forbid us totally even from taking oath. For the oath is meant to use the name of God to prove yourself to be decent. And Muslims, because usually they are all the time lying, supposedly they will use the name of God, their God, not ours, to prove themselves to others that they are decent. But instead of practicing this rule, Muhammad he made it more, more horrible. So now the Muslim he used the name of Allah, swearing by Allah's name, to lie, and Allah will judge him by his intention. So now the Muslims he will say here, my intention is to make the Christians believe in Allah, so I can lie. I did not watch all the video, but I went through this part here, and I chosen to start with this part, and then we will go back to zero.
Zakir, I'm addressing all your points, but you're addressing nothing. So now, no, he hasn't. You missed over father. Why could Allah have a man with no Mary? Done away with. Now we're talking about the Trinity, and you're struggling. So here, let's deal with this.
Let us go back from zero. This guy, I don't make fun of the look of people, but you can tell he is very much nervous. He can't even stand still. Like maybe if you are old, you can stand still, I understand. But he is young. But you will see right away, he is coming, he think like, what those kind of kids, they do. By the way, as you remember, we promise, I will open my Discord if this potato dare to call me. And I am in Discord right now. All right? I am in Discord. If he dare. Now we know he will never dare. Actually, I am almost every day in life. Life on air. Which day I am not on. He keeps saying, this kid, I cannot, I don't debate Muslims. I never debated one Muslim all my life. Because Muslims are liars. I just expose them, got them busted. There's a huge difference between debate and exposing somebody lies. You see, in debate, you expect somebody is telling you what he believes. Honestly, decency. This is my belief. No, the Muslim will deny what their book says in order to accomplish a point. Not to say the truth. And that make the debate with Muslims impossible. This is why I say no one can debate a liar. I mean, imagine you bring a thief to the judge and there's 10 witnesses, they saw him, stealing. And still he will not plead guilty. If there is a point of discussion, maybe the judge will give him some time to prove that those witnesses to be false. But what if the judge himself was a witness? This is why they don't want us to bring their judge, Muhammad, to the topic. The second you mention Muhammad, they will be crumbling. So we will go to the beginning of the video so we can laugh together.
Well, I mean, Sarah calls Abraham Lord. So is he Lord?
Hold on.
Let's stop this.
How's it going? What are you guys preaching, huh? Christianity? Can I have one? Thank you so much. What do you know about Jesus?
That he's Lord.
That he's Lord? In what sense? What do you mean he's Lord?
You notice he came to the females first. What it mean to be Lord? Tell us.
Huh? What does that mean? How's it going, brother? They're telling me Jesus is Lord. What does that mean?
Jesus is Lord, yeah, man.
What does that mean, man? Well, I mean, Sarah calls Abraham Lord. So is he Lord?
I think Lord as in...
Here you see the stupid idiot. He just made a poo-poo from the beginning. Because the whole video supposedly that you cannot say Jesus is God, for he came in a form of a human. But when he called this, that Sarah, she called Abraham Lord, my Lord, speaking to her husband, he forgot that in the same story, Abraham, he saw God as a man. You idiot, why you are mentioning something will beat you from the beginning? If you mention Sarah and Abraham, first of all, you will notice that God, he changed the name of Abraham and the name of Sarah. Sarai became Sarah. Why? Because the H is the Spirit of God. And you Muslims don't believe that God have a spirit. So you hijack the name of Abraham, claiming that Abraham was a Muslim, when you don't even believe that the God of Abraham, who is a spirit, is a spirit. If we go to Genesis 18, I have not even start yet, you potato. Why you brought this topic to yourself? If we go to Genesis 18, what we will see there? Let us open it. If you are trying to debate the Christians about how they understand the word Lord, then let us go and see. Then the Lord appeared to him. Who appeared to Abraham? The Lord.
Chapter 18. Then the Lord appeared to him by the terebinth trees of Mamre, as he was sitting in the tent door in the heat of the day. So he lifted his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men were standing by him. And when he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them, and bowed himself to the ground, and said, My Lord, if I have now found favor in your sight, do not pass on by your servant. Please let a little water be brought and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree, and I will bring a morsel of bread, that you may refresh your hearts. After that you may pass by, inasmuch as you have come to your servant. They said, Do as you have said. So Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah, and said, Quickly, make ready 3 measures of fine meal, knead it and make cakes. And Abraham ran to the herd, took a tender and good calf, gave it to a young man, and he hastened to prepare it. So he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had prepared, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree as they ate. Then they said to him, Where is Sarah, your wife? So he said, Here, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return to you, according to the time of life. And behold, Sarah your wife shall have a son. Sarah was listening in the tent door which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, well advanced in age, and Sarah had passed the age of childbearing. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After I have grown old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also? And the Lord said to Abraham, Why did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I surely bear a child, since I am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord?
For the Lord.
At the appointed time I will return to you, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son. But Sarah denied it, saying, I did not laugh, for she was afraid. And he said, No, but you did laugh.
All right. So this potato from the beginning, he start by saying that Sarah, she called her husband Lord. But in the same we see that Abraham, he saw God, the Lord, who promised Abraham a miracle, and he worshiped him. In fact, here in the story we see that is 3 men came. Why 3? 3 always is significant when we speak about even Islam. Always number 3 is all over the place. One hand, the Mohammedan, they deny that they believe in the Trinity, but always any perfection have to be connected to 3. The act of perfection is about being 3. As an example, a Muslim, when he do ablution, he is not purified and he cannot speak to his God unless he act with number 3. Actually, let us do it in front of you in English. I will type it 3 times and look what will happen. When a Muslim, when a pagan Muslim, he want to perform ablution, every act he do, he have to do it 3 times, as you see. And this is very, I'm not going to show you the one they say da'if. I will show you the one, because we know the Muslim, Islam is da'if. The funny, by the way, you say to them, is Islam preserved? They say to you, yes. But isn't Islam based on the Hadith and the Quran? They say, yes. But the Hadith is da'if. That means Islam is da'if. They themselves, they say to us, Islam is not preserved. And who is the one who decide this is sahih or this is da'if? A bunch of so-called scholars. They never witnessed the story. But we will go with them. As you see, we will show you only what is sahih. 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 We will not show you something is not sahih. All of this saying that Muhammad, he do things 3 times. Ablution in Islam is based on 3 times. Do you see it? Abdul cannot be Abdul unless he act based on number 3. If we ask any Abdul, why 3? Why not we do ablution of the hand 4 times? That will make it cleaner. 5 times. Is that in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit? So we see 3 men coming to Abraham, and Abraham even he served them food, and Abraham he worshipped them. And the Lord came to Abraham. Who? Now he might say, well, here we go, the Lord is used in no, it's not the same use, and it's not even the same word. We see here it says, is there anything hard for the Lord? So the one who is speaking is saying to clearly, I am God. If there is anything hard to the Lord? And here we need to remember this phrase can be the best way to examine the stupidity of Muhammad. Maybe later we can come back to it, because we will show you that everything is impossible to Allah. So I want you to remember Genesis 18 and those verses until 14, because that can prove to us that Allah cannot be God. If there is anything too hard for the Lord. So when this potato he quote for them what Sarah she said, he just comes, you know, either you agree with what Sarah said or you don't agree. Do you agree? So here we see God came as a man, and this is from the beginning of the life of Abraham to be a man of God.
Like master.
Oh, okay. So Jesus is master?
Oh, hold on. I see you just came out with the camera. You do things for views and stuff like that?
No, we want to have a conversation at the same time how people can benefit. You know what I'm saying?
With the cameras, huh?
That's okay, brother. It's downtown Toronto, man.
Yeah, it's okay, brother. It's okay, brother. All right. Yeah, when a Muslim come to you with the camera, tape him with the camera.
Cameras everywhere.
Hey, Justin.
Hey, just
Yeah, we have a conversation.
bring the camera, brother. My friend Justin.
You know what? Yo,
My friend, how are you? What's your name? Justin. Nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
came out.
Bring the cameras, man.
Are you this kid? 00? We want this guy to join us. We invited him. If you are this guy, if you are this potato, we are in Discord. You are welcome to join us right away. All right? Immediately. If this guy there. Go ahead, 110.
How are you?
Don't be a troll. Are you a serious person or a joke?
No. How are you? How are you?
I'm fine.
What do you think of gay people? Like Saint Paul? Do you like it?
The gay people is your prophet, the one who will allow men to kiss him down his belly. The Bible is so clear that Paul, he make it clear that feminine will never enter heaven. But your God, he says Allah forgive all sin except shirk. So gays will be the first one to be welcome in your heaven. I challenge you to show me one verse in your stupid Quran saying that a gay is not going to be in heaven. In fact, the Quran says the opposite. But anyway, this is not our topic. Troll boy. We finish you before we start. We continue.
Let's bring the cameras up. Hey, we can talk. Yeah.
So you're Muslim.
Of course, just like Jesus was. Yeah.
Jesus was a Muslim?
Of course. So you said Jesus is Lord.
Jesus was a Muslim. This is how the Muslim insult Jesus, because if Jesus is a Muslim, he have to be child molester like Muhammad. If Jesus was a Muslim, should not call God Father, which he will mention later. If Jesus was a Muslim, then he should be a thief like Muhammad. If Jesus was a Muslim, then he should allow himself to have sex with kids and take his disciples' wives, even though they don't have wives, but let us say they have. The books of Muslim, not our book, says, if the Prophet eyes fall into a woman, her husband must divorce her so the Prophet can F her. So for Jesus to be a Muslim, he have to be the one who like Muhammad. But we know nobody like Muhammad except gang leaders. What kind of religion says if the prophet have privilege? How many privilege? Many. What those privilege about? It's about sex and money. 16 privilege. And the most disgusting one, if the prophet his eyes fall into a woman, her husband must divorce her. And the funny, it says وَجَبَ عَلَى زَوْجُهَا طَلَاقُهَا. وَجَبَ. It's a must. It's not a choice like he would say to you, can you let this prostitute for me? Oh, prophet, this is my wife. Oh, she is a prostitute now because she is going to be jumped from one to one and I want her now. We don't make things up. This is the official government website of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We know that Jesus, he forbade Christians from any form of fornication. In fact, he says, if your eye will make you sin, unblock it. That is the teaching of Jesus. Muhammad, his teaching is the opposite. He have a privilege. He can F every Muslim woman. And because Muslims, they lost their decency, they say it's an honor if the Prophet F his wife. Can you believe it? Privilege number 10. If the Prophet's eyes fall into a woman, her husband must divorce her so the Prophet can F her.
10th, if his eyes fall on a woman, her husband must divorce her, and it is permissible for him to marry her.
So when Abdul come to you, and by the way, this is your official government website of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Chapter of Al-Ahzab, verse number 50. And this is Tafsir al-Qurtubi. This is not the Jews, that's not the Christians, this is not rumors. This is written, and no Muslim oppose. No Muslim oppose. Everybody agree, yes, the Prophet can F his wife. If the Prophet, in fact, if this potato dare to call me, I will ask him the question, do you like the Prophet if his eyes fall into your wife? You will be happy to divorce her and let the Prophet F her? I challenge him to say no. Do you know what I challenge him to say no mean? I challenge him. He was not there. Go.
Lord, what does that mean?
Wait, what do you mean Jesus a Muslim?
I mean that there are 6 conditions that
Hey,
Jesus.
come closer, man. Yeah, sorry.
I mean there are 6 pre-qualifying conditions that one must meet in order to be a Muslim.
Yeah.
And Jesus
Come closer so we can hear. Come closer. Yeah.
Yeah. And Jesus fulfills the 6 conditions. The one being the worship of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Joseph, not associated partners with him. That's one. Believing in the mess.
Here you see the Abdul showing his ignorance. If we go to the stupid Quran, we will find this. We read this verse here. It says in chapter 9, verse number 31, those who took their rabbis and their monks as gods instead of Allah and the Messiah. The Muslim falsely translated saying the following: they took their rabbis and their authority or whatever as Lord in the purgation of Allah, and they take their Lord and Christ the Son of Mary. In Arabic it says they took their rabbis and their monks as gods instead of Allah and the Messiah. So the one who associates the Messiah with God is the Quran. The Muslim try to fix it. They say, oh, this is like a problem here, like the confusing Arabic. No, it doesn't mean say that. Do you know grammar? Like, do you know grammar? It says it clearly. They took them as monks, as Lord. Instead, what the word min dun mean? Min dun. Mean instead, without. Who? Allah and the Messiah. So those who took their monks and rabbis as gods instead of Allah and the Messiah, they are not believers. And here, by the way, I want the Christian to remember this chapter here, chapter 9, verse 31, because this is the case of the Muslims. If you ask any Muslim, can you explain the Quran to me without going to Al-Qurtubi, Ibn Kathir, which give you totally far interpretation from what the Quran is saying literally? It is the Muslims who took their monks and rabbis and Muhammad instead of Allah. As an example, the Quran says you can do muta. Allah says you can do muta. The Muslim, they say Muhammad, he says don't do mut'ah no more. So Muhammad have authority to abrogate the word of Allah and to challenge Allah. If Muhammad receive command from Allah to abrogate the mut'ah, that should be Quran. Or at least Muhammad, he would say, Allah said to me this, which will make it again the word of God, if Allah is their God. So here you see that the Messiah in the Quran appear to be equal to their God. They try to hide it in the translation, says, oh, no, it means they took their monk and their rabbi and the Messiah. It doesn't work this way. So they try to fix it in the interpretation, going against what the words say literally. If I say to you, you eat bread and meat instead of milk and juice, and that make you wrong. So what is the right thing? Is not to eat meat and bread. It's not healthy for you now. And here this word min duni, instead. You can change the translator if you want. All Muslim translation is false anyway. Is this potato here? Did he show up in Discord? Let me know if he show up. He was not there anyway. So look here what it says. We just changed the translation. The Jews and the Christians, this is not in the verse by the way, but this is what they meant, took their rabbis and their monks to be their God, their Lord, beside Allah, which mean they take their command not from God. The Lord become the monks and rabbis. All right. So whoever does that, obviously he is in the wrong. He is a kafir. But this is exactly what the Muslims do. We can show tons of verses in the Quran saying something, Muhammad saying the opposite. Scholars saying the opposite. So which one is the one who follow the Lord, who they are monks and rabbis? The Muslims. For us as a Christians, if somebody says something wrong, we expose him. In my channel, I made many videos about some people that claim to be authority. We get them busted. Because our master, our Lord, is the Messiah. Our constitution of faith is the Bible. Anyone he bring other than this scriptures, the Lord said, the Bible says, let him be accursed. And this is why Muhammad and the Muslims are accursed. We go back.
Messengers, that's two. Believing in the angels, that's three. Believing in the books and the revelation.
You Muslims, you don't believe in the angels to be angels. You believe in the angels to be God. Let me get you busted, potato. You're a prophet. He claimed that Jibreel, he was sitting on the throne of God. Why the angel, he have the throne of the sky? And then Muhammad, he called him God. And the angel supposedly, which is God obviously, he called Muhammad my servant. Read and love. This is very authentic hadith. This is not a da'if. This is Sahih Muslim. 161D, D from donkey. So when Muhammad he lift up his face to the sky, what he saw? He saw a throne. He heard a voice from the sky calling him, so he raised his head, and thereon the throne in the open atmosphere. By the way, Muhammad did not say this is Jibreel. Nowhere he said this is Jibreel. This is the Muslims adding things to the Quran, to the Hadith, i.e. Jibreel. In the Arabic, Muhammad did not say he saw Jibreel. Here you see, it says he meant, the Abdul is adding to the hadith of their prophet, the false Muhammad, addition, meaning Jibreel, peace be upon him. So Muhammad did not say that this is Jibreel, but the Muslim they say this is Jibreel, so we will go with you. We will not say the Muslim don't believe this is Jibreel. We will go with your belief, but that belief will condemn you more, because now you are saying that Muhammad he saw the angel Jibreel on the throne of God. He have a throne. And when Muhammad he saw this person on the throne, Muhammad he been terrified. In fact, the translation is absolutely false. Here it says, I was shivering and shaking. I don't see it here in the English translation.
Then I felt a violent tremor.
They jump from it, and he says, they translate it in a like nicer way. I began to tremble on the account of fear. And here we see that Muhammad cannot be a messenger of God. Why? Because in the same Quran it says that Mary, when she saw the angels of God, she's a woman, she did not act like a sissy boy who shake and freak out because he saw somebody in the sky. In fact, Mary, she was asking the angels, and she was not terrified, and she is a woman. And here, if you read the Quran, you will see how stupid this book. Here it says, and when the angels they say to Mary, Allah give you glad tidings. Do we see anywhere Mary is in trembling and freaking out, going crazy? Who are those people? Who is this? No. She is speaking calm, trusting herself and who she see. And not only that, the Quran and the stupid author of the Quran claim that Mary, she called the angels my Lord. Guys, are you following with me? The stupidity of the Quran maker. Here it says the angels came to Mary. The angels. I'm not talking here about how many angels now. This is not the question. Because I can say, well, angel or angels, one of the angels spoke, no problem. Like many angels came, one of them he spoke. But this is not the topic. The one is speaking to Mary about she will have a son is the angels. So what Mary she saw in front of her? A bunch of angels. The angels, they said to her that this person, he will be the word of God, and that will be other issue. We will come back to it. And look how the Muslim, they fabricate adding to the Quran saying be. We will go back to this later so we can get them busted. This is not in the Quran here. In different verse, the Quran making a poo-poo, we will go for that. But for now, the angels came to Mary, told her you have a great news for you. You will have a son, he is the word of God, and he will be an honorable person in this life and the life after. And in the life after, he will be the most close to Allah. We find nowhere in the Quran that Allah gave a glad tidings to the mother of Muhammad, sending the angels saying to them, oh, pagan mother of Muhammad, you will have a great son, he will give you close to Allah. Nowhere. And here we need to focus together in how important the person of Jesus, to the point Allah never sent an angel to give the good news to the mother of Muhammad about the coming birth of Muhammad, but Allah, he sent angels, group of angels, to inform Mary about the miracle. Who is the miracle? Jesus himself is the miracle. And remember, God is miracle. God is miracle. Take a note of that, because when the Muslims try to explain Allah, he can't explain Allah. Then he will say to you, you cannot explain God. Okay, I can't explain miracle, huh? That is Jesus. Muslims are a bunch of hypocrites that try to explain who is God by saying nobody can explain God. But can you explain to me why the angels, they given news to Mary, they never given news to Mother Muhammad? The answer is very simple. Which one is more important? Muhammad, he tried to insert himself next to the name of Jesus, but due to that process, Muhammad, he got himself busted. He copies stories from the New Testament and the Old Testament, which is proven to us that Muhammad cannot be even chosen by God, whatever that God name is. Not even Allah, the fake God. Because as you see, the news come to Mary, the news never come to Muhammad's mother. In fact, Muhammad's mother was pagan. Muhammad, he called, and Allah, he called the non-Muslims, including Muhammad's mother and father, najis. Which means they are filthy and clean. So Muhammad is born of a filthy and a clean woman, while Jesus is born of the amazing blessed Mary. And here you need to ask the Muslims, why Allah chosen that the Messiah will be born of a virgin, and that is a big topic, will expose all the garbage of Muhammad. And she is a great believer, pure woman, in the mean of decency. Yet he chosen Muhammad to be born of a najis family, as the Quran describe it, filthy. They are unclean, they are najis. So Muhammad is born of impure women, and the pure impure here is not about she have menses, it's about she is filthy because she is not a good woman. She worship false gods. So Muhammad for 40 years, what he was worshipping? His father is a pagan. His mother is a pagan. What the son will be? If the father is a duck, the mother is a duck, the son will be a dog. This is Muhammad confirming that him and his father, sorry, is going to go to hellfire. And this is very authentic. So while Jesus is born of a virgin, and then we need to ask ourselves, who is the father of Jesus then? Who is the father of Jesus? The Muslim will say to you, well, the stupid Quran says that the similarity between Jesus and Adam is the same. Allah, he said to them, be, and he was. In chapter 2, verse 117, it says if Allah want to do something, he say be, it was. But we can prove that to be false, which is proving that Allah, or the one who wrote the Quran, is a fraud. Because Allah could not create one thing by saying be and was. In chapter 3, verse number 59, it says, the likeness of Isa, which is obviously Muhammad, is trying, he's confused about how to pronounce words, and some they say look like he is confused about the Greek name, so he gave Jesus the Greek name, not the Hebrew name. And this is again proving that Muhammad, he is a false prophet, because according to Muslims, Jesus is a person from Israel. He was sent to the people of Israel, yet his name is a Greek and his book is a Greek, Injil. So the likeness of Isa before Allah is the same as likeness of Adam. He said to him, be, and he was. But if we go check, we will find that Adam was not created by saying be, and he was. Never. In fact, according to Muhammad, Allah took him 40 years just to dry Adam. Just to dry him. Looked like at that time, Allah was living in the North Pole. So he made mud, and that mud stay outdoor for 40 years just to dry it. And even Shaitan, according to Muhammad, he entered into the anus of Adam and he came out from his mouth, because at that moment he was just mud. And then the Shaitan told the angels, don't fear of him, he's empty, not like your God is full. Look like Shaitan, he tried to go in the anus of Allah, but he could not. The only issue is, if we want to stop with it, I mean, we did not even finish 149, 1 minute, you know. Actually, I skipped the music in the beginning, so we did not even finish maybe 30 seconds of the video. And look how many times we got him busted.
That's 4. Believing in the day of judgment, that's 5. And believe.
You don't believe in the day of judgment? Because the day of judgment, according to Muhammad, started long time ago, which means Muhammad is a false prophet. We know in the Quran it says that the moon is split and the hour is near. In fact, in Arabic it says اقتربت. Muhammad, he proclaimed that the judgment day started, and this is the first sign. What happened? The moon split. So the splitting of the moon is a sign of the day of judgment starting. And the verse is so clear. And look how the Muslims they add to the Quran, because the Quran is so stupid. Here it says اقتربت الساعة وانشق القمر, which is a poetry Muhammad he took from Imru al-Qais. The hour has drawn near. So what is the point of saying the moon split? It is the hour sign. So if you believe in the day of judgment, then you should believe that it happened a long time ago, in the time of Muhammad. And you will notice that the judgment day is always connected to Jesus, not to Muhammad. Muhammad, he said in Al-Bukhari, again, our Discord is open. If this potato dare to call me, I know he is watching. Muhammad swear by Allah, at that time, claiming that shortly the Messiah will descend upon you, those who they are in front of him. Read carefully. In fact, in Arabic, it doesn't say even shortly. It says, like, it's almost here. ليوشكنا. ليوشكنا is a word you use when it is now.
They are about to.
See? So Muhammad is a false prophet again, because he predicted the day of judgment to happen now in his time. The moon is split, almost Jesus is here, and nothing of those things happened. Neither the moon is split, neither Jesus come down. And what is the condition of a false prophet? The simple condition: if he prays and prophesy in the name of false God like Allah, or he gave false prophecy. Muhammad did both of them. Already, just in here, in the few minutes we mentioned, Muhammad made 2 false prophecies, claiming that the moon is split and the judgment day started, claiming that the Messiah is almost here. But none of them happened. Remember, if the moon is split, which is a miracle nobody see except the blind Muslims, the whole earth will be in disaster, because that will make tsunami. The whole earth will witness it. Only the people of Mecca, they can see it. Maybe this miracle happened indoor. So Allah split the moon. He took the moon inside the house of Muhammad and he cut it 2 pieces. And the Muslim, they say, hey Prophet, kick the cake for us. Cut it pieces, happy birthday for you. So if the moon split as Muhammad claimed, then this should be mentioned by everybody. Who care about if you are Christian or not? The whole world will see it. Remember, Mecca is not too far from India, which is, you know, now Pakistan, Bangladesh, India. Not too far from Syria, which was at that time occupied by Roman. Jerusalem, Egypt. All those countries, they have almost the same time zone. So if the moon is split, everybody will see it. And the books of history will mention something incredible, regardless knowing who did it. But nobody mentioned it. A false man making a false statement. In fact, this is a poetry he took from a Christian man. His name is Imru al-Qais. And he put it in the Quran. Imru al-Qais, he saw his beloved women. So he said, دعت الساعة وانشق القمر عن غزال صاد قلبي ونفر أحور قد حرت في أوصافه ناعس الطرف بعينيه حور مر يوم العيد في زينته فرماني فتعاطف عقر. All those phrases you see a long black line in the top of them, Muhammad, he took it from this poetry, he put it in the Quran. He changed only one word here in this line. Instead of danat, which is way more strong as poetry, he replaced it with the word اقتربت. So this is a phrase about a man, he saw a girlfriend, a woman, he loved her. So he said, the judgment day is near. The moon just split. He's talking about a woman. عن غزال صاد قلبي ونفر. From a deer, it's a deer, it's not even the moon. He's not talking about the moon. He's describing this woman like a deer, like he's going to hunt. It's very beautiful poetry, by the way. So he's going to hunt deer, but this is specific deer hunt him. So he says, عن غزال صاد قلبي ونفر. For a deer, the moon split, the sky split, the night split. Suddenly a deer appeared in front of me, but this deer hunt my heart and run away. And here you see he is using the word أحور, حور, the حور العين. Muhammad, he took it exactly, he put ناعس الطرف بعينيه حور فرماني فتعاطف عقر. All of this Muhammad, he stole, he put it in the Quran. So Muhammad fabricate prophecies claiming the day of judgment is so near, the Messiah will appear so soon, and none of that happened. Do we have this Orthodox Muslim around? Is he around? Did he show up? A Muslim raising his hand. We want the this so-called Orthodox. Let us take this Muslim for a second. Go ahead, Carmen Khan.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So you want to debate him, right?
I don't debate Muslims.
No, I mean, you want to teach him, right? You said you want to teach him, you want to debate him. You were just
I mean, you are talking about this kid?
saying that. Yeah.
Don't tell me what I don't want to do. Bring him here, and then you will see what will happen.
Okay. He is live. Why don't you go there?
I just invited him. Why I want to go there? He do not need to come here. He do not.
No.
Oh, listen. As long he is live, so he knew that I'm. Thank you, guys. He said he is live. So what is going to take him just to call me? Don't come anywhere. Stay live where you are and call me. Is that fine?
He's not interested. Listen.
He is
did not.
He is
claim
not.
that he
No.
will debate.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me he is not interested. No.
don't get scared.
He is the one who mentioned my name many
Okay.
times. He is the one who mentioned my name. I never mentioned his name. I never. He's a kid for me. He's nobody.
No,
So
he
listen.
didn't. No, he
Listen.
didn't.
He said to the Muslims. The Muslim told me
Listen.
that he said to them, if I bring moderator, he is going to debate me. He's trying to hide behind the moderator because he's terrified. So stop being coward. Call me. You do not need to join anywhere. You can call me. We need only your voice. You can stay in your channel. And the one who run first is the coward. The one
Okay.
who run is the coward. Listen.
Listen.
The one who make.
You listen.
Don't waste my time. Go to your fat kid and tell him a Christian prince is waiting for you. He do not need to come here. Just call me. coward, all of you. The one who made excuses not to make it happen is the one who never wanted to be happen. I need moderator. Here we go. He is going everywhere without moderator. Go bring him. What about you call him? Right now, let him join us. Huh? Don't waste my time. I have a topic to finish. To make him shish kebab. Either he come here and he prove us wrong. Either he come here, he prove me wrong, or there's no point of this conversation. Go ahead.
Okay. I was saying, you want to debate him, right? You are confident that you can defeat him. Then why don't you go there? I mean, you want really,
He is not even in the age of Aisha compared to me. I'm not a kid. So if you want to debate, he is the one who mentioned that. I'm not offering anybody anything. He said that he can debate me only if there's a moderator. The Muslim, they mention his name to me many times, and they send me this video. I said, okay, let me get him busted. If he is willing, if he have honor to redeem, come here and prove me wrong. But he will never dare. In fact, this guy will never dare to speak about his religion. You want to bet?
Okay, but why don't you go there? I mean, you want to debate
Stop
him, right?
saying the stupid thing. I go to Muslims, the Muslims goes to... Shut up. He's a kid for me. This guy do not know even how to say his prophet name. Who is he to go to him? Call me, don't come to me. Let us say you are a big guy. Just call me. Nobody need anyone to go. Unless you are Allah who come every night, the third part of the night. Start babbling, be the man. All of you Muslims are a bunch of cowards. Every Muslim made an excuse not to debate me. Every one of them. We went to Zakir Naik. He have heart attack. We made Hijab. He blocked me. Hang up on me. Dawah, he called himself, he said to me, if you are a Christian prince, I am Muslim princess. He got nervous, he called himself princess. The same from Indonesia, all of you are the same, potatoes. And you lie about your religion. Be my witness, the potato is online, yet he will never dare to call me. How come you dare to call, hold on, let me see, did he call God Logic before? The Muslim he called me, he said he called David Wood, correct? This is what he said, I don't know, I never saw his videos before. Did he call God Logic before? Did he? He did? Let me search for a video, hold on, give me a second. Are you sure he did? So why he don't call me? All right, look like I found one. Hold on, I found one. Let me move the video. Because this guy, he's a kid, he played music in the beginning. Okay, this is the timeline.
Thank you, Avery, for showing up to today's debate.
See? There we go. He called people.
Appreciate it. How do I start my presentation here? Let me just... All right. Is that...
He have a presentation? Do you know why they do those things? Because they don't have knowledge. A person who have knowledge, he do not need to make presentation. Computer presentation. If you have knowledge, you speak your knowledge. What presentation? Go.
Is that good? Okay. Okay. Everything's good? Okay, perfect. So is Jesus the Most High God, Yahweh? Well, not according to the New Testament. Absolutely not. The thesis and the outline is going to be this. Jesus is a lesser ontological inferior God who became a man. I'm going to argue that this is what the New Testament teaches from a New Testament framework. Jesus is not fully divine, and what that means is that Jesus lacks at least one essential divine or great making property. Yahweh has essential.
He lack only one. Be my witness. I did not watch the video, by the way. This is the first time I watched. He lack one divine. Tell me what that one. I don't know what he would say next, but I am so interested.
Properties. If Jesus lacks at least one essential property, he cannot be Yahweh.
So the Muslim, they decide who can be, who cannot. I mean, how funny that you describe who is God, who is not, when you're God. If we ask you about your God, you cannot find whatever you will say next in your God. You want to challenge, guys? I did not watch this video, but I will take what he said and measure it to his God. So if he is decent, then he should accept the same rules to be to his God. What is the lack you are talking about?
Authority of Christian scriptures is going to be granted for today's debate. So whatever Avery considers to be the word of God, inspired, 66 books, 73 books, whatever it may be, I'm going to accept it for today's debate. My arguments will be based upon positive facts from the New Testament as well as negative facts from the New Testament. And my arguments will not violate any principles of classical logic.
A Muslim talking about logic, his God want to give him endless penis, and that is logical. It is amazing and so funny that those who believe that Adam was 60 meters tall, they are talking about logic. I mean, you see how logical? Is it logical that Jesus is the son of a virgin, if we speak about logic? Which logic saying that? Is that logical? So either you adopt logic, you coward, or you say when we speak about God, there's no logic. And the funny, he's speaking to God logic person. Suddenly the Muslim, they believe in logic. The Prophet, he F13 women in 20 minutes, that is logic. The Prophet, his penis is not working, so invoke Allah, he send him a dish of shish kebab, that is logic. The Quran says if Allah want to make something happen, he say B is going to be, yet he could not fix the penis of Muhammad. He went to his kitchen, he made the mixer of shish kebab, spices, salt, hummus, and he sent it to Muhammad. Muhammad ate it, and with Fatima. The problem is Fatima eating with him. And boing, his penis is so good. Not good forever, no, temporarily. Each time Muhammad want to have sex, according to Muhammad, he invoke Allah again, and then he send him a dish of shish kebab. The God who could not fix his prophet penis except by seeding food, Viagra. Tell us, Mr. Logic.
And so, there's a small disclaimer. If it is the case that Jesus lacks a single great making property, it necessarily follows that he is not numerically identical to Yahweh. I want this to be very clear, and I want this to be in the back of everybody's mind. I'm going to be using two guiding principles throughout this presentation. The first one is going to be the inference to the best possible explanation. It goes something like, if some observation O is more likely to appear given the truth of hypothesis 1 over hypothesis 2, then observation O confirms hypothesis 1 over hypothesis 2. This sounds like a lot of word salad, but I'm going to explain this in a second. It's going to be something very intuitive, something we apply in our day-to-day life, so you won't be confused. The second principle is going to be the principle of charity. The principle of charity is just going to be not assuming that the author of given text affirms any contradictory worldview. And so we shouldn't read them in a manner that makes them affirm any contradictory worldview. So I'm going to give a scenario here for what I mean by inference to the best possible explanation. Say you share a dorm with your roommate or an apartment with your roommate. And it's 2 a.m., you're sleeping, and you hear loud snoring at night. 2 a.m. And now this is the observation. There are two hypotheses that explain this observation. Hypothesis 1 is that your roommate is just regularly sleeping in the next room, and he's snoring loudly. This explains the observation. The other hypothesis is that a homeless man from around the corner broke into the apartment building, broke into your apartment somehow, he's sleeping in your roommate's bed, and he's snoring. Although both of these hypotheses explain the one observation, hypothesis one is going to be more likely and more expected. It's expected that your roommate is sleeping in his room and he's snoring. It's less likely.
What the heck is this? Guys, I don't know. Like, should I skip? What is this?
A lot more surprising if a homeless man broke in and he's snoring and you hear him at 2 a.m. And
so you are saying to me about what it can be true, confirmed, and what is not confirmed, right? Okay. I challenge you to tell me one thing you Muslim can confirm. Just one thing about your God. Anything. Can you confirm that Allah is the creator? No, you cannot. Because the Quran says Allah is the best of the creators. So let's say I have somebody next to me and he's snoring. And this guy, when he's snoring, he keeps saying, I'm the creator. I am the creator. I am the creator. I believed him. But when he wake up, he says, I am the best of the creators. Which one is he? The one who is the creator, or he is the best of the creator? Because you cannot be both. You cannot be the creator. In the same time, you are the best of the creators. All right? Your God is dead now. You ask any Muslim, okay, you are snoring in a room. Huh? You are sleeping in a room, and next to you Muhammad, and this Muhammad he snore. When he's sleeping, he's saying Allah is the creator, Allah is the creator, Allah is the creator. So you assume that this is Muhammad, not his roommate. In the morning, you ask Muhammad, is it you who was saying at night, all night long, Allah is the creator? Muhammad, he says, Allah is the best of the creators. So now it's confirmed that Muhammad who is asleep, he contradict Muhammad who is awake. And by the way, the picture you have there, it looked like Abdul. Looked like Muhammad actually, when the donkey knocked at his window, and Allah took him to heaven. And yet again, Aisha, she said, I saw his body all night here. He never left the room. And then all they start laughing at him. He claimed to go to heaven in the top of a flying donkey. So your logic is not logic. You are stupid. You claim that you have some knowledge. We go back to the original video. Maybe later we can make fun of this one. Let us continue here.
Believing that everything happens by the will of God, that's it. Did Jesus believe those things?
Jesus prayed to the Father?
That's right. That's
Is
right.
Allah Father?
Yeah, so we don't have a problem with the previous prophets calling God Father. It depends on...
Big fat liar. Big fat liar. He just said, we have no problem with the previous prophets calling God Father. Where you got this from, you coward liar? Where you can show me that in Islam you accept and you have no problem to call God Father? Since when? What a fraud. In fact, there is a video, let me see if I can find it, of Zakir and a yucca. Where is the video, Zakir Naik? Okay, here we go. I think this is the one. Let me see.
I got this car.
Give me a second. This is Zakir Naik. He made it so clear that calling Allah the Father, that will make you a kafir.
He's saying, I can of my own self do nothing. That means it's zero.
So do you change Allah change his mind?
Allah doesn't change the mind.
So why you saying? I am the one born in Islam, but no, I'm born in Islam, I'm growing in Christ.
You originally you're born in a Muslim family,
Yeah,
then
yeah,
you became a Christian.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So-
what's the question?
So I thank God, Jesus Christ in his name. So do you agree, Jesus says my father, do you agree with him? That Jesus and the Quran,
100%.
Jesus, the same Jesus, do you believe?
100% I agree with what he's saying. But what do you mean when he says this?
Whatever you mean, my question is,
Do you agree?
yes, I'm agree.
100%.
Yes.
Okay, now, I understand your question, but I believe you're not well versed with the Bible. Because the quotation was half, it wasn't correct. I will give you. What you're talking is, you're quoting a reference from the Bible, Gospel of John, chapter number 14, verse number 6.
No, no, no. Gospel of John, chapter 14, verse 28, and the Gospel of John, chapter 5, verse 13. Do you agree by those chapters?
What does it say?
It says, my father, keep saying Jesus, my father. Do you agree? The Quran, Jesus
my
and
father
the
agrees
Bible.
with my father.
Yeah,
Gospel of John,
chapter 5, verse 30.
Gospel of John, chapter 5, verse 30.
Verse 30, 30.
That I know by heart. Gospel of John, chapter 5, verse number 30, I know.
Yes.
It says, I can of my own self do nothing. As I hear, I judge. For judgment is just. For I seek not my will, but the will of my Father.
So do you agree?
I agree with that. But what you quoted earlier was different. Now you're quoting 5:30. Why you're changing?
Listen, remember, he said he agree. Zakir Naik, he just said he agree with the chapter 5, verse number 30. But what is the question is? The question is about the Messiah calling God my Father. Would Zakir Naik approve it? Let us see.
5:30 is then my memory.
Yes, I know.
I of course agree. Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, said in Gospel of John, chapter number 5, verse number 30, I can of my own self do nothing. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just. For I seek not my will, but the will of my Father. And whenever Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, used in the Bible, my Father, it means he's referring to God. So what is Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, saying in Gospel of John, chapter 5, verse number 30? I can of my own self do nothing. Means Jesus Christ on his own can do zero.
Okay.
Wait, let me come.
Sorry.
Wait, you ask the question, listen to the answer. Your question is over. You have not come here to debate, correct? In the question answer session, you ask a question and you listen to the answer.
Here you see the coward Zakir Naik. He will not really read what Jesus said there. Because Jesus said, the same as the Father work, I work too. What Jesus he say? In fact, the Jews wanted to kill him. In the same chapter. Why? Because he made himself equal to God. And that will explain to us what Jesus meant when he say, my Father. This is John 5. And those Muslims are a bunch of coward potatoes. If we go down, you will see the following. And therefore did the Jews persecute Jesus and sought to slay him, because he had done these things on Sabbath. But Jesus answered them, my Father worketh, hereto I work. Therefore the Jews sought the more to kill him. Why? Because he not only had broken the Sabbath, but he said, also that God his Father making himself equal to God. So when Jesus in the Bible says, I can do nothing of my own, he is saying to them, the flesh you see, this is not what God. It is God in the flesh. The flesh can do nothing. But because I am the Son of God, the Son of God, he can do God work. And the Jews understood very well what Jesus is saying. Not only he broke the Sabbath, because he's the God of the Sabbath, but he made himself equal to God. So why the Jews did not say, okay, you know what, the word Father used mean God, he's speaking about God, but why they thought he is saying that he is equal to God? Because this is what he said. So Zakir and Yuka, he quote this verse, says, verily, verily, I say to you, the Son can do nothing of himself, but what he has sees the Father do. The Messiah, he claimed that he see the Father, and he see what the Father do. But he who sees the Father do, for what things the sover his doth, these also doth the Son likewise. So Jesus make it confirming that the Messiah he do the same as the Father. Like what exactly Jesus he can do? Forgive sin. Not only he can resurrect people from death, which is the Father can do, not only healing the leper and the blind, which is the Father can do, not only controlling nature, which the Father can do, but Jesus have even a job which is given to him from the Father, which is what? To be the judge over mankind. And that can take us to the hadith where Muhammad he says that the Messiah will come and he will be a ruler, just ruler. Translation, by the way, here is false. Translation is false. In Arabic it says muqsitan, hakaman muqsitan.
A just judge.
One of the names of Allah is Al-Adil, Muqsit. Why? Because only God can be judge and just in the same time. I can be judge, but I can do wrong judgment. In fact, there's no judge as a perfect judging, because we judge by what we know about what happened, which we did not see. Even if we see it, we might give wrong judgment. We give a penalty to the person, don't deserve it. But the Messiah, according to Muhammad, he will rule the whole earth, and he will be what? A just judge. Is Muhammad a just judge? Because Muslims, they say, well, he's a prophet of God. No. Muslims confirm, and Muhammad he confirmed, that Muhammad is a very bad judge. This is Muhammad, and this is authentic. They can't say this is weak, the garbage, they come always with it. So Muhammad, he beat the Muslims, he whipped their back, he insulted them using the F word, and justly. Read carefully even the Muslim title for this story. Chapter whomever I cursed, who? Muhammad. I cursed, revealed or prayed against by the Prophet when he does not deserve that. And this is exactly what unjust mean. But is it the same scenario for Jesus? So the quality of God to be judge, the quality of God to be just. If Muhammad he confirmed that he beat people, he whipped their back, He claimed that he put conditions on God. Have you ever heard of a man, he put condition in his maker? Listen, Abdul, Allah, I curse them, you give it a blessing, okay? So what is the blessing Allah gave to Muhammad? Shouldn't the blessing prevent him from being hurting people? Being unjust to people? So if a man being unjust to a Muslim, Muhammad will punish him. But Muhammad himself being unjust, can you be judge? If you yourself is unjust and you hurt people, can you be the police and the judge? Yet you are the one who hurt the people. So the Jews wanted to kill Jesus because he made himself equal to God. And when the Muslims, they quote for you a verse from the Bible, don't let them go with it. Go and read the chapter and you will see how you can beat the hell of them. In the same chapter, Jesus, he said that the dead will hear his voice. In the same chapter, the Messiah, he explained that his voice will resurrect people from death. For as the Father raises up the dead and quicken them, even the Son quicken whom he will. Whom he will. And then those stupid Abdul are trying to give us a qualification about who can be God, who cannot. Their prophet was suffering from diarrhea. Their prophet cannot walk. Their prophet, he vomit every few minutes. In fact, the story says that Muhammad was a fainty guy. He faint every second. I'm trying to remember the hadith. This is Muhammad. So while Jesus, he raised people from death, he forgives sin, even Muhammad himself, he says that Jesus, he commanded the son of Noah. The son of who? The son of Noah to come from the dust, and the dust become the son of Noah. I can show you the reference. But look here, what's happening in this story? This is Muhammad, his God cannot even give him little health. Mr. Muhammad, his real name is Mr. Fainted. And this is what happened to the Muslim when they see me. Allah Messenger, when he fainted when he was sick, but this is all his life. I can show you tons of reference that he keep fainting. He wake up and he said, has the time for the prayer come? He said, yes. He said, okay, tell Bilal to call for the adhan, and tell Abu Bakr to lead the prayer. And then he fainted. And the story keep going. He wake up, he faint. He say the same sentence. The same stupid sentence. Aisha, she got upset from him. She said, why you keep asking my father to read the prayer? He's an old man. And he fainted before she finished her sentence. Aisha, she said, my father is a tender-hearted man, and if he stand in that place, he will weep and will not be able to do it. If you told someone else to do it, then he fainted. So while Jesus was quickening the dead, which is only the Father can do and the Son, and if anyone can do a miracle, it's by the power of God given in the name of the Father and the Son. That's why Jesus, we see in the Quran chapter 36 verse number 14 and 15 and 16, the Quran speaks about 3 messengers sent by the Messiah, and they raise a person from death. Here, the Messiah is making it so clear that the same as the Father, he quickened the dead, I do the same. And then the Messiah continues saying, for the Father judged no man. But who is going to be the judge? The Messiah, the Son. And we know that the judgment day is for the for God, not for any man. In order to be a judge in the day of judgment, you cannot be guilty at least. You have to be pure, which means perfect, never commit sin. Can Allah be a judge? He cannot. He taught Muslims to do sin, if he ever even exists. So when the Muslims, they speak about Jesus says, I do nothing of my own, they don't quote the rest, because the rest will prove that he is the Son of God. When the dead shall hear the voice of the Son of God, they that hear shall live. The voice of who? The voice of Jesus. Are we going to be living if we hear the voice of Muhammad? No. According to who? Muslims. Why we will be alive when we hear the voice of Jesus? For as the Father has life in himself, so has he given to the Son to have life in himself. So the Son have life as the same as the Father, because he's the Son. And he have the authority. From who? From the Father. That's why we call the Father, the Son, the Son. Because the Son is born of the Father, not the opposite. The crown prince, he have authority of the king. Why? Because he is born of the king. So where is the authority coming from? Because simply, he is not anybody, he is the king's son. In this case, the Messiah is the Son of God. And Jesus will be the judge in the day of judgment. We will go back to the video so we can laugh more about, can we call Allah the Father?
You understand English? I can of my own self do nothing. Jesus Christ said, on his own he can do nothing, zero. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just. For I seek not my will, but the will of my Father. Seek not my will, but the will of Almighty God. Anyone who says, I seek not my will, but the will of Almighty God, is a Muslim. So according to me, when I read the Bible, Jesus...
So guys, the one who say, I seek not my will, but he said the will of the Father. So still it's the Father. Same time, the will of the Son is always in total agreement with the will of the Father. Is the will of Muhammad in agreement with the will of Allah? No. How we can prove it? Here we go. Muhammad, he made a chapter in the Quran as an example, not limited. It's called the chapter of At-Tahrim. If Muhammad, he is going always by the will of Allah, then why Allah will say to him, you stupid idiot, why you are doing this? Why you forbid something I did not allow you? I made lawful for you. So when the Messiah says, let your will be done, my will is your will. Human being, his will is not the same as the will of God. That's why we commit sin. And this is an example. Muhammad himself is doing something against the will of God. But the funny here, this verse is, Allah is upset from Muhammad because he promised his wife not to cheat and not to have sex with the slave when she is not home. Muhammad, he got horny a few days after, and as usual, he used Allah as a tool to F women. So he claimed, Allah told me, why you forbid this woman when Allah made her lawful for you? And then if we ask the Muslims, can you show me where Allah he made a slave woman, she is not captured by war, lawful for Muhammad? Nowhere. Never. So Muhammad here, he fabricated this verse because even in his book, so-called Allah never allowed Muhammad to have sex with a slave not from war. The only Muhammad he can have sex with is a Muslim woman she offer herself to F her, which is a religion of the all cult leader they do that. A woman she offer herself to me. Why? Because I'm a prophet. Come on. You know, you remember the verse in the Quran, it says, وَهَبَتْ نَفْسَهَا. Women, they are offering themselves to the prophet to F them. Any believing woman, she offer herself to the prophet to F her. All cult leaders, they share the same garbage.
And a believing woman, if she gives herself to the prophet.
What does that mean? The guy already have 13 wives. Is not enough? No, it's not enough. All those are women he can F. In the top of them, any believing woman, she offer herself to the prophet to F her. And then we showed you how Muhammad claimed that if his eyes fall into a woman, if you go back in the video, we show it to you already. If his eyes fall into a woman, her husband must divorce her so the prophet can F her. Do you remember? This is Tafsir al-Qurtubi. Privilege number 10. If the prophet's eyes fall into a woman, it is lawful for him to F her.
10th. If his eyes fall on a woman, her husband must divorce her, and it is permissible for him to marry her.
So if we compare between the privilege of Muhammad and the privilege of Jesus, you will see that the privilege of Muhammad is about his penis and money. What is made lawful for the prophet as a privilege is 16.
As for what was permissible for him, may God bless him and grant him peace, the total is 16.
What is number 1? The best of the booty.
First, classify the spoils.
The best of the booty to Muhammad. What is number 2? Take the 5th of the booty.
Second, tyranny of 5.
Excluded for him. Number 4, have more than 4 wives. Muslim can have only 4.
Fourth, more than 4 women.
This is a privilege. Number 5, he can F women by offering themselves without witnesses.
Fifth, marriage using the word gift.
She come to him, says, take me, baby. Okay, take off your panty. That's it. No marriage, nothing. Just take me. Guys, I have to go because there's a woman, she is coming to my house and she will offer herself to me. She's a good Muslim woman. I'm prophet of Allah. And all what she need to say, take me, baby. And this is supposedly lawful. This is the privilege of Muhammad. You notice with me, all of this is about sex. He can F around without paying the women a money for free. Read.
Marriage without dowry.
He can F a woman without permission of her father.
Marriage without a guardian.
What the heck? He can take false oath to his wives.
The oath between spouses is dropped.
Which means he can lie. I swear to you, I will never do this again. Oh, hold on. Allah just told me I can swear as much as I want. Lying to you. Allah, He dropped all my oaths, okay? All the promise I gave you, they were like blank, like the same as my sex with you. That's why you cannot have kids. So while Jesus was saying clearly, I am the judge over mankind, I do what the Father do, I quick the dead. When the dead hear my voice, they come back to life. I forgive sin. I send people to hell or to heaven. Muhammad, he was busy with the booty, privilege of his penis. Sorry, that will, this is offensive for the Muslim. His holy penis. He have a penis of privilege. He can take a woman by gift. Like, okay, what is inside the box? Oh, a bunch of women. Okay, I accept the gift. Oh, you are fat. Sorry, I will not take you. You. Even the Quran actually says, when Muhammad he says, any believing woman she offer herself to him, to wish to if her, not to marry her. They lie in translation. When women who they are not good looking, by the Arab standard, Muhammad now in trouble. He just told the women, offer yourself. And then he opened the door. He found long line of women. They want to F with him. Why? Because they want to get a free food, free retirement. It's not because he is a good looking guy or they like him. So when he noticed there's a bunch of them, they are not good looking, and many of them they are old. So what he said, Allah told me, okay, hold on. Allah told me that I may receive any as I wish, and I can, reject whoever I wish. Can you believe it? Prophet Muhammad, you can postpone the women, like the one you don't like. Huh? What postpone? This is Muhammad. So Jesus the resurrector, Jesus the judge, Jesus the just, this is all in the Quran. In the Quran, Jesus, he resurrects people from death. The Muslim, they say to you, by the permission of Allah. Well, you stupid Muslim, everything happened by permission of Allah. According to you, I am insulting Allah now by his permission. In fact, not only permission, it's a destiny. When a Muslim, if a woman, is he doing that by permission only, or it is a destiny? The guy, he said he believed in 6 issues about Islam, to believe in the Prophet, etc., but you have to believe in the destiny. Muhammad, he claimed that when a Muslim, he fornicate, it was a destiny from Allah. And that will defeat all argument about Allah being just and judgment day and all the garbage, because why you want to punish me if you made me do sin? Are you with me, guys? Did we come in the wrong time? I don't see like thousands of people. Guys, come on, invite. So let us go to Zakir Naik, finish the video here so we can go back to this fat potato.
This guy said, I cannot do anything. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just. For I seek not my will, but the will of my God. So that means you are the Muslim. You are the messenger of God. So I 100% believe with this verse of the Bible, chapter 5, verse number 30. Do you believe
Yes, 100% I believe. So if you believe
That means
Jesus has a father in Quran, whole Quran, God, you claim in Christianity, God Father is God, right? So in whole Quran, there is no mention the Father. You not call Allah my Father, right?
Of course we don't.
So in basis, Jesus not Muslim. Someone when he say I am Allah is my Father, Allah he is out of Islamity, right?
Correct.
Correct.
So how you say Jesus? You say keep says my Father, but you say you reject.
Because Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, came before
They,
Listen. Now you ask.
sorry.
Now he want to fix it. Listen, he asked him, if a Muslim, he says, he called Allah my father. He's out of Islam, correct? Zakir Naik, he says correct. Let me play it again.
Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, came before
They,
Listen. Now you ask.
sorry.
Wait, listen.
Jesus, in front. How you say Jesus? You say keep says my Father, but you say you reject.
Because Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, came before
They,
Listen. Now you ask.
sorry.
Listen.
Jesus, in front of me, for respect, don't say Jesus peace upon him.
Brother, wait. If you want to debate, you can hire the hall. If you want to debate,
See? This ex-Muslim, brave Christian, putting Zakir Naik in the stage like a monkey, and he don't want to debate him. So what they want to do, oh, give me the question and let me lie as much as you want. Because if you debate me, you will get me busted. And he did get him busted, even though he is the one in control of the stage.
I'm not drinker.
wait.
I'm not drinker. I'm normal
This
man.
is the question answer time. Do you understand English?
See, he start insulting him. Are you drunk? By the way, your prophet, he used to make alcohol and drink 4 days a week. I can show you.
Question answer time. You ask a question and you keep quiet.
Yeah, I'm cool.
Ask the question and you keep quiet. Do you understand?
Yeah, answer for me.
When your priest preach, they don't allow you to ask question also.
I'm asking you professional
When your priest don't allow question also, right?
question.
I am giving the answer. Will you keep quiet? This is not debate. If you want to debate, call the most famous priest in Africa who can get 30, 40,000. I'll debate with him.
You have to bring 40,000 with you. Only I can debate you if you bring 40,000. You have to fly to Bangladesh.
You understand? You're a kid. What is the use of debating with you?
You're a kid, huh? Why? Is he in the age of Aisha?
You ask the question, I'll give the reply. You told me anyone in Islam calls Allah Father is wrong. Of course it's wrong. Because Father is not the attribute of Almighty God. Correct? But
Yes.
this is after the Quran was revealed. Jesus was present before the Quran was revealed.
Look at the stupid excuse. So Allah, he abrogated his names. Allah, he noticed that he should not use that word. It is wrong. Brother, sister, I'm saying to you, before Jesus is different from after Jesus. What do you mean? Are you saying that Allah, he taught the Christian and the Jews wrong? He said, if somebody say and call Allah Father, he is an apostate.
So for Jesus Christ, when Muhammad did not come, peace be upon him, he doesn't have to believe in Muhammad, yet he prophesied. Do you understand? So all the laws of Quran are only applicable after the Quran was revealed. Jesus Christ came before the Quran was revealed. Do you understand? So because Jesus Christ was the messenger of Allah at his time, whatever he preached was correct.
At that time was correct. False. Because the Quran says, the Quran confirm what is between their hands. This is 600 years after Jesus. In the time of Muhammad. All those verses saying, especially this one here, chapter 2, 97, it says, confirming what is between his hands, not only confirming the book, but it is between his hands. And look how the Muslim, they fabricate and lie in the translation. It says confirming what came before it. False. It confirms what he have now between his hands. Here Google showing you the Muslim translation, popular translation, but if you go take it word by word, you will see it's between his hands. For all Muslim they lie.
In front of him.
Even this one is not a correct translation. Bain mean between.
Between.
Yadayhi, his two hands.
His hands.
Musaddiqan mean believing.
Confirming.
Not accurate too, not confirming, believing too, not only confirming. So Muhammad at that time, he have the Bible between his hand. And even the Muslim, they add here the Torah and the Gospel in their false translation. So if they say that this is before it was okay, show me the reference where it says in Islam it was okay to call Allah the Father, and then Allah says to you, don't use it no more. Is that fair, guys? If what Zakir Naik and this potato saying true, then you should have a command from Allah to say to you, don't say it no more. Correct? Don't the Muslim, they say they follow Allah? Where Allah, he says to you, don't call me Father. Potato.
But if you get the wrong teaching, we don't agree with that. So I'm saying Jesus, peace be upon him. Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, said in the Bible, though I do not agree the full Bible to be the word of God, but this was Gospel of John, chapter number 5, verse number 30, I agree it is 100% correct.
So you are out of Islamity if you believe that Jesus is.
Now you have come to teach me Islam here, correct? What do you know about Islam?
Guys, he's just correct. He says it's correct. If you say that Allah is the Father, is correct, you're out of Islam. But this potato here in the video, he says no, have no problem with that. He have no problem with calling God Father. Would you dare to call me, you coward, and show me where you get this from? I challenge you. Isn't it the name of Allah are eternal? If you say it's okay to call Allah before Father, and no more, that means the names of Allah are not eternal. And the attributes of Allah are not eternal. In fact, we have tons of Muslim websites giving fatwas saying it clearly that if you say that, you are a kafir. And we can search for them and find them. Every Muslim is a liar until he proves the opposite. Let me see. All right. Here we go. This is the fatwa. Can we call Allah Father? If it is about the meaning, okay, you can call him in any meaning you want, no problem. Don't mean it the same as the Christians. You cannot still. Do you see how easy to get them busted with their lies? Because if you adopt the word, or if you can adopt the word, who cares what the Christian mean by that? It's you. You are a Muslim. If that word is taught to you by Allah, then use it. You mean something else. In fact, the Muslim always, they have different meaning for anything. Like, what is a virgin for a Muslim, in Islam? Virgin does not mean a woman, she did not have sex. A virgin means a woman, she have 10,000 boyfriend, but she never get married yet. So we use the word virgin for us mean women, she is not dirty, she is not sleeping around, she is not like the same as Mary, the Virgin Mary. So when the Muslim use words, they mean something else. Okay, use the word father, means something else. You cannot. It is forbidden and you are a liar. And Zakir Naik, he just admit that a Muslim, if you do that, he is an apostate. Even calling Allah as a spiritual father is not accepted. But this potato, he says he have no problem with it. When all the Muslim scholars, they even confirm that you are an apostate if you say so. And here they are giving you all the reasons. And you will find that all the reasons are so stupid. All the beautiful names belong to Allah. Is the word father a bad name? And by the way, this phrase here came about Muhammad stealing the word Ar-Rahman from an Arab man who he claimed to be a prophet like Muhammad. This is why you see the word Ar-Rahman appear more than half of the Quran, not in the beginning of the Quran. Other fatwa. Can we call Allah, you are my father? The answer, no. Period. Because the meaning of this is batil, which is mean bad.
Is it not permissible to say about God Almighty, you are my father, because this phrase suggests a false meaning?
So this guy, in Arabic we call him mudallis. This little boy here is a mudallis, which means he's a fabricator. He claimed he have no problem to accept God as a father. And here I want to ask the Christian, why you don't say to him, where do you get this from? And if this is true, how come Musa never say that word in the Quran? Okay, you have stories about Musa, stories about Isa, stories about Abraham. You claim that previously it was okay. How come the name father or the word father never been used by neither Abraham, neither Moses, neither Isa, neither Isaiah, neither Israel? The word never appeared in the Quran. So either you agree then that the Quran is manipulating what Moses said and what Abraham says and Isaac and all the prophets says. You took those phrases from the Quran and you kept only what you wish. Continue with this potato.
What you mean? So the Torah in Deuteronomy 30. Why are you laughing, sir? Something funny?
He's laughing because you are a clown.
Something funny? Okay, good. So let us start. Okay, yeah, good. No side commentary. So Deuteronomy 32 verse 5 and 6. God says, "You are no longer my children, for you have disobeyed me. Am I not your father who created you?" So according to the Torah, what's a father?
You see the stupidity here? According to the Torah, as long as this is not, according this is what it's meant, that means there's no problem to call him father. Right? If you disobey God, you are not allowed to call him father. And this is why Muslims are not allowed to call him father. You see how this potato, he just beat himself? He just quoted for us a verse from the Bible saying, because you disobey me, I'm not your father no more. So who is the one who can call God father? The obedient children. As simple as that. He got himself busted. Abdul. Continue, Abdul, so we can laugh.
What does that mean according to the Torah? He says, am I not your father who created you? And he says, you are not my children, for you have disobeyed me. So disobedience means that you're no longer God's child, right?
Yeah, correct. And?
So when Israel's...
can he answer?
No, we're having a conversation.
Okay, so all of you, that's fine. I can take them all, guys. Yeah.
He can take them all, but he can't take Christian brains. He can take you all.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no problem. What's up? Yeah, go ahead.
So when Israel is called the father, you know...
Israel is called the father?
A son, right?
That's right. Hosea chapter 11, verse 1.
Yeah, so a son in the sense that, you know, it was God that gave birth to the nation of Israel, right?
Right.
And so when we say that Israel is their son, we're saying, you know, God is their father in the sense he's a provider, protector, and
That's
leader.
right. And if that's what you mean by it, Father, then we can grant that the previous prophets used it. However, we're going to...
False. Because this is what it's mean always, but not in the case of Jesus. Because in the case of Jesus, he make it clear that he is the only Son of God. In fact, we are called the children of God because of the blessing of Jesus. By receiving Jesus, we are God children. And he keeps saying, well, if this is the meaning, I have no problem with it, so why you don't call God Father then? Here we go. It turned to be we agree with this meaning about when we say our God Father. But look what happened. Just to show you how stupid he is, like he's a prophet. He just got his prophet busted. And the Quran too. Because in the Quran, the Jews and the Christian, they say, we are God's sons. In fact, they use the word Allah. Here you see that Muhammad and his God are stupid. This guy is smarter. He understood now that when the Christian and the Jew, they say we are God's children, they don't mean that they are biologically, physically, they are God's children. The Quran say no. The Quran says why? This is the stupid Quran, chapter 5, verse number 18. And both the Jews and the Christians say, we are the children of Allah. Here, by the way, will show you that how stupid the author of the Quran. Remember, this guy, he said, well, if this is the meaning, I have no problem with it. Did he say that? Or I'm making things up?
God that gave birth to the nation of Israel, right?
Right.
And so when we say that Israel is their son, we're saying, you know, God is their father in the sense he's a provider, protector, and
That's
leader.
right. And if that's what you mean by it, Father, then we can grant that the previous prophets used it. However, we're going to say that this term is now abrogated with the coming of the prophet.
Abrogated? Why God is not the Father is not the provider no more? Show us. Show us. But look, the stupid Muhammad in the Quran, he did not understand what the Christian and the Jews meant. How we know? Read carefully. The Jews and the Christian, they say we are the children of Allah and his beloved one. Say, I got you busted. Why then Allah he punish you for your sin? Nay, you are but a human being. So the stupid author of the Quran think that when the Christian and the Jews, they say we are God's children, they meant that God, he married their mama, he have sex with their mama, and he gave birth to them. And the verse in the front of you, guys, isn't this what it's mean? You are just a human being. Nay, you are just a human being. So the stupid Muhammad, aka Allah, the fabricator of the Quran, he could not understand what father mean. Yet this potato who don't dare to join us, he claimed he have no problem if this is the meaning. So how come your God did not understand it? And why you are saying Allah abrogated? Show us where He abrogated. Allah never abrogated, you stupid liar. Allah said, if you call me Father, that means you are physically my son. Your God is stupid. His beloved one means the chosen one. And by the way, this is confirmed in the Quran. Because according to the Quran, Allah, He favored the Jews upon all mankind. So look how stupid this Quran is. The Quran confirms, yes, the Jews are the most beloved people to Allah. It's in front of you. Not only they are the most favorite, they are the chosen over all creatures. Human, even genie. It's in front of you. So how Allah deny that they are truly the children of God in the mean of He chose them, He adopted them. God, He chose those who chose Him, the Jews. You know, if we go in the Old Testament, like First Chronicle, and David, he said to Solomon, my son, as for me, it was in my mind. Let me open it. I don't want to make mistake. You know, my English is not that good, but no problem. Okay, my son, as for me, it was in my mind to build a house into the name of the Lord my God. In verse number 8, it says, but the word of the Lord came to me. And then what happened? The word of the Lord came to me, saying that you did a lot of war, blood in your hands, so you aren't qualified to be the one who built the temple. I will give that to your son. In verse number 8 it says, he shall build a house for my name, and he shall be my son. He shall be what? My son. So here we see that if the Muslim they have and they belong to the same book, the same belief of God and his children, then they should have such a thing in their book. But we cannot find it. Nowhere to be found. All right? Every Abdul is a potato liar. And that's why they fear talking to me. Because here, we can smash them with no mercy. Oh, sorry, by mistake we click it here. So if we go in and read, we will see in verse number 10 that this person, he will be my son. But however, as long he obey me, no problem. So now we know that when the Quran, the stupid Quran, respond to the Jews when they say, we are children of God, the author of the Quran is an idiot, he's an ignorant, he do not know what the Christians and the Jews, they speak of. And this is the same appear in Exodus 4:22. When God, he spoke to Moses, and he told him, tell the pharaohs that the Lord said, Israel is my firstborn son. Does that mean biologically? According to the stupid Abdul, yes. And look in here, he said he have no problem with it, but a minute after he will contradict himself.
Mohammed for its idolatrous association. You have a problem with that?
Muhammad, he is born of adulterer association. Wonderful. So he was adulterers. And nothing changed. Those adulterers, they used to kiss a stone. Muhammad kissed a stone. The adulterers, they used to go around the Kaaba. He go around the Kaaba. The adulterers used to go naked around the Kaaba. He and you Muslims go until now naked around the Kaaba. You wear the sheet which is given to you by the pagan after you go naked. And as long as you agreed that Muhammad is born in a society of those who they are pagan, so what was his religion for the 40 years, first 40 years of his life? Pagan.
So what do you mean that, so in early Islam, they would call Allah Father?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I said, well, it depends. What you mean by early Islam? If you mean before,
No, you said that. You said the prophet who called before, and Zakir Naik, he says, guys, do you see the hypocrisy? Everyone, he give you a different answer. Zakir Naik says, this was before Islam. So Zakir Naik agree that the prophets of God, before Islam, when they call God Father, it's okay. Do you remember? Before Islam, it was okay to call God Father.
You ask the question, I'll give the reply. You told me anyone in Islam calls Allah Father is wrong. Of course it's wrong. Because Father is not the attribute of Almighty God.
Thank you. So Allah never been in the attribute of mighty God. So if you say to me, you cannot use that word to Allah no more, that means the attribute of Allah changed. That means Allah nature is not the same. And we are talking here about attribute, which is more important than the nature. Allah have a physical body, but who care? No Muslim, by the way, can answer the question about Allah have a, fingers, ass, But who care? But here we are talking about attribute. Allah have 99 attribute. None of them is the Father. Of course, it is wrong to use it. So, why they did use it before?
Correct? But this is after the Quran was revealed. Jesus was present before the Quran was revealed. So for Jesus Christ, when Muhammad did not come, peace be upon him, he doesn't have to believe in Muhammad, yet he prophesied. Do you understand? So all the laws of Quran are only applicable after the Quran was revealed. Jesus Christ came before the Quran was revealed. Do you understand? So because Jesus Christ was the messenger of Allah at his time, whatever he preached was correct.
Now we are talking. So the Muhammadan, they agree that the satanic Muhammad, he don't have agreement with the teaching of so-called Isa. Did you hear it? And this is a clear evidence that we don't have the same God. I mean, we are talking about using the word Father. And if the Father mean our provider, our protector, the one who made us, the one who created us, why the Muslim will not have it no more in the Quran? Is Allah not anymore? He is the provider. He is not the creator. He is not the caregiver. As long as we understand that the one who obey God shall be called a child of God. So now what they are saying to us, that Muslims cannot be considered children of God because simply they don't worship the same God. They disobey God. Do you see how easy to make them shish kebab? This is why the Muslims are forbidden to use the word father according to those both potatoes. However, according to the Quran, their God is more stupid. He think when the Christian and the Jews they say he is our father, they meant he is really their father physically. And the verse in front of you, the Quran is correcting them, getting busted, getting the Jews and the Christian busted. Oh nay, you are just a human being. This is how stupid the Quran. And by the way, here you will see other point of stupidity. I hope you guys are taking notes. How many of you will promise to download this video and share it everywhere? Give me one, please, if you promise. Let us wipe the floor with those liars. I am a Christian prince, and neither your God, neither your prophet, neither all the Muslims have a big mouth can face me. And we know why they are so much intimidated. They do not know our book, they do not know their book. And yet they think they can debate us. I mean, your God do not know our book. As you see, your God, in fact, your God do not know what the Trinity is. The stupid Quran never mentioned the Trinity of the Christians. The stupid Quran think that the Christian worship Mary as one of the divine. If you want to say to me at that time, Christian Prince, at that time, there was a group of a Christian, they believe Mary is divine. Let us assume this is true, but those doesn't mean Christian. They are not Christians. It is true. We know what the Christians are. The Christian is those who believe the Trinity as Father, Son, Holy Spirit. If you believe in something else, you have different name. So the Quran never mentioned the Trinity of the Christians. This is how ignorant the stupid Muhammad is. He thinks the Christian, they believe that Mary, according to him, all the Christians believe Mary is God. Who? A stupid guy will say to you, the Catholic, they pray to Mary. False. The Catholic, they ask Mary to pray for them. They don't pray to Mary. I can put the rosary in front of your eyes, even though I don't agree with them, by the way. But we agree that we can ask our brothers and sisters to pray for me. Nothing wrong with that. This doesn't make you God. I say, brother, pray for me. Mary, pray for me. When they recite the rosary, it says, pray for us, we are the sinners. Pray for us, we are the sinner. The first part of the rosary is from the Bible. Blessed you are, Mary, between the women. That's what the angel said to Mary. So how the stupid Muhammad, he think that Mary is part of the Trinity? Muhammad is an idiot. He know nothing. I mean, the Muslim, they say he is illiterate, right? I have to agree. He is. Any Muslim now knew that the Christians don't believe that Mary is God. So what the stupid Muhammad, he think that the Christian believe that Mary is God. And he think that all the Christians, they believe that Mary is God. All of them. Not like, he did not say a group of the Christians, they say so. No. He says the Christians, and even he asked Isa, he says to him, did you tell your people to worship me and my mother? Where in the Bible it says, here we go, we have our book. Where in our book, we Christians, it says to us falsely, let us say the Christian, they change their book as the Muslim claim, which is very funny, because that will give another finger to Allah, because Allah could not protect his book. But this is a different topic. Allah is asking Jesus, did you say to your people to worship me? Well, Allah don't know. No, he want to confirm, you know. Hey, Isa, did you tell the people worship me? And then Isa, he got Allah busted. He says, what are you talking about? Isn't you the one who knows everything? If I say such a thing, you should know it. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Why you are asking me such a question? And then we ask them where the Christian they believe that Mary been ordered by Jesus to worship her. Where? Show me. In fact, the Bible says clearly that even Jesus, when he spoke to Mary, he said to her, what do you want from me, women? Is that correct, guys? He did not even call her mother. And why Mary should not get upset? Because she is the woman who received the message of the angels. She knew that he is the Son of God. So when he speak to her, he speak as Lord and Savior. When they told him, your mother and your brothers outside seeking you, he said, those are my brothers and mothers. Those. Muhammadan, we wipe the floor with you. With no mercy. I will go a little back to Zakir Naik. So you can listen carefully how this brave Christian ex-Muslim, he made Zakir Naik shish kebab, and he did add some salt on him after that. Add salt to injury.
When he says this,
Whatever you mean, my question is,
do you agree?
yes, I'm agree.
100%.
Yes.
Okay, now, I understand your question, but I believe you're not well versed with the Bible. Because the quotation was half, it wasn't correct. I will give you. What you're talking is, you're quoting a reference from the Bible, Gospel of John, chapter number 14, verse number 6.
No. Gospel of John, chapter 14, verse 28, and the Gospel of John, chapter 5, verse 13. Do you agree by those chapters?
What does it say?
It says, my father. Keep saying Jesus, my father. Do you agree? The Quran, Jesus and the Bible. Yeah.
Gospel of John,
Chapter 5, verse 30.
Gospel John, chapter 5, verse 30.
Verse 30.
That I know by heart. Gospel of John, chapter 5, verse number 30, I know.
Yes.
It says, I can of my own self do nothing. As I hear, I judge. For judgment is just, for I seek not my will, but the will of my Father.
So, do you agree?
I agree with it. Yeah. But what you quoted earlier was different. Now you're quoting 530. Why are you changing? 530 is then my memory.
Yes, I know.
I of course agree. Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, said in Gospel of John, chapter number 5, verse number 30, I can of my own self do nothing. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just. For I seek not my will, but the will of my Father. And whenever Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, used in the Bible, my Father, it means he's referring to God. So what is Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, saying in Gospel of John, chapter 5, verse number 30? I can of my own self do nothing. Means Jesus Christ on his own can do zero.
Okay.
Wait, let me come.
Sorry.
Wait, you asked the question, listen to the answer. Your question is over. You have not come here to debate, correct? In the question answer session, you ask a question and you listen to the answer. Do you understand English?
Yeah.
I can of my own self do nothing. Jesus Christ said, on his own he can do nothing, zero. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just. For I seek not my will, but the will of my Father. Seek not my will, but the will of Almighty God. Anyone who says, I seek not my will, but the will of Almighty God is a Muslim. So according to me, when I read the Bible, Jesus Christ said, I cannot do anything. As I hear, I judge, and my judgment is just. For I seek not my will, but the will of my God. So that means you are the Muslim. You are the messenger of God. So I 100% believe with this verse of the Bible, chapter 5, verse number 30. Do you believe?
Yes, 100% I believe. So if you believe Jesus has a father in Quran, whole Quran, God, you claim in Christianity, God Father is God, right? So in whole Quran, there is no mention the Father. You no call Allah my Father, right?
Of course we don't.
So in basis, Jesus not Muslim. Someone when he say Allah is my father, Allah he is out of Islamity, right?
Correct.
So how you say Jesus? You say keep says my father, but you say you reject.
Because Jesus Christ, peace be
Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ at that time he was saying my father because it was allowed. But now it's not allowed no more. I mean, look how stupid, how silly, how dummy. And look how every one of them give you different answer. This little boy, he says he have no problem with it. Zakir Naik, he says he have a problem with it. This guy, he says, if this is what it's meant, we Muslims, we have no problem with it, we can use it. Use it then. But you are forbidden to use it, and the Quran got it wrong.
So yeah,
Allah was known as a father?
no, I'm saying if the Prophet had called him father, and if he had called them sons, this wouldn't change our theology or contradict our theology in any way.
No, will change, because the Quran got it wrong, you stupid. The Quran considered the Jews saying that they are claiming that they are physically, biologically, they are the children of God. So your God is a stupid. He do not know what the Jews are talking about. Otherwise, this answer is a stupid answer. If I know that when a Christian is saying I'm a child of God, he don't mean that he is a son of God who his God marry his mother, why I want to say to him, no, you are a human. So why God will punish you? What does have to do? We know that we are children of God, yet Adam, he was punished. You see the stupid Muslims, they say to you that Adam kicked out of heaven. Okay, why he kicked out of heaven? Was he a child of God when he did the same? Is he still Muslim or not a Muslim no more? So Adam himself was kicked out of heaven. For what? For committing sin. Even though the story in the Quran is very stupid, we can laugh at it. The God of Islam is teaching paganism, commanding the angels to bow down to Adam, and yet the Muslims, they say we are people who believe that we should worship only God. It turned to be the only God they worship. He is the only one who is claiming to be God. He commands angels to bow down to a man. And why? Because they accuse the man to do bad. It turned to be they are right and he's wrong. But this is a different story. Let us continue. Otherwise, the video will go forever.
Because they would have used it in the correct sense. However, this term is now abrogated, meaning
this term now is abrogated. Is that a term or attribute, you donkey? Is that a term or attribute? Isn't it Zakir Naik, he just said, Allah have 99 attributes, none of them is this one? This is not a term. All the Muslims, they consider this as an attribute. This is why we cannot use it. And why the Muslim cannot use it? Because they are not children of God. You are a bunch of wicked sinners who follow a pagan pervert Mohammed. This is why you are not qualified to call God your father. And the Bible confirmed that. Those who disobey me, they cannot be my children. As simple as that.
it's no longer used because it has idolatrous association. Why?
If there's a meaning, guys, look at this. If the meaning is when we say, I am a child of God, I mean still I worship God? And how that have to do with idolaters? I mean, look at the stupidity. Tell us more, tell us more.
Because you and you think that God is an actual father with an actual eternal son. So you believe in two gods.
So what is God's?
Guys, if we believe that God, he have a son, according to this liar, we believe in true God. But we know that this Christianity doesn't teach that. We know, and he knew, that when the Christian, they say that God, Christ is son of God, they are not worshiping second and third God. Hold on. Just to show you how stupid he is, we go to the Quran. This is your stupid book. Read with me. Just, we will show everybody that every Muslim is a monkey. And he afraid to come to me because I will take him back to the zoo. Chapter 5, verse number 17. Surely in disbelief there is those who say that Allah is the Messiah. Okay, hold on. If the Messiah is Allah, do we have two? Do we have two God? Guys, do you see what I see? Even the stupid Allah witnessing that the Christian don't believe that there's many gods. The Quran saying the Messiah, the Christian they say that the Messiah is Allah. By the way, this is wrong. Allah is stupid. He's a donkey again. He's making a poo-poo. In one phrase he say the Christian believe in a tree. In other verse they say the Christian believe in one. Allah is the Messiah. Okay, if Allah is the Messiah, who is the second person? Who is the third person? Who is a Muslim can solve this problem now? Mayday, mayday. Any Abdul? If the Christian believe that Allah is the Messiah, who is the second person in the Trinity and who is the third person? Remember, this potato, he says, we have two God. You have two God now. So you are saying the Quran is stupid, huh?
So yeah,
Allah was known as a father?
no, I'm saying if the prophets had called him father, and if he had called them sons, this wouldn't change our theology or contradict our theology in any way.
Really?
Because they would have used it in the correct sense.
Uh-huh.
However, this term is now abrogated, meaning it's no
Remember, Allah, he abrogate our stuff all the time. Mohammed, he used to go to sleep, he woke up in the morning, he have new verse, abrogate the verse he just said 6 hours ago.
longer used because it has idolatrous association. Why?
Can't you say Allah is the Father? Are you saying to me that when the Christian used it at that time, in the time of Jesus, they were right? Okay. Use it like them, but you cannot. You see how stupid you are? If it is, if this word will make you associating somebody with someone else, that means Allah, he chose a wrong attribute and Allah attributed change. And Allah, he found out that he is stupid, so he decided, tell them, okay, no, listen, I told you before, call me father, don't do it no more. I noticed that this is very bad. Continue.
Because you and you think that God is an actual father with an actual eternal son. So you believe in two gods.
So why does God...
Actual father. Guys, actual, what does that mean? Actual father, actual son. I mean, you see, I love those Christians, but the only problem they have, they don't grab the Muslim from his tail. When he says something, get him busted. If I go with you, that mean that Allah, when he said that the Christians, they think that the Messiah is Allah, that mean they believe in actual Allah is the actual Messiah. I'm using your word. And if the Christian believe that the actual Allah is the actual Messiah, that means we don't have Trinity. But he's saying those who believe in monotheism based on this are kuffar. Read it. He will say to you, okay, here he is refuting you, Christian, saying the Messiah is just a man. No, that is not the whole purpose of the verse. The purpose of the verse here to say what we believe first. That we believe that the Messiah is Allah. But that will destroy any claim that we believe in three gods or two gods. Because it says the Christian believe that the Messiah is Allah. And here you see how stupid Muhammad, he inserted the name of Mary right away. Why Allah want to destroy Mary and the Messiah? What Allah trying to prove here by mentioning the name of Mary? Okay, the Christian, they say the Messiah is Allah. Why you insert the name of Mary? Because again, the stupid Muhammad, he think that the Christian believe in a Trinity include Mary. So he says, if he were to destroy the Messiah, the son of Maryam, and his mother, additional poo-poo. Right? Can you hear me, guys, in Discord? Am I heard? All right. Let us continue with this modelless hypocrite.
I'd say that if he doesn't, how can he have a son if he doesn't have a mate?
That's a fantastic question. I'm gonna answer you, but why are you shifting the topic? Can you deal?
Don't ask me about Islam because I'm dumb stupid. I know nothing about my book. I read a theist website about Christianity and I memorize it and I come to you. Why you are changing topic? How that is a changing topic? Is a question your logic. Don't you believe in the book?
So I'm gonna right no just wait, brother. Just wait. Hey, brother.
Secondly, you stupid idiot, you cannot call non-Muslims brother. You are a fornicator. You are fornicating Islam. I challenge this coward to tell me how he can call someone who believe. He just said that we believe that we have three gods. I want to know which book is teaching him that you can call non-Muslims brothers. Never. There's a Muslim here. We will take him for a snack. Give a break for this Abdul in the video. We will go back to him. Come, the one you call yourself the truth. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk. Are you there?
Yo.
Yeah.
CP, you think you could do better than David Lynn?
What?
You think you could do better than David Lynn? He got baked. You want to get baked too? Set up the debate.
Okay, hold on. Answer anything I said.
Let's set up the debate. You an Orthodox Muslim. I'll set it up right now.
Listen. This potato is online. Give me
Princess,
his.
don't run.
Give me
set
his.
Up the debate.
Listen. Give me his Discord. I will call him right now. I will call him. Is that fair?
You're gonna call him?
I will call him. Give me his Discord right now.
Why don't you want to do a formal debate?
This is formal debate.
Okay, so you're gonna time it or do it right?
What time it? We have the same he is doing with those people.
Okay. You want to do it right now?
Right now.
All right. Let me try to set something up.
And if
Potato, don't run, yeah. Don't go anywhere.
And if he refuses,
yeah.
that means he's a coward.
He's gonna refuse. Are you sure?
What
about if he bakes you like David Lynn? I was there that day.
Let us see.
What if he bakes you right now like David Lynn?
Don't waste my time. Get him.
Listen,
give me his Discord. Let us. Don't waste time. Listen, time is priceless. Don't you want to see a real fight? Stop being a kid. Get him.
We're gonna bake you right now. I'll be back.
I will be back. You remind me of a sheikh. He said to me he want to go to the bathroom, and that was maybe 20 years ago. Since then, he never show up. Looked like the bathroom swallow him. He did cook them, right? I can't tell. It's obvious. We will wait for him. He said he will bring him here. Let us see. Who want to bet that this person will never dare to show up? You want to bet? Their fear is to speak about Islam. But we know that their prophet do not know what Christianity is. So how come those guys, they claim that they have knowledge of our book? And the funny is, they are the one who want to explain our book to us, when they cannot even explain their book. You will see if he dare to come here. If he dare to come here, that will be the biggest mistake he did ever in his life. If he did not come here, that means he knew what will happen. He is not self-confident. Let us see. I will stop playing the video for now, hoping that he will come. I hope they will keep their promise. Let us see who can back who. Beak. He will come, you think? I don't think so. I think mission impossible. I know it's embarrassing. He will go to him right now. He will say to him, he said, bring him, accept the challenge, blah, 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 blah. He will never show up because he knew what will happen. He knew very well. All Muslims, they have the same excuse not to debate me, because they knew exactly what will happen to them. TikTok, we are waiting. The truth, what happened? Are you back? Add him and I will call. How I add him? Give me his name to add him. Okay, give me his name. What his name? That one? Okay, hold on. Bino? Piano? All right. Well, I don't know how to add a name. What about give him my name, let him add it and call me. Guys, how to add a name? Let me ask Prophet Google. How to add a name or a friend. Let us see. To add friend in Discord. All right. Open the friend tab. Okay, where is the friend tab? Friend tab. All right, let me invite somebody to show me how to do it. All right.
Okay, yo. Prince. Nice to meet you, brother.
Thank you.
In Christ. So, right, what you need to do is, you see on the top left, do you want me to share my screen?
Just tell me, I'm looking. In the top
left of your top left corner, it will say direct messages.
Direct messages.
Above it. Yeah, just click on that tab.
It says only, okay, hold on, top left. Okay, I see that,
Yeah.
all right, okay.
And then just that bar just to the right, it will say find or start a conversation right there.
Find?
Or, yeah, find or start a conversation. Just to the
It
right.
says, okay, I see add a friend. Hold on, maybe that will work.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Okay. Success. I just added him. Wonderful.
There you go, brother. Brilliant.
Let him call me.
Nice to meet you.
Let him join us. Thank you.
Amen. No worries.
Now, how to go back to the stage? Let me see. All right.
Voice connected, and then just underneath it, say your stage there, and just click the push the bridge stage bar.
I just added him. Hey, the truth. I just added him. Let him call me.
You're gonna call him. You said you're gonna call him. He's waiting for you on YouTube.
How I'm going to call him?
What do you mean? How you gonna call him? You
My
want the
friend,
instruction manual?
Here we go. He's calling. Just shut up. Go. Hello. Hello.
Assalamu ala min ittaba al-huda. How's it going?
No peace for the wicked, the Lord said. How's it going?
Okay, it's going good. So you're reacting to my video, right?
I'm not reacting. I'm laughing at it. You want to start?
You're laughing at it. Perfect. So you have a problem with the word father being abrogated? Is that right?
Let us start from the beginning, so we can wipe the floor with the jokes you said.
We're gonna start to where you were just making comments.
No. All the video.
So
No. Why you? Hold on. Okay. I will not give you excuse to run. I will not give you excuse to run. You said. Hold on. You said. We can't talk. We cannot talk in the same time.
My chat can't hear you. Wait, let me set it up first.
Oh, okay. All right.
Guys, how do I make it that the chat can hear? 1 sec. Because I'm live on YouTube right now. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get buried today, Mr. Christian Prince. How do I?
Let us see.
This?
I will be buried like Mohammed.
Okay, don't blaspheme, please. All right.
Guys, if I say buried like Muhammad, this is blasphemy. Do you see? They worship Muhammad. He compared. Yes. He said Muhammad is God.
Are you gonna wait?
No, hold on. I'm waiting. You just said don't do blasphemy. You just consider Muhammad. You just consider Muhammad as God.
Are you gonna wait?
You just consider Muhammad as God.
Are you gonna wait? I can set up.
I'm waiting.
Can I set up my volume for my chat?
Shall I stop talking until you go? Fine. Get yourself together. I'm talking so they can hear me.
Yeah, stop talking.
So if I say Muhammad is dead,
can somebody?
I'm committing blasphemy.
Hey bro, can you be quiet? All right, man. Let me set it up and give you a call because you're.
No, don't go. They can come here. You are making excuse to run. Don't run.
I'm gonna set up and I'm gonna.
Don't run. Allah will set you up. Don't run. You are making excuse. Potato. He's gone with the wind. I said to him, you will bury me like Muhammad. He said, don't blaspheme me. He just admitted that they believe Muhammad is God. Can you believe it? Guys, if you call me, you will be able to hear him in Discord, or you cannot. If you cannot, then join in YouTube or in Rumble so you can hear it. Okay, go to YouTube, please, or to Rumble so you can hear it. I do. Let us make an agreement, me and you, not to shout too much. Is that okay? Like, so you give you time to talk, you give me time to talk. Is that okay? So people, they can hear what you are saying and what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, sir?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
What, you don't hear me? Call me again. I click at join the stage because I thought he is not hearing me. It says join the stage. I thought if I click, I will be with him in the call. Call me again, call me. All right, do you hear me again? Do you hear me? Hello? Oh boy. Why you don't join the stage and finish this drama? We are waiting for the Abdul. I hope he will not make me lose my voice, screaming and shouting as usual. Sorry guys, in Discord we are waiting for this guy. I think he will make an excuse not to make it happen. A second ago he called me and it was working. Now it's not working no more. All right.
Hello?
Do you hear me now?
I hear you. Do you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, wait. I just want to make sure your voice is coming through my live stream. Guys, can you hear him? Tell me. Okay, so how do I make you hear?
Why you don't join the stage instead of this drama, and then they will hear you.
Your stage so you could mute me? Yeah, no thank you, brother.
Hold on. You can mute me. I can hang up on you. You can hang up on me. What does that mean?
Yeah, I'm good. I want to talk. I don't want to hang up.
All right. I will bury you like I buried Mohammed. Stop.
Yeah, hey bro, if you keep talking like that, you could go somewhere else. I said don't talk like that.
Listen, no, you said this is a blasphemy. You just admitted.
If you mention my prophet, you lose.
You see, the coward. He don't want me to show everybody that Muhammad is a false prophet. You come into the listen, you coward. You are making excuse. You are making excuse. You are making excuse. Yes, I want to talk about the video. But you said to me, if I say, listen, you said to me, if I say, bury me like Muhammad, that is a blasphemy. Explain to the people, is Muhammad is God?
Yes, it's blasphemy.
How?
Blasphemy,
is he a man? Is he a man of God? What the blasphemy mean?
You want me to explain to you?
Sure.
You want me to explain to you? Our definition of blasphemy is any disrespect of holy figures. Okay, so don't disrespect any holy figures, and we can have a conversation.
All right. So guys, hold on. My response. Listen, we are not kids. You cannot just dump your garbage and run. You just said Muhammad is a holy. You just said Muhammad is a holy figure. You get this from where?
Sir, do you want to talk?
You just said you are afraid. You made the poo-poo. You said you are trying. Guys, be my witness. He just explained to me something he don't want to talk about. You said Muhammad is a holy figure. Where in the Quran or in the Hadith it says that Muhammad is holy?
You want to talk about the video?
Yes, we finished. Yes, but you started this. You are the one who started it. So now, no. Answer everybody how Muhammad is. Answer how Muhammad is a holy. How many holy?
Oh my God.
You see the coward, guys? He said he can debate a Christian prince. Listen, you just admitted that you are a pagan. You worship a man. You worship a man. His name is Muhammad. You just called Muhammad holy figure. All what I'm asking you for, can you tell me why you just said Muhammad is a holy figure, please? Can you tell me why you said Muhammad is holy?
Do you want to speak about the video you
Yes,
called me up for?
we have time. We have time.
All right, let's
Are you afraid? Are you afraid? Listen, you made a poo-poo.
Oh my God.
Either you apologize, and then we can go to the video. Listen, why you call Muhammad holy figure? You are afraid. Listen, you are afraid to talk about what you just said. Listen, I will. I promise. Honest to my God. Listen, I make a promise. Honest to my God. We will finish you in your video. But can you tell the audience, you coward, why you just committed blasphemy against God? You just called Muhammad holy. You just said, you coward, you will not let me talk. You just called Muhammad holy. According to who? He ran away. Guys, did you hear him? We will talk about the video. But you just said to me, I committed blasphemy. I said, why? He said, let me explain to you. When you speak in such a way about holy figure, Muhammad is holy? Since when? Where you go, you coward? You did not even survive 30 seconds with me. Guys, did I say the one who hang up is the coward? Did I say that? Did I mute him? So, oh, don't talk like that. Okay, why? Because Muhammad is a holy figure. It turned to be that Muhammad is holy. Coward. The one who came before him, he said, oh no, you will hang out, you will mute him. And then he said to me, you will mute me. He muted himself and he ran. He knew he is no match. What a horrible defeat. You stupid idiot, Muhammad is a holy figure? So the Quran, when the Quran says, may Allah forgive your sin, Allah will forgive the sin of the holy figure Muhammad? This guy maybe is a Shia. Are you a Shia? You worship Muhammad? Huh? Oh, you are committing blasphemy now. Speaking about Muhammad is a blasphemy? So who's God? I thought that word we use only when we do insult to God. No, Muhammad is God. You see those pagan Muslims, they worship a man, his name is Muhammad. That Allah may forgive your sin, who? Muhammad. And he said to us, Muhammad is a holy figure. Ah, the holy figure of sin. Aha. Bring him back, bring him, coward potato. All right. He said to himself, I will look bad, so he came back. So tell me, is Muhammad a holy figure?
My audience can't hear you. Join the StreamYard link that I just
Listen, don't play game. No, they can. You are trying to read. You are trying to redeem. Listen, potato. Listen, potato. Listen, potato. Listen, potato. They heard me. They heard me. When you call me, I mean, you are trying to redeem yourself. He ran away again. He says, "Oh no, my people can't hear you." Coward, you run away. Nice trick. My people can't hear you. Is it you? A minute ago you called me and you said, okay, let me see if they hear you. Okay, now they hear me, guys. Okay, you hear me, guys. It's recorded. Now they can't hear you. Put them in the speaker. Put our conversation in the speaker. What a coward. The holy figure, huh? He is very holy. Holy moly. He did not even last 30 seconds with me. Not even 30 seconds. Okay, we will talk about the video. Sure, we will talk about video. We have time. Like what? You want to hear me here for 2 seconds? Do you see how coward they are? We have all the time. You got your chance to prove what you say is true. So speaking against Muhammad is a blasphemy. That means Muhammad is God. You are a kafir and you are not even a Muslim. Why Muhammad? Speaking about Muhammad is a blasphemy? Because he is a holy figure. I thought the only one is holy is God. Even angels in Islam commit sin, and Allah command them to bow down to Adam. Adam himself commits sin, and he is a prophet in Islam, and Allah kicked him out of heaven. So only Muhammad is a holy figure. Why? Because Muslim worship. This is why actually he changed his name to Muhammad, which means the praised one. People, they are telling him, you will look so bad. You will look so bad if you don't come back. All right, I hear you. Oh. What happened? Holy figure boy.
Can you hear him?
I hear you.
Okay.
Tell me about the holy figure Muhammad.
Cross-licker.
You see, no problem. Okay, listen. Can you show me where it says after we finish about this? Hold on. Listen. You are the one who kissed the black stone and licked it, and your prophet said it erased your sin. Correct?
Hello?
You hear me very well.
Cross-licker. I can't even hear myself.
Black stone kisser. Black stone kisser. Everybody can hear you, and you can hear me.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Yo, Henny, can you hear the pagan cross-licker?
See?
Henny?
See?
You can't hear him loud? Oh, okay. So then what the heck do I do, brother?
Use miswak.
Output is max, brother.
Black
max volume, see?
Black stone kisser. You hear me? I can tell you are responding to me. You claim you don't hear me.
I told him he doesn't want to do it. What about now? Hey, pagan cross-licker.
I hear you. Listen. All right, we will talk about pagan and cross-licker too.
Good boy.
Add more. So now you said it's a blasphemy to speak about Muhammad because he's a holy figure. How he is holy? How he is holy?
We can't hear him. Hey, cross-licker, we can't hear you. Relax. See, I know you're on your period.
See, he's trying.
You're bleeding out of your second hole.
He is trying to make me. He can hear me. But he don't want to hear me. He's trying to find a way, so I will hang up. So I will hang up on him, and he will say he hang up on me.
No, you are gonna join my stream, you pagan cross-licking.
See, he can hear me. See, he can hear me.
Join my stream.
See,
join the StreamYard.
See the coward. See the coward. You are here. We are joining together. Where are you going?
Listen to me, you cross-licker.
Listen, black stone kisser, Muhammad worshipper, holy figure. Listen, we wanna do mut'a with you today. Stay here, don't run, you coward.
Don't be a cross-licker before I give you a holy
kiss. Listen, guys, he just admitted that mut'a is a prostitution. He just admitted that mut'a is a prostitution. Yet Allah allow him to do mut'a. So listen. You see, I got you busted. You can hear me. They can hear me. And you are running away. You don't want to talk about what you just said. Listen, start. Tell me about the holy. Tell me about the coward. Everybody will die laughing at you. Why you are running? Let us debate. Let us debate. Coward, let us debate.
Are you gonna join the stream?
Tell us about the holy figure Muhammad.
Are you gonna join? Are you gonna?
You came to me. You came already. You are here. Already, you kid. Already, kid. You are here.
My people.
Kid, already you are here. Guys, he's asking me to hang up on him. He's trying to make me give up. Listen, listen. You are here. You already. We are here. Talk. Go ahead. Talk. Talk, potato. Talk.
Huh?
Talk.
Talk. Stop.
Talk. Talk. Tell me about the holy figure.
Tell me about the holy figure. Wait, like this? All right. Can you guys hear him now?
Hmm.
No, yeah, you guys won't be able to hear him like that.
Ah, you didn't say inshallah. Did you say inshallah?
Did you say inshallah? Can you guys hear him now or no? No?
Kid.
Okay. Hey, are you gonna join the StreamYard? So this is
Just
easy
shut
for all of
up.
us,
Just
or no?
go and debate me. Listen.
Are you
They
gonna
can
join the
they can
StreamYard?
join. I am live on stream with you now, and I hear myself twice. I hear myself twice. Mute the sound, the echo. Mute the echo.
Join the stream.
You're saying potato.
Join the StreamYard.
You're saying you challenge. You said you agree. You said you agree to come and you wanna bury me. Bury me. Go ahead. Tell me about
I wanna bury you.
All right. Bury me like the buried Muhammad. Go ahead. Bury me. Bury me like the buried Muhammad. How you say? You see, guys, I am open. He don't want to debate. He's trying to find an excuse. We are live on air.
I'm on call with you.
Listen, yes. So continue, Black Stone Kisser. Black Stone Kisser. Continue. Go ahead. I'm listen. Don't be a kid. People.
Are you gonna join?
Okay.
Join the StreamYard.
Okay, hold on.
Join the StreamYard. Don't run.
Shut up. Jonas Junior. Jonas Junior.
Look at this old man. Join the StreamYard, you pig.
Listen, you pig.
Join the StreamYard, old
Listen, you pig kisser.
Join the StreamYard.
Listen, your prophet, he said, your prophet, he said that the black stone, listen, let us see. You open a topic, you don't dare to talk about it. Is it true? Say yes or no. Is it true? Is it true? You coward son of Muta. Son of Muta, is it true? Your prophet said, touching the black stone, kissing the black stone, erase your sin. Coward, is it true? I have all the patience to laugh at you. Is it true? Is it true? Your prophet says, kissing the black stone, erase your sin.
Baked. You're baked, man. Come join the StreamYard and don't be a coward. Are you gonna join the StreamYard?
The coward is the one running. The coward is the one is running. We are talking. Listen, potato.
Are you ready?
Listen.
Stop running.
Listen. You are a son of Muta, and this is why you are not a man enough to debate me. Start debating me. Start debate. Start, you coward. We don't take a Christians. Listen, you prostitute. Listen, prostitute Aisha, listen. We don't take a Christians to Muslims. Muslims come to us. We are children of God. You are the children of Shaitan. So now start the debate. Start. Tell me about the holy figure Muhammad. Go ahead. You have your people there. People here listening to me. Why you muted yourself? You bark like a dog, you say nothing. I want to see who is the one who lick the cross. I want to see. Black stone licker, kisser, a stone who forgives sin. We have reference. Are you there? Potato. He run. Potato. Potato, potato, potato. He don't want to talk about his religion because he knew he don't have one. What he will lose? You just said to me, it's you who said to me that Muhammad is a holy figure. Okay, we have the video. We will talk about the video. We have all the time. Come to my stream. Come to my stream, Christian Prince. Come to my stream. Black Chris Liquor. But a kid. And he admit, you see, the second he speak, he make poo-poo about his religion. He just admitted, but by saying muta, I mean a prostitute. He admit. And this is what it means, according to him. He admit the Quran teaching him to be a prostitute, to do muta. Can you hear me, guys? In Discord? All right. Coward potato. You see your girlfriend, she ran away. How sad.
Join the link. 1,000 people waiting.
We have 10,000 here.
You have 30 people here. Why are you lying?
No, I have Rumble and I have YouTube. I have Allah is even listening.
Your YouTube only has
secondly,
400.
potato. Is it you who said he will call you and he will come and debate you? Isn't you who said that to me?
No, you said you're gonna call. They can scroll it back.
Okay, no problem.
You said bring
I call him here. We agreed to call here. All right.
But they can't
So listen,
hear you.
listen.
People
Okay,
can't hear you.
listen.
People can't hear you.
Listen, no, they can hear me. He asked him, "Can you
They
hear
can't.
me?" They said
I'm
yes.
listening on the other side.
That
I'm
is
listening on their
that.
side.
Okay, listen carefully. Let us say they cannot hear me there. They can hear me here. They can come. Is the problem?
They don't want to come here.
Is the problem? Is the problem the debate and what people will give as an answer, or where they can hear us?
They want to hear two people talk. Man.
No
Very
problem.
simple.
No, well, this is an excuse. This is false excuse. He can hear me.
Is it an excuse?
He asked, yes.
to hear two people?
He asked his audience, "Can you hear me?" They said yes.
No, they didn't. I'm
It's
in there.
it's
We
recorded.
can't hear you.
It's recorded.
We can't hear you.
It's recorded.
See, if we were going to be dishonest,
Listen. Okay, let us do
Come
this.
to the link.
Let us do this. What about he open his speaker, all right? Put it next to his microphone. People, they will hear what I'm saying. Very easy.
Brother, how old are you? Old?
Don't call me.
Put the speaker next to his microphone.
Don't call me brother. You are a Muslim.
Yeah. Okay. And you're a kafir. We're
And a
trying to set this
Muslim.
up.
And you see, you just got yourself busted because your brother, he called the
This
Christians.
man's trying to divert.
He
Why are you
called
diverting,
them.
man?
He
Just
called them.
get in the
He
room,
called
man.
them brother, which he is not allowed to do, which means he's a fake Muslim.
Do you want to debate him or not?
Yeah.
The whole live on this.
Just get out of here. He's calling me. Hello? Hello?
Oh, can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead. So tell us about.
Yo, guys, can you hear him now?
Yeah, they
You guys
can.
can hear him?
Yeah, they can. Come on.
Perfect. Everybody can hear you.
All right.
Finally.
Tell me about the holy.
Christian,
Tell me about the holy.
ask me a question, okay?
Tell me about the holy figure and about the cross.
Respond.
You said two things.
Yes.
Holy prophet,
Yeah,
and a cross liquor. Start with the holy prophet, holy figure.
Okay, good. Yes, I'm gonna start there. I'm gonna answer your question about blasphemy against the prophet, and then we're gonna go to the topic of why you called me out. Correct?
Go ahead.
Is that correct?
I'm listening.
Okay, so good. So don't be a coward. You called me out to the father thing, the whole video. We're gonna talk about that. I'm gonna be generous, and I'm gonna answer your question. You said, "How can you blaspheme a prophet?"
No. I didn't. No. This is not what I said. That's not what I said. I said, you said that.
Yes, you did.
No. Listen. I said, bury me. I said, bury me like Muhammad. You said this is a blasphemy, correct?
Yeah, speaking about against the prophet.
No, I'm not speaking against. I did not say anything. I did not say against anything. Is Muhammad is buried or not?
Muhammad is buried. Yes.
All right. So how that was called for you blasphemy when I said, okay, bury me like Muhammad. Go ahead.
But I'm gonna tell you because you said it in a disrespectful tone, in a disrespectful demeanor.
All right.
And you meant it as disrespect.
All right.
That is considered blasphemy.
All
Now,
right.
you said, how is it blasphemy?
No, hold on.
Don't tell
Let me answer. Let me answer. Let me answer.
No,
Let me
finish.
no. Let me answer. Let me answer.
Answer what? I haven't finished.
Hold on. Hold on. We are having a conversation.
What?
It's a conversation.
I haven't finished.
No, you finished.
I have not.
No, you can continue. You can continue. So now when I say bury me like Muhammad, I said bury me like Muhammad. That is disrespect. How?
I'm gonna tell you because you said it in a disrespectful demeanor.
How?
In a belittling tone.
How?
I'm gonna tell, can I respond?
How?
Can I respond? It looks bad in front of your viewers. Let
I
me
just
respond.
said, okay, tell me how.
I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna respond. Don't cut me off, please. Okay. You said it in a disrespectful, belittling tone. You said, I'm gonna bury you like your prophet.
No.
How was I?
No. I said no. This is not how it's. You are a liar. You said you will bury me. I said bury me. Okay, bury me like Muhammad. That's all.
Okay, so right, you responded in a belittling way, and I took that as disrespectful.
Hold on. Listen. No problem. I will go with you. But then when I ask you, but then you explained to me already. You said to me when I ask you why you are saying this is a blasphemy, because he said this is a holy figure. You said this is a holy figure. Is that correct?
I'm gonna respond now.
Is Muhammad a holy figure?
Right.
Is Muhammad a holy figure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So you said if there is such thing as blasphemy against the prophet, that means that prophet must be God because you can blaspheme against God. In the book of Acts, Stephen is stoned because he blasphemed against Moses and the temple. Is Moses God? Go ahead.
Against Moses, God, not Moses.
So it says he blasphemed against Moses.
Yes, against Moses' teaching of God.
Oh, so Moses is God? You can blaspheme against him?
No, Moses. When I make fun, listen. When Moses, you can read the interpretation. People love it. But hold on. I will go with you. Just hold on. So now, if you make fun of Muhammad, you are saying, if I make fun of Muhammad, I'm making fun of Allah. Is that correct?
That's right. Because
All right.
Allah sent him.
Okay, wonderful. But you said to me, Muhammad is a. But you said to me, let us have a conversation, please. So you said to me, and I said to you, I answer, because he is not. This is not about Musa. This is about God. But in your case, you claim that Muhammad is a holy figure. Do the Christian and the Jews. Hold on. Do the Christian and the Jews believe that Moses is a holy figure?
Yes.
Give me the verse.
It doesn't need to be a verse.
Okay. Now, okay, guys. So now you said to me, hold on. Now listen. So now you said as long in the Bible there's no such a thing. So now give me where in the Quran it says Muhammad is a holy. Where in the Quran it says, shut up. You see, you will not let me talk. Where in the Quran it says Muhammad is a holy figure.
Are you done? Can I answer now?
Where in the Quran, please?
Are you done? Can I answer now?
Sure.
Sounds good. Let me just put this up.
In the Quran, remember, you are a Muslim.
So watch this, guys. Watch this.
Watch
this, guys.
Watch.
He said that in order for Moses to be a holy figure,
don't change the topic. Hold on. You said there's no verse. You said there's no verse in the Bible. There's no verse in the Bible saying Moses is a holy figure. Is not. So this is not about Moses. You are insulting God. So now I am asking you. Listen, potato. You're trying. You can go to the Bible after that. Listen. Where in the Quran?
Let me finish?
Yes, but start with Muhammad, the holy figure. Where you get this from? Either you are a Muslim or you are a fake Muslim. Where in the Quran? Yes. Yes. Where in the Quran it says Muhammad is a holy figure?
Want an answer?
You cannot escape. You cannot escape. Yes, I want the answer. I'm talking about Muhammad, and the verse you gave me have nothing to do, and you agreed. have nothing to do with Moses being a holy figure. Moses is not a holy figure. So now, you said Muhammad is a holy figure. Where you get this from? Apologize or show me the reference. Yes, apologize or show me the reference. Muhammad is a holy figure. Go ahead. Yes, Muhammad. Respond about Muhammad holy figure first.
Okay, can I respond?
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna cut me off?
Muhammad the holy figure. Go ahead.
You're not gonna cut me off, right?
Sure, but you promised me you will talk about Muhammad the holy figure and the reference. Go ahead.
You're not gonna cut me off.
I will not cut you off. Show me where Muhammad in the Quran is a holy figure. Go ahead.
Perfect. I'm gonna answer everything you said. Watch, I'm gonna address everything.
All right.
And he's not gonna address nothing. Okay. So I said it's blasphemy to disrespect holy figures. A holy figure, by definition, is a figure that is revered or respected or followed. Okay? A Prophet Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, whom Allah says is the leader of the best of nations that's been given to the people. كنتم خير أمة أخرجت للناس تأمرون بالمعروف وتنهون عن المنكر. He is the leader of the best nation, and he is the best of creation, the best of prophets, as Allah says in the Quran, Muhammad, that he is Khatamun Nabiyyin. Khatimun Nabiyyin. Two readings. One reading means best, and the other readings means last. Because he's the best of prophets and the best of creatures, we revere him. Okay? And he is holy to us. Now, you said you cannot blaspheme against a prophet.
Let me answer what you said. Before we hold on. No. Part by part. No, I'm not cutting you out. Part by part. People will forget what you just said. People will forget what you just said. You said no, people will forget. No problem. No, my friend, you can continue after. No problem. What's wrong with you? Let me respond to what you just said, so people will not no problem. Let me respond to what you just said. You said Muhammad is respected. You said Muhammad is a holy figure because he is the best of mankind. Hold on. How he is. Listen.
This conversation is not happening.
Listen. You're trying to find an excuse. How Muhammad is the best. Listen. How Muhammad is the best and he disobey Allah. How Muhammad is the best and he disobey the. Listen. No. We will make it part by part so people they can follow up. One by one. Come on, man. Be a man. Listen.
You're scared of me, be honest. You're scared of me.
We will see. People will see. Listen. You said Muhammad is the best. You see, guys? They will not let me talk. Let me make comment. Okay, listen. Let me make comment about what you just said. Let me make comment. No, people will forget what you just said. Okay, hold on. I forgot what you just said. I have dimension like Muhammad. I forgot what you just said already. I have dimension like Muhammad.
And you will not speak over me. Is that understood?
Listen, Abdul, you don't give command to the Crusaders. You listen and you obey. Your God, he says, if you have a question, come to Christian Prince. In kuntum fi shakkin, in kunta fi shakkin. If you have a doubt, come to Christian Prince. This is in your Quran. See the coward? So he said Muhammad is the best of mankind. But Muhammad, the best of mankind, he disobeyed all the command of Allah. This is why he don't want to talk about it. He want to jump over it. He want to escape it. So, no, hold on. It's my time. When you say Muhammad, when you say Muhammad is the best of mankind, how Muhammad is the best of mankind and he disobey Allah?
Oh my days.
Can you answer how Muhammad is the best of mankind? Yes, he is the best of mankind, but he disobey Allah.
I'm going to answer.
All right. So do you agree that Muhammad disobey Allah?
You want an answer, dude? Do you want me to answer?
Yes, we are talking. Do you agree Muhammad disobey? Say yes or no. We are having a conversation. Do you agree? Do you agree Muhammad disobey Allah? Yes or no?
This is your guy. This is your guy. He cannot even let me speak. Can I speak?
You can't talk.
Man, laugh.
I am talking. You can talk. So do you agree Muhammad disobey Allah?
You want me to answer you?
Yes. Say yes or no. Yes. Sure. Does he disobey Allah? Go ahead. Did he disobey Allah?
Can you confirm? Is it my turn?
It's always your turn.
It's my turn, right?
You can talk anytime.
Okay, good. It's my turn.
No, it's always my turn and your turn. We're having a conversation. We're having a conversation. So do you agree, Muhammad? So
look. He literally
look how many times I have to repeat the question and he will not answer. This one. Did Muhammad? Yes. Did Muhammad disobey Allah?
All right. You want an answer?
Yes.
Thank you. Zip it, guys. Watch how this demon is gonna start manifesting and he's gonna talk over me again. Because he's a manifesting demon. There's a demon.
And let me say something.
I'm going to prove it to you guys.
Let me show it to you. Muslims, let me show it to you. Hold on. Before you give an answer, let me show you. He will speak for 15 minutes, but he will not give me the answer. How Muhammad disobey Allah and he is the best of mankind. Go ahead.
You want an answer?
You want to bet that you will never answer about what your prophet he did?
Is it my turn?
All right. No, it's not your turn. We're having a conversation.
Is it my turn?
It's my turn and your turn. We are talking at the same time. Conversation. So now, are you going to answer how Muhammad is the best man, but yet he disobey Allah?
Can I answer without you cutting me off?
Sure. But don't blah. Give me that. Start with the answer. How Muhammad? Potato. Either you say, or what I'm asking you for. Say Muhammad never disobey Allah, or Muhammad obey Allah.
This is why I'm not
very simple. You see, I know what you will do. You're a potato. You will never answer me about your religion.
You want me to answer you?
Yes, but you will answer me about your religion or not?
Daddy Shimon is not proud of you.
Listen. Shimon can wipe the floor with you and your prophet. Listen, don't even talk about him. Listen, potato. So now, did Muhammad disobey Allah? Yes or no?
I'm getting a little bro you now.
No, let us see. Did Muhammad disobey Allah? Did Muhammad stop wasting my time? Did Muhammad?
Don't run.
Did Muhammad? Sure, answer. Go ahead. Answer. I'm listening. Answer. I'm listening. Did Muhammad disobey? Did Muhammad disobey Allah?
Thank you for the question. Can I answer now?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So guys, notice how he started with, you can't blaspheme a prophet because that makes him God. He wiggled his way out. Now did Muhammad disobey Allah? He said, where is Moses called holy in the Bible? Well, the Bible calls the Israelites a holy nation. Is Moses an Israelite?
You see,
Moses an Israelite.
The holy nation does not mean. Listen,
is Moses an Israelite?
Listen. You are a potato. Quote for me the verse. It is you in the video. You said that those people when they disobey. Listen, you said to me. You said in the video. Let me answer you. You asked me a question. You said in the video. Don't call me bro. You are Muslim. Listen, you said in the video that when people disobey God, they cannot be called the children of God, correct?
You literally can't.
Did you say that? They cannot be called children of God. All right. And the reason they cannot be called children, you asked me a question, I'm answering you. You said they cannot be called children of God because they commit sin against God. Did you agree?
Answer the question first.
Did you agree? I'm answering. Did you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Yes, I said that in the video. Now answer the question.
All right. So now listen what happened.
See how I
This is why Moses himself commits sin. Did he?
Moses, yes.
All right. So he cannot be holy. So the holiness is as long you are following. Listen. So you can be holy as long you are with God, which means you are close to God. So they are children of God, chosen by God. You Muslims cannot call God my father because you disobey God and you kiss a black stone. And you believe the black stone will erase your sin, which is nothing but paganism, which is nothing but an act of paganism against the teaching of any God except pagan gods. So you Muslims cannot call him father. In the top of that, Muhammad disobey Allah.
So now I'm going to answer.
As long you agree that Moses is not going to be holy because now he is committing sin. So Muhammad, did he commit sin? So he cannot be called holy.
Okay, thank you. You guys see? So watch how his logic is going to flip on him. Watch this. Is Israel called the holy nation?
You skipped. I answered you already about that. You are trying to skip my question. Listen. I answered you already. I answered this question already. You are trying to skip. You potato. You are a homo. You are a homo. You are a homo. Trying to escape. Act like a man. Act like a man. Listen. I just answered the question, and you agree with me. You agreed with me. Everybody heard you. Everybody agree with me. You agree with me that if the one, as long they are with God, God is with them. So if you are not, and you in the video, and now you agreed that the one who don't obey God, he is not child of God. So now I'm asking you, you Muslims consider Muhammad a holy figure. But you when you said to me, the one who don't obey God cannot call God Father. Is that why Muhammad cannot call God Father, because he is a bad person?
Yeah, so the term is abrogated, as I said, just like the term Baal is abrogated. But before we get into that, can I get a clear yes or no?
No, hold on. What do you mean abrogated? What do you mean abrogated? What do you mean abrogated? Show me.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
But before,
No. Start with the abrogated. Start with the abrogated.
Is Israel a holy nation?
Start with the abrogated. I answered you already. I answered you already.
Yes. Okay. So we'll go with yes.
So God.
Israel's a holy nation.
So listen. Listen. God, he blessed Israel as long the nation of Israel are with God. When they are not, they are even cursed and they are cast out. When they come back to God, they are with God, and this is what we agree upon. So now you're a prophet. So listen, you're a prophet. You called him holy. Can we call the one who is? Can we call the one who disobeyed God holy? Yes or no?
Yes, we can. Yeah. So now you see I answered you. Thank you very much.
Show me where in the Quran. No. You are a Muslim. You are a Muslim.
Can I finish?
Yes. You have to show me where in the Quran it says you can. Where in the Quran it says you are a kafir, you are a mushrik. Where in the Quran it says you can call Muhammad holy? Sure. Show me the reference, please. In the Quran. Show me the reference in the Quran.
Thank you very much.
In the Quran.
Thank you very much. I'm going to answer you now.
In the Quran.
Remember? Yes, I'm going to answer you. Thank you very much. Can I finish? Can I talk? Are you okay? Are you sick in the head? Issue? You were dropped as a kid? Let me talk, man. What's wrong with you?
Show me from the Quran. Go ahead.
No wonder you got belted by Daddy Shimon.
Listen. Let us laugh at you. Let us laugh.
Let's respond.
Let us laugh.
Yes, laugh. Laugh at your misery. Yes, laugh at your misery. So here we go. Remember, guys, this all stemmed at me saying you blasphemed the prophet. And he said, what did he say?
He is repeating the same thing. He is empty water.
Oh my God.
You said that already, you stupid. You said that already. Give me the reference. Listen, I'm asking you. You said that already. We do not need to repeat what you just said already. It's recorded. You said that already. Potato. I am asking you a challenge in the front of the Christians, and the Muslims, where you got the term, holy potato, where you got the term holy prophet from Islam, or listen, where you got the term holy prophet from? Yes, no. I want an answer. You see, I am a very well expert. I'm very well expert with Muslims. They don't answer. You don't answer. You have to answer. Okay. Let us make an agreement. If you can show, listen. If you can show, listen. I have a challenge for you. If you can show me, potato. If you can show me one place in the Quran says that you can call Muhammad a holy prophet, you are my hero. Go ahead.
got it, bro.
Answer.
It's an analytic
When
truth.
you
That's
call
what it is.
him holy, you
That's
got
the
that.
answer.
You got that from where?
Oh my
From
God.
from
He
the
literally
Christians.
can't control himself. Do
He
you
will
want
not
the
answer. I want Islam first. Where you got Muhammad is a holy. You are a Muslim. We are talking about Muhammad. Where you got Muhammad is holy from the Quran. Go ahead.
Sick.
You are you. The sick like you mean sick like Muhammad? Should I faint? Should I faint like Muhammad? Should I faint like Muhammad? Should I faint like Muhammad? Should I have a diarrhea like Muhammad? Don't go there. You will insult your prophet. So now answer me. Where is the reference? Where you got that Muhammad is holy?
Bro, you want the answer?
Yes, but start with Islam first. Start with Islam first.
It's an analytic truth. It's true in virtue of definition. Do you know what an analytic truth is?
Tell me from Islam where Muhammad is holy. Don't change topic.
Yeah. I told you it's an analytic truth.
This is not the answer I'm looking for.
That is
Show me where in the Quran it says Muhammad is a holy prophet. Why you don't admit? Why you don't admit that you are in the corner and you can't answer?
He literally can't do it.
Listen, guys.
He literally can't do it.
It's very simple. Just get me busted. Just get me busted. Say, okay, Christian Prince, open this verse. I will show you that Muhammad is a holy prophet.
Do you want the answer?
Can you give me the verse? Where do you get this from?
Okay, I'm gonna. Do you want you said where do I get it from? Is that the question?
In the Quran. Yes, you are a Muslim. Remember.
Okay. By the very descriptions of who the prophet is in the Quran, we could substantiate the analytic truth that is the case in virtue of meaning that he is a revered
give me the verse. Don't give me a speech. Give me don't tell me therefore. Listen, you can say you coward. You can say therefore. You can say therefore after you give the reference, not before. Listen, to say therefore, Mr. Virtual, listen. You can say therefore, you're sick. Listen, potato. We can say therefore after you give the proof. You have no proof. You say therefore. Give me the proof.
What's the maqam al-mahmud?
Listen.
What's the maqam al-mahmud?
What does that mean? Go ahead.
What's the maqam al-mahmud?
You tell me.
Maqam al-mahmud. What is it?
What is that? Tell me. Go ahead.
The elevated
tell me.
status. What is it?
Okay, Allah will elevate him. Okay, listen, is that holy? Is that holy?
Yes.
All right. Okay, give me the reference. It says, give me. Listen. You said al-maqam al-mahmud. Where we can find the reference. Hold on. Listen. Okay, this is not the issue. Where it says in the Quran, if we go in the Quran, are we going to find it says holy?
Oh, that's a verbatim fallacy.
What do you mean?
It's a verbatim fallacy.
If it mean holy, so are you saying to me not even a single Muslim he say it is holy? You see who is the you see? Listen. Guys, he just quote for me a verse. Will make Muhammad and his God both are pagan. Can you read for me? Can you read for me the verses, please? Can you read for me the verse? No, you did not. No, you did not. Listen. Okay, can you read for me the verse?
You want the answer?
Can you read the verse, please?
You want the answer?
Can you read the verse?
You want the answer?
Yes, sure. Read the verse.
I'll give it to you, but you're not gonna cut me off, right?
We are having a conversation. You can cut me out too. You can cut me.
You've been doing it.
You can cut me. You are and you are. Guys, did he call me dog? Did he call? Hold on. Now. Did you call me dog? Did you call me dog? Is it true that your prophet last name is dogs?
Yes, you're a dog.
Is it true that your prophet last name is? Is it true? Is it true your prophet last name? Listen, it is you who call me dog. Is that the dog is the topic? Is it true that you're a prophet last name? Am I lying? Why you call me dog? Apologize. Muhammad last name is dogs and his wife, her last name is donkey. So now, yes, read the verse for me. Your prophet last name, thank you for agreeing, your prophet last name is dog. So now, dogs, not dogs. Sure. Read for me the verse you just quoted. Read for me.
I'm gonna dumb this down for you.
Read for me the verse you just quoted.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna read it for you. Do you want an answer though?
Mm-hmm.
Want an answer?
Go ahead.
See, you're so uncomfortable talking about the Bible.
Listen, go, listen.
Back to the
No, listen. You are the one is so uncomfortable to talk about Islam. You are the one who's trying to escape all this drama because you don't want to talk about Islam. Go ahead. Go ahead. Read. Stop crying. Go read the verse.
So do you want me to answer you?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to answer you now.
Start reading.
Zip it. Good. Zip it. All right? Thank you very much. So guys, notice that when he said you cannot blaspheme the prophet.
Here we go. He have to repeat from zero. Listen, potato, listen. You mentioned that already. Don't try to escape the embarrassment. You are repeating yourself. You are repeating yourself, you potato. You are like a woman in the delivery room. You said that already and I answered you. Now answer. You said to me, the Quran in chapter 17, you said the Quran in chapter 17, verse number 79 says Muhammad is holy. I challenge you to read the verse.
Yeah, all right. Are you done now?
Read it.
I'm going to teach you some self-control today.
Read it. Read it. Okay, read it.
Okay. All right. So here we go. Okay. From the Quran and from the Sunnah, we see that the virtues that are given to the Prophet,
read the verse. Read the verse. Read the verse.
Highly elevated status.
Read the verse. Read the verse. Read the verse. Start with the verse. Start with the verse. You said that already. You said that already. Potato. Listen, you said that already. Why you are repeating yourself? Read the verse. Read it. Don't mute yourself. I will show everybody that you are a potato coward. You fabricated meaning in the Quran, nowhere to be found. Did he leave? Where do you go? See, guys, those cowards. He said he gave me a proof. He didn't want to read it. He said, do you know what maqam al-mahmuda mean? Okay, what maqam al-mahmuda mean, holy? What a coward potato. All his fear is, don't read my book for me. Because if you read my book for me, I will become shish kebab. And he repeat again and again and again the same words. Virtue, elevated. If he is holy, how you can elevate somebody is holy already? You will elevate him what? He will be God? Huh? Where do you go, potato? Somebody bring him back. All right, I will go back to the stage as long as the coward you run away. Let us wait a little bit. Maybe he will come back. Maybe he will repent to face his destiny. You see, he don't want to talk about what he just said. This is what they do. They want to skip it. Here you learn how you grab them from their tail.
Hello, are you ready to speak now?
Sure, go ahead. Read the verse for me. You said it is about being holy.
Thank you. So here we go. So you're going to let me speak now, right, Mr.
But
CP?
I am letting you speak, my friend, but you are not listening. Can you don't repeat? Can we agree? Can we agree not to repeat ourselves?
I'm gonna read.
Yeah, read it. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm gonna. The things that have not been answered, I demand an answer for them.
Sure.
Here we go. Luke chapter 1 verse 70. As he said through his holy prophets of long ago. Is Moses and the prophets
See,
holy?
you see how coward you are? Guys, how many times I said to him, I gave you the answer.
You said Moses is not holy.
When he is following God,
holy?
when he is following God, he is close to God. He is in the holy way.
Holy.
He is in the holy. You see, you call yourself Orthodox. So when you are Orthodox, that means you are in a straight way, which is a word used by the Christian, not by Muslims. So the second you are away from the Orthodoxy, you are not following God and you are not in the holy way. Otherwise, the person himself is not holy. I ask you, where in the Quran, it says that Muhammad is holy? You gave me chapter 17, verse number 79. And I insist you read it, but you are refusing. Do you know why? Because if you read it, people will die. Because people will laugh at you. Okay, read it. So I challenge you, read it. Read it. Read it.
I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it now. Before we read it, can we agree?
What translation?
What the analytic definition?
What translation? What translation you want? What translation you want me to? Listen.
Can
What?
we agree?
What the translation?
The definition of holy. What does it mean?
No, we don't agree. We don't. We don't. No, we don't. No, we don't agree. We don't agree. Because
yelling over each other.
No, we don't. We don't agree. I answered you. I answered. Oh, we don't agree. We and Muslim agree. You asked me a question. Let me answer. What's wrong with you?
Can we have a conversation?
You said to me, did you ask me a question? Did you just ask me a question? You said to me, do you agree? Did you? Okay. I said I don't agree. I said I don't agree with Muslims about anything. Anything. So now, chapter 17, verse number 79.
Can I read the verse for you?
Yes. What translation you want? What translation you want people to see?
Okay. Any translation is fine.
Which one? No, choose one. Choose one. Choose one.
I'm gonna laugh. Oh no. Hey bro. I'm speaking.
Which one?
I'm speaking, brother. You don't know. You don't understand.
Okay.
Stop.
Choose. Can you choose a? But can you choose a translation? Okay.
I'll choose.
Which one?
Yeah, this guy's sick. He's mental. I'm speaking, sir.
I know, Mr. Mental. I'm mental like Mohammed. So can you tell me? Can you tell me what? Can you tell me what translation you like?
Hey, bro, you're making me. Brother, I'll choose the translation. Can we first agree? What does holy mean? What's the definition?
Holy in Islam mean you are a sinner, you are a bad person, you are a criminal, you are a thief, you are a child molester. You are. Yes, this is holy in Islam.
I said.
Yes.
What does holy mean?
I told you. Holy in Islam.
What does it mean?
I just told you. Holy. No. I'm talking to a Muslim. I'm talking to a Muslim. You see, in Islam, just to give you an example. You Muslims cannot share one dictionary with us. You cannot share one dictionary with us. As an example,
what does holy mean?
I will tell you. When Mary, she is a virgin, is that because she is a... Listen. In the language, yes. When Mary, she is a virgin, does that mean she is a pure or she is sleeping around?
Until you give me an example. I said give me a definition.
I am giving you definition now. I'm explaining to you. When Mary is called in the Quran, when Mary in the Quran appeared to be a virgin as the Quran described, is that because she is a pure or because she is sleeping around?
So what is the definition of holy?
I want an answer so I can tell you.
I want a definition. Please.
I just told you, when Mary in the Quran, she is a virgin. Is that description that she is a person of God, following God, or a woman who sleep around? Which one?
Okay. What is the definition of holy?
See, guys, how we can have conversation with the kid. So now you don't want to answer because that will be. So now you don't want to answer. I am no. You see, the definition. Definition according to Christianity or according to Islam.
According to language.
We don't care about language. As an example, the word gay today mean. Listen, yes, we don't, because language today mean gay, mean homosexual. In the old days, mean happy. So if we want to follow the language, we have to follow it, as the language wish. We are talking about the word of God as it was in the time of Muhammad and what it meant. So now I'm asking you, when Allah described Mary that she was a pure, is that description of her to be holy or a sinner, sleeping around or pure? Waiting. Let us see how many times I need to repeat every question. Hello? What is the definition of holy? See? They want to play the game of definition. Should we go definition by God teaching or definition by any language? It's what God meant, not what people say. We have old version translation of the Bible. It says the word gay. It's not used no more. Why? Because now they are using it for something else. This is language. Here we have the Quran in Arabic. He speaks Arabic, he claims. By the way, his Arabic is broken. And I speak Arabic. So what is the definition of holy? Sinner in Islam. This coward in his video, he agreed that those people cannot call themselves children of God because they are disobeying God. He agreed. To be a child of God, what does that mean? You are in the holy path to God. You yourself are not holy. You as a person, you are not holy. The Bible says every person commits sin. All commit sin. Not a single one. And those are a human being. The only one who don't commit any sin is the Messiah. I'm waiting for you, Potato. Where do you go? Always be aware. A Muslim is like a dog with rabies. He will try his best to escape. You have to grab him from his tail. You have to be very consistent. No, 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 no. Answer. He will cry. He will complain. He will play victim. He will say he been raped. He will claim that I have a baby from him now. Don't worry. Don't let him escape the question and the answer. Because the whole idea is to escape the answer. He's gone, I don't know. I know them, you know. Sorry, my voice is tired. We are talking every day for many hours. This is how the Muslims are. I have to repeat the question 1 billion times. Never let him go away. The second, like he will try, he will mention, like he mentioned dog, he called me dog. I said, it's true your prophet is last name is dog? You know what I'm talking about no more. His prophet last name is dogs, not even dog. The son of dogs. He did not dare to say I'm lying, because I can show the reference. Who is ending his live stream? This guy? He ended his live stream? Really? What a coward potato. He ran because this is embarrassment. Look at this, the guys, look what it says here. As long as he ran, he will not come. I was waiting for him, look like he's not coming. It says, it may be Allah. Give you a higher elevation. That alone is a proof Allah cannot be God. Have you ever heard of a God, he's saying maybe? Perhaps?
Perhaps he will resurrect you.
Perhaps? Perhaps not. Is Allah sure or not sure? And how if Allah will elevate him, that will make him holy? That means he's not holy. It's like saying to you, perhaps I will give you a shower and clean you. That means in the moment we are talking, you are filthy dirty. This is why he refused to read it. Are you with me? So I keep insisting, read the verse for me. He want to escape and he want to go back to the same verse he quote me about Moses. I answer you about it already. How many times we need to repeat the question and the answer? I answered you about that one. And I said to him, where in the Bible it says? He said there's no verse. He claimed he have knowledge in the Bible. The verse he gave me proved that Muhammad is dirty. In fact, I have more reference to prove that Muhammad is dirty. But I will hope, guys, is he still online? Is this potato still online or he's gone? He's gone? He ended his stream? What a coward. If Muhammad is holy, why Allah needed to do surgery for him, cleaning his butt from all the sin inside him? Remember, Muhammad is holy. This is the holy Muhammad? Allah doing a physical surgery to clean him from his sin? And he installed a dish of faith and wisdom? Come back, potato. Do you dare to read what I am showing in the screen? A dish of faith, a dish of wisdom. The God who has faith and wisdom coming in dishes. If Allah he put Muhammad, he insert as a plastic surgery silicone of faith, that means Muhammad never been holy, and he was not. Look at this hadith here, how funny it is. They are washing Muhammad for what purpose? Is that because he is so clean? Laugh with me. Muhammad needed a plastic surgery to be clean. Let me show you another hadith which is more funny. Too bad the coward he ran away. He will not read the verse. You knew. You did meet your destiny, you coward, today. The Holy Prophet. Let us see. I want to show you the whole hadith so we can laugh together. What is inside the devil Muhammad? Look, they did not translate this one. There's no translation. There's no translation for hadith. It's gone. What the heck? This hadith have no translation. They took it off. Let me show you. According to the story, two men came to Muhammad and supposedly those are angels. The first one he said to the second one, or Muhammad he said, they took me and they throw me in the ground, and they opened my chest and my belly down to my balls, and they took 2 black pieces from inside my body.
Then they took me and spread me out on my back, and tore open my stomach. Then they took out my heart, and tore it open. From it they took out 2 black clots.
So what is inside the heart of Muhammad, which is black, and Allah wanna take it off? Any Muslim? In different hadith it says that Allah, he washed the chest of Muhammad from shaitan. Do you see it? The companion of Muhammad, Anas, he said that Jibreel, he came to the messenger when he was playing, and he was with some boys. This when Muhammad was a kid supposedly, and he took off a clot of blood, saying, this is the devil portion in you, and he washed it with water of Zamzam and a golden dish, and he repaired it and he put it back. Funny story, isn't it? Other hadith, let me show you the reference here first so you can see the number. Muslim, tell this coward to come back. Muta boy. People will die laughing at you. Here it says, more details of the story. Plastic surgery to wash the dirty Muhammad. And what make it more funny, they brought with them a dish of faith and a dish of wisdom. You see here the story is so long, but no problem. Those 2 people, they came with golden basin containing water of Zamzam, was brought to me, and my heart was open such and such, again such and such. Part. Qatada asked to him who was with me, i.e. the narrator, what he meant by such and such, clear religion, such and such. He said, it means it was open to the lower of his abdomen. Then the hadith continue, my heart was extracted and washed with the water of Zamzam, and then it was restored in the original position. After it, which was filled with faith and wisdom. If Muhammad is holy, is that he is holy because he has faith or he has zero faith? Is that because he's a fool or because he is a wise man? In order to fix Muhammad by an urgent surgery, he must be so stupid and have zero faith. And actually, this is total agreement with the Quran. The Quran says that Muhammad is a sinner, and this is a chapter 48, verse number 2, as you see. And the Quran says in different place, let us see, somebody asking where. with the reference. Give me a second. Which one we open? Here we go. This is here. Sahih Muslim 164A. 164 anus, as you know. So, if you go in the Quran, you will see the Quran confirm that Muhammad, he never had faith and he never knew God. Chapter 42, verse number 52. And thus have we, by our command, sent inspiration, which is false, because Muhammad, he received delivery from an angel, not an inspiration. If somebody spoke to me directly, and I see him physically, that is not an inspiration. Yet, you know not what is revelation and what was faith. Muhammad, before this moment, he do not even have faith in anything have to do with the true God. And he do not know anything about revelation. How Allah he fixed this issue? According to Muhammad, he opened his heart and he installed a dish of wisdom. Where is the dish? When a Muslim he asks you about, can we agree about definition? We don't agree about anything. A virgin woman in Islam is a woman who slept with 10,000 boyfriends. A virgin in Christianity, if we're speaking about a woman, we are talking about a woman, she never slept with anyone. So we cannot agree about anything, including the definition. We don't have the same definition. Too bad he chickened out. Coward. This is Sheikh Asim explaining to us who is a virgin, who is not. Just to show you, Christians never agree with Muslims about any definition, because those people, they might use the same language you are using, like in English, but their word mean nothing to do with us. The video is a little bit long, so let me skip a little bit.
Forgive your sins, because this is the hadith. Likewise for a woman. So one says, but Sheikh, I'm a virgin, I want to marry a virgin girl. Well, the definition of virgin in Islam is a woman who's not married. In a marriage contract, we have bikr and thayyib, a virgin and someone who was previously married. So a virgin is a one who did not marry before. We do not disclose whether she was engaged in premarital relationships and had one or multiple boyfriends. This is
so when a Muslim he used the word virgin, don't be a fool. A Muslim he say Islam is against theft, but Muslims believe they can steal from Christians and Jews and non-Muslims. Muslim they say women, Allah will give us virgin women. Muslim women, they are virgin. Virgin does not mean they did not sleep around. They sleep with 10 billion persons. Still they are virgins, as long as they never get married before. You just heard it.
Forgive your sins, because this is the hadith. Likewise for a woman. So one says, but Sheikh, I'm a virgin, I want to marry a virgin girl. Well, the definition of virgin in Islam is a woman who's not married. In a marriage contract, we have bikr and thayyib, a virgin and someone who was previously married. So a virgin is a one who did not marry before. We do not disclose whether she was engaged in premarital relationships and had one or multiple boyfriends. This is something in the past Allah concealed. Now she's a practicing woman, she's a hijabi, niqabi, memorizes the Quran.
Yeah, now she wear hijab, you know. She been her vagina was the park of the city city hall. This is why it's called the hall. The city hall. But still she's a virgin. So do we share the same definition? This is why I ask him. Okay, the Quran says Mary, she's a virgin. Is that because she sleep around? Or because she did not? He refused to answer. So do you see why he is trying just to jump to the Bible? This is what they do. They're trying to escape the embarrassment. He asked me about the verse about Musa. I answered already. How many times we need to repeat? The Bible makes it so clear. Everyone is a sinner, except one, our Lord. This is why he can forgive sin. Jesus says he challenged them, he challenged the Jews, who of you can prove me to be a sinner? None of them was able to do so. Too bad he is not coming back, this coward. What he will say to his people now? He will say to them, I left because I am a coward? I will call the stage now Muslim Orthodox being cooked. Muslim Orthodox run away and get cooked. Here we go. Can you hear me, guys, in Discord? Am I heard in Discord? Let me join the stage. Can you hear me? I think people don't hear me. Hold on. All right, am I heard now? All right. He wanna waste my time speaking about languages. We go by God definition, not language definition. And the language have to fit with the time. Go ahead, Wink.
CP, I just want a quick reference. I joined a big group of Muslim community,
All right.
and we have like 3,000 people plus on that group. So I've been debating them, and yeah, it's been going very well. A lot of them are shocked with the information I've been like giving them from you and all that stuff. So I'm not sure if you can give me that reference where the last name of Mohammed is a dog, and then I think there was also another reference where the Imam Nawawi reference talking about if they can have sex with a donkey and things like that. That would be very, very helpful.
Yeah, that one you can search. There's an article in Answering Islam, because there you will find the English version of it. If I give you, I will give you the one which is in Arabic. It's better if you can find the English one, because there is a whole translation.
Okay.
Yeah, you can search for it. Let us see. Yeah, he called me a dog. If being a dog is bad, why he's a prophet, his last name is a dog? Dog's not even dog. I wish it's a dog.
I thought he was going to answer you if Muhammad disobeyed Allah or not, and why is Muhammad considered the best creature if he disobeyed Allah.
Yeah,
But
he will not
yeah.
answer. Yeah, he will not answer. This is the book. You see, I know them. They wanna just jump, change topic, and let's go to the Bible because this is the way we can escape the embarrassment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I saw a video of him telling somebody that the Old Testament is in perfect alignment, something like that with the Quran is the New Testament. That's not, because it was saying Paul said that in Romans, I think 9:22, that all things are by the law purged by the blood. So he was saying that Paul is like a pagan or something, but he did not know that Paul was actually quoting Leviticus 11:17, which says that God has given the life is upon the altar. Like,
No, trust me.
by the
No,
blood.
you see, they knew. They spent a lot of time trying to attack us. They knew. There's no way he knew the verse, but he didn't check what the meaning is. They knew, but this is what Islam is about. It's the game. Do you see my screen? You don't see it. Let me show you. I post the link for you in the chat.
Let me see. What can I look at the link first? That's the most important thing. Link. Oh, okay. I see it. Thank you.
This is the book. It's called Al-Kamilu fi Tariq. All right, written by Ibn al-Athir, volume number 1, page number 621. We go down, and to make it faster, I will search for the word kilab, dogs. He said to him, and you are the son of dogs.
Wow.
This is the lineage of Muhammad.
You are a son of a dog.
Not dog. This is correct. False translation. Dogs. Kilab. All right.
Yes.
Dogs. And that repeated in the same page more than one time. This is Muhammad, the grandfather. His last name is Kilab. Qusay ibn Kilab.
Qusay ibn Kilab.
Kilab means dogs, not one dog. If I type it here alone, and I ask the translation, it is dogs, not dog. Yeah, the translation is not too much accurate. And this is the lineage of Muhammad. Muhammad is a son of dogs. Yeah. And we can get tons of reference. This is just one of many. I mean, this is not the only one. You know, he is the son of dogs. His wife Zainab, her last name is Donkey. Bintu Jahsh. Yeah. So what a nice wedding in the card. Imagine, we invite you to the wedding of Muhammad, the son of dogs, to a wedding of his wife, a future wife, Zainab, the daughter of the donkey. What is missing is to say, and the occasion will be held in the zoo. All right.
Okay, I got it. Let me get off stage, CP. Let me get off stage.
Yeah, this is why when I said to him, if you notice, is it true that your prophet, his last name is dogs? He refused to answer. He refused to say liar. He didn't want to talk about. So anything he say, I right away get him busted. He tried to change the topic. He want to go to talk about the Bible. Why? This is the way to escape. It is the way to. This is the only way they can escape the embarrassment.
Yeah. Wow.
When he said to me, I will bury you, I said, like Muhammad? He said, this is blasphemy. He said, because you said that in making fun. I said, how is that? He said, Muhammad is holy. He's a holy figure. I said, can you show me that from the Quran? He failed. He showed me a verse saying, perhaps Allah will elevate you. That proved that Muhammad never was elevated. Imagine I say will elevate you. That means you are down.
You CP, this reminded me of the debate you had with the guy from Azhar University. I think that's like 2 years ago. I was at work and I was listening to that debate, right? The guy said, you were talking, he was arguing over a false translation, and then you showed him where his cousin raped him. I don't know if you remember that debate.
Well, I don't know, my friend. I have like a billion ones, so I don't know which one.
Yeah, he said he studied for 7 years contributing to Hadith and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. You take care, CP.
Well, here, look here, Allah saying, may Allah forgive your sin. How He is holy, and Allah is even not sure. And how Allah He says such a language? He speak about languages, definition of languages. May Allah forgive you. Okay, who Allah is asking? Who? Allah, other Allah? I say, may God forgive you. That understood, because I'm not God. If I am God, I will say, I forgive you. This is what Jesus did, correct?
Sure.
Go on your sin. Jesus in many places in the Bible says your sin is forgiven. He did not say may someone forgive you. Even though in Christianity it is more acceptable because we have the Son and we have the Father. But here, this is Allah. You have no Son. You have no Father. He's asking who? And if Muhammad is holy, what do you mean may Allah forgive your sin? In the past and to come. That means he was not good person in the past, and he never was good in the future. Does it say in the future?
Yes, sir. It does.
Okay.
It says and the future.
Yeah. Past and future open. Is that an open license to sin?
Exactly.
This is a phrase. Obviously, the one who's making the Quran is Muhammad. This can't be God.
Yeah, that was a big one, CP. That's a great job. Keep doing what you're doing, and you helped me so much. Like I said, I've joined some Muslim platforms. One of them, they have like 3,500 people, and because I've learned so much from you, I also kind of watch God Logic, Sam Shimon, all these people. I put the pieces together.
Invite some of those three. Maybe you can make an occasion to invite them all in your Discord. Don't worry, I will not steal in there for you. I don't care about numbers. But you can invite them. You tell them today we will have a Christian Prince. Questions and answer. Let them come here. All right? And I will make you the moderator to call people one by one.
They can't dare you. Even me, they're not able to handle me. Like, you know why I asked you for the reference where it said Muhammad's last name was Dog? Because most of the time, when they can't handle me, they start calling me names, monkey and all of that. So this right here.
This is what this guy started calling me, sick, dog, he's so upset because I made him go out of control, the devil inside him.
So that's why I wanted this reference. So when they start calling me names, I said, sure, you can call me monkey, but your prophet, I'm not insulting him, but he was literally
when somebody call you a monkey, tell him, don't you know that monkey, they are Muslims and they follow Sharia law? Yeah. According to Muhammad and his gang, that a female monkey, she committed adultery. The story actually, if you have my book, Sex and Allah, you will see that the whole story, that this female monkey, her husband was sleeping over her hand, and then a nice monkey, he have a nice banana, I don't want to be dirty, so he showed her banana from behind the tree. Look how big my banana. The monkey, she went hot and horny, so she took her hand off from under the head of her Muslim husband, Mr. Chimpanzee, and she went and she had sex with this monkey. When she came back, her husband, he starts sniffing her vagina. What the heck? What happened? He just noticed that there is a sperm, but he did not have sex with her. So he starts shouting all the chimpanzee, the Muslim chimpanzee in the world, including Zakir Naik. They come from everywhere, and they judge to stone her to death because she committed illegal sexual intercourse. And the reference in front of you.
Oh man! Wow! Wow! Islam. Yeah, all of this.
This is why this guy, he knew where he is going to be dead if he speak about Islam. He can play the game with the Bible, and then you try to explain to him, and he will say, no, it doesn't say that, CP, but it's not up to you. We are the Christian, this is our book. And when we say something, we show you the comment, the explanation for it. Do you accept your Islamic explanation for what you just said? No, he will not accept, because simply that will get him busted.
CP, did you realize that this guy debated God logic 2 times, but all the 2 times was about the Bible? They didn't talk about Islam.
Exactly, because he don't want to be busted about. This is the mistake of those Christians. Those people, they are trying to prove themselves by speaking about something will not hurt Islam anyway.
You're right. You're
Yeah.
right. Because even if God, in fact, in one of the debate, he agreed. This Muslim guy agreed that Jesus is a Yahweh in some sense and all of that. But still, it doesn't. It doesn't. Muslim don't care, right? That it doesn't. What he's saying, like I mean, that God logic should have brought up Islamic problems like Quran 65:4 and 434, 424, all these verses and talk about Islam. But again, that debate, it doesn't matter the outcome, it did not hurt Islam in any way.
Yeah, this is the whole point. Like if I go and talk to a Christian prince and even he proved me wrong about the Bible, still he did not expose my prophet. All right?
Yeah.
And we know that the Bible says it clearly, don't throw the Jews, your Jews, the word of God, under the feet of the swines. Those are the same as a swine. They are demonic, they are filthy, and they are coming to make a mockery of God's words. So you have to corner them and not to let them escape their fate, that they will be conquered by the truth. The truth will set you free.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. One last thing, CP. I just saw in the news that Donald Trump was trying to say that Israel should not kill the supreme leader of Iran. I don't know if you've seen that or what's your stand on that?
Well, you know, politics, you know, those leaders, they say something outside and they do poo-poo something else in the bathroom. Don't listen to it. You know?
Okay.
Yeah. It's politics. You know, they never say something truthful in front of TV. You know, and it's a time of war, so everybody lie to everybody. All right?
Okay. Thank you very much, CP. Thank you for all you do. God bless you. And I hope other Christians are also learning from you and keeping this, that way we can together fight this evil cult of Islam. God bless you.
You're welcome. And always remember, don't let the Muslims to disrespect the word of God, you know, and as the Bible says in Matthew, the Lord, you know, He's speaking to us, don't throw your pearls to pigs. Don't. They will trample upon the word of God. Don't do that. So don't give them a chance to play the game. They are not qualified even to explain their book. How they can be qualified to explain our book? That's why he didn't want to talk about his book. I have to repeat the question 1 billion times. He will scream like a demon. He will cry like a whore. But he cannot answer the question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CP.
You're welcome. Guys, don't forget to download this video, because as you know, I don't keep videos on my channel. Sometimes even I delete by mistake. So please download the video, put it everywhere. Let everybody laugh at this guy who we claim he can debate the Christians. And I want you to learn from a Christian prince how to debate Muslims. Anything he say, don't let him skip it. He says something, use it. Like he came to me, supposed he want to talk about the video, right? He said something, right away I grabbed him. This is why they don't dare to debate me, and he ran away. In the video I made before I go live, I said, if I hang up on him, it's mean I'm running away, correct? If he hang up on me, he is the one who ran away. The video is there. He's interrupting me, I can interrupt you, so what? I want the answer. I insist. He kept going back to Moses. Do we have any Muslim? I mean, even Monkey converted to Islam. No wonder those monkeys, their butt is red. Look like those monkeys, they have a Christian prince debating them there, maybe other version of me, and he spanked them and they got red ass. Otherwise, how we can explain it? We Muslims, how the monkey is a Muslim and they have Sharia law court? The monkey is doing illegal sexual intercourse? Are you sure? And you are talking about logic, you stupid people? Illegal? Brother, do those monkeys do, like, if they have incest, what we would do with them? No, monkeys are Muslim, don't do incest. What do you mean? Muhammad, he have sex with his, even the Quran say you can have sex with your daughter. If she is not your daughter from adultery. Sorry, if she is daughter from adultery. Do we have any Muhammadan? Man, people will die laughing at this guy. He claimed he can debate the Christians. And you see, he start insulting Sam Shamoun. I mean, I don't care about Sam Shamoun, but we know that insult to a Christian person, they meant for it insulting Christ. So we stand against their lies. Go ahead, 33.
Yeah, so my question to you, you always challenge him.
I did not.
The whole debate, with him, you keep interrupt him.
Listen,
you are not allowed him to speak.
Listen, Potato. It is you.
And we are laughing you.
Hold on. It is you who came to me asking me to debate him. Why you are lying now?
Because I watch the whole debate.
See?
You are not answer my question. You are not answer simple question.
The video is there.
And you keep jumping like you did it to me.
Tell me which question I didn't answer. Let me get you busted. Here you go. Go ahead.
So when he asked you about the definition of the definition of Mahmoud holy, you said, "Oh, you need in English or in Arabic?" He told you he told you in language.
Stupid! I did not say English.
You don't answer. You don't answer.
Malik, you are a certified donkey. I did not say English or Arabic, you donkey. I said to you. I said to him.
You jump. You said no. You said I watch you.
You are stupid. It's recorded. I did not say Arabic or English. What Arabic or English? I said.
You said Arabic or
Potato.
English.
I said I don't agree with the Muslim definition. However, the word holy in Islam means you are a pervert, you are a child molester, you are a sex offender, you are a thief. This is my answer. It's recorded. My definition for Christianity, the word holy, that means you are in the orthodox way with God, which means in the correct way of God. So I answer. Now answer me. Which one of them is the holy? You're a prophet. Did he teach you to do fornication? Yes or no?
My prophet. Okay, so do you believe like?
Don't change the topic. Don't change the topic. Don't change topic. Did your prophet teach you can have fornication?
Okay, is the sex in your book or no?
Don't change. This is okay. What do you mean?
I'm not change the same topic.
Listen. Answer me. Yes. In my Bible says there is people who commit fornication, but this is against God. But in your religion, listen. Did your God allow you to rent women? Yes or no?
Show me.
Are you sure?
Show me. I mean, Orthodox Muslim cooked God logic 2 times.
Right.
Yeah. You know you are not answering simple question now.
Listen.
He wanna do.
I have a challenge for you. Do you promise me to download the video and post it everywhere? Do you make a promise? Promise. Swear by Allah.
Which video?
This video. He debated me.
No, I'm just make comment. I'm telling you that you're losing the debate with them.
No. You don't make comment.
You are not
listen,
allowed to speak. You are using this tactic,
listen.
You are using this tactic.
If you Muslims claiming that you won an argument with me, that means your duty is to download the video as it is, post it everywhere, because that will bring victory to Allah. So do you promise me, you swear by Allah, you will download the video and post it?
I'm not talking about myself. I'm telling you.
No. I'm not talking about yourself. I'm not talking about you. You claim that he did great. As long he did great. Do you promise me to download the video and post this great video everywhere?
Okay, so you don't understand what I'm saying. I said he will make a video on you next time.
Sure. He can make. He will make. Now let me tell you what will happen. He will make 10,000 videos because after we spank him, he tried to retain his honor.
You don't do anything
listen,
to him,
listen. Listen. I will not make videos about him. That's it. I spank him. I finished him. But because listen, who is the one? Who is the one who ran away? It is him. Now you said to me, show me. This is
he's not run away. He gave you.
Okay, listen. No, he ran.
He does
He
not
ran.
run away. He gave you a lot of chances.
He finished his stream. He finished his stream and he went to take a shower. This is your Islamic website. It says that you can rent a woman. Mut'a is considered. Do you see my screen?
You jump again like you did with
No,
him.
you said to me, you forgot.
He struggled with you many times.
You forgot.
And you interrupt him many times.
Potato, sure.
My simple question to you.
And he interrupted me. Listen.
If you really trust your belief,
you said to me,
allow the Muslim guy
I said, did your prophet allow you to have fornication? You said, show me. You forgot? It's in the front if you read it for us.
So again, before I speak, if you really trust your religion, I trust your belief, you will allow them to speak. I
allow him to speak. No, I allow. Listen,
man.
I do not need to allow him to speak because it's a free microphone, you donkey.
But you show yourself you are fake.
Okay.
You show you are fake.
He did not let.
ضعيف.
Let's just to show you how stupid you are. If the one who disturbed the other one, if the other,
أنت ضعيف. لو كنت رجل لأعطيته الفرصة يتكلم. أنت رجل ضعيف.
Can you translate? Can you translate what you just said?
Yeah, you are weak person. You are not allowed him to speak.
No, you said.
You really trust your belief.
You said
you
if
will give the Muslim to speak.
You said you are a weak man. Did you say that?
Yes, because.
Okay.
If you really
listen. As long you speak about definition, what definition of a weak man mean?
Okay, so when you use this tactic, you said, "Oh, I challenge him." When he come to you, and you are not allowed him to finish what he said to you, so you are weak.
he is going to change the topic. I keep repeating the question. Read the verse. The verse.
So when he joined to the stream,
listen.
He called you first. He want to talk to the topic, and then you talk to him. Okay, explain to me about Muhammad.
No,
and he says yes. Okay, I will answer to you.
No. This is not what happened. He says that Muhammad is a holy figure. So he is the one who opened the topic, not me. He said he came right away, insult me right away. He said, "I will bury you." Is that correct? Right away.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes.
So I said to him. Listen. I said, "You are welcome." Why he said to me, "I will bury you"?
Because you make a video against him, so that's why he calling you, and he don't mind.
This is the first time I'm speaking about him, and he came to me. What do you mean I made a video about him? When?
The video, not this time. Like when I say you,
you are like
3 hours ago,
you are like a fraud. Listen. He said to me when I say, "Okay, bury me like Muhammad." He said this is a blasphemy. Is Muhammad buried? Yes. Why he's buried? Because he stink.
Okay, so
because he stink, correct?
He don't mind to discuss any point with you.
No, he refused. I had to repeat. Listen, don't waste my time. Don't waste my time. Okay, you can say whatever you want. Read for me about renting Muslim women. Go ahead. You said to me, show me. And now you will do the same. You will not read. And then I have to repeat the question 1,000 times. All of you Muslims what do you mean show me? It's on the screen.
Show me in Arabic.
There's no Arabic here in this page.
I can understand what's the mean exactly.
No, you speak English. Read it.
I can read it, but maybe I will not understand everything.
No, you understand it.
That's why I said I have to read it in Arabic, so I can understand.
Okay, Mut'a is considered as a kind of rental. Mut'a نوع من الاستئجار. When you do متعة, you are doing استئجار, you are renting a woman. Basic general basic aim on this kind of marriage, the purpose الهدف من هذا العلاقة, هذه العلاقة الجنس, sexual enjoyment. And it says here, in return of this enjoyment, ومقابل هذا السكس تحصل المرأة على المال، وهذا هو المتعة. And money and property.
Okay, what was the context of this one?
متعة.
No, what's the context? Do not bring me a weak hadith, or you take it outside of the context.
What weak hadith? What weak hadith?
And you're telling me, again, man. When you let me tell you something very easy. When you bring these things,
you are like,
you show yourself you are weak. You are not able to discuss serious topic.
All Muslims are the same. He changed topic right away. I just showed you, and this is Quran, you idiot. What hadith? This is Quran.
Okay.
Chapter 4. Chapter 4.
The reason I talk to you, not this topic.
So now, listen. I said to him, Mut'a boy. He said to me, you do prostitution. So he agreed that Mut'a is a prostitution. So how the Quran allow Muslim to do prostitution? He said that to me. He said,
where is the Quran?
You Christian do prostitution.
Man. This is hadith, not Quran.
Quran, chapter 4, verse 24. I mentioned to this Orthodox potato, Mut'a, he said to me, you Christian do fornication. You are the one who do adultery, prostitution. He said that. The video is recorded.
Show me the verse. Show me the verse.
What do you mean? I just told you chapter 4, verse 24. What's wrong with you?
Show me. I want to see it.
Show me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. Here we go.
I mean, you will never be discuss serious topic.
Do you see my screen?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
What it says here? Pay women for mut'a.
والمحصنات من النساء إلا ما ملكت أيمانكم كتاب الله عليكم. Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
So your point is this is bad thing, right?
Renting women is good thing?
Huh? No, I said this is bad thing, right?
Renting women is a good thing or bad thing?
What do you say? Is bad or good thing?
Prostitution is bad.
So, okay, is it bad? Is not exist in the Old Testament?
No. Show me where God says you can do prostitution. Go ahead.
I mean, you guys, you make sex
free. Show me. Don't.
You make sex
listen.
You make sex free without marriage.
Listen.
Are you okay with that?
No. You cannot do that. This is not. If you do that, you are committing sin. This is why it's called.
Okay, so you broke the law of God.
Okay. So now, when Allah He command you to rent women, is He commanding you to break the command of God, or it is in total agreement with the command of Allah to use women for sex as a prostitute?
Okay. Hold on.
I'm holding.
Yeah.
As you see, this is your Muslim website saying Muslim women, they can rent their vagina and they get paid by hour. Even these days.
By the way,
even these days they are using like smart chip in their vagina. You put your like now Elon Musk, he is putting a chip in the penis and a chip in the vagina. You insert your penis right away, the vagina will charge you. You do not even need to pay cash. Technology, you know.
Okay, can you tell me the specific one they mention about احكي لي عن الآية عن الكلمة اللي تتكلم عن ال
Potato, what's wrong with you? You do not know how to read Arabic too?
Yeah, show me. I want to know exactly.
You are from Gaza, but you keep farting when you come to me. فَمَا اسْتَمْتَعْتُمْ بِهِ مُنْهُنَّ فَآتُوهُنَّ أُجُورَهُنَّ. Pay them their wages. Does it say that? Pay them wages. You pay wages to who? To the women or a person who worked for you. Okay, what the work they did? You enjoy their vagina. Mastamta'tum bihi what? Their vagina.
So give them their due compensation for whatever you have enjoyed of them.
So depend how much you enjoy them, the charge will be low.
So the verse, the explanation says, so this is the beginning of Islam. So this says ولا شك أنه كان مشروعا في ابتداء الإسلام. ثم نسخ بعد ذلك وقد ذهب الشافعي وطائفة من العلماء إلى أنه أبيح ثم نسخ ثم أبيح ثم نسخ مرتين وقال آخرون أكثر من ذلك.
Translate. Let people die laughing. Give me the link you are reading from. Give us the link so we can die laughing. Okay.
Just hold on. I'm just reading the whole.
No. Give me the link. I want to put it on the screen to everybody. Come on, man, just do it. I mean, you are reading from. Okay.
I read it in Arabic.
Don't worry. Arabic is my. In the year 3000 before Muhammad, I was reading Arabic perfectly. Give me the link.
Yeah, you claim that you read
Arabic. Give me the link. Are you ashamed?
How I can give you the link? I don't know how to give
post
you the link.
Post it here in the chat. Copy the link and post in the chat. They taught you in Gaza how to dig a tunnel, but not how to dig a link. Give me the link.
So you always.
Don't say okay. Here we go.
I'm not from Gaza.
Another fat boy. You see. This is exactly what the previous kid he did. Give me the link. Read the reference.
Sorry,
they will not do it.
I read the reference for you, but
I want to show people what you said.
Because I talked to you from the phone.
Listen, I don't care. You can copy the link and post it in the chat here. Who care? Copy the link.
Listen, I mean, you use this.
Okay, tactic. Listen. Did you? Okay. Don't. Okay, listen. I will go with you. Don't copy the link.
Always you go to 6.
Did you say that it is forbidden, then it's allowed, then it's forbidden, then it's allowed, then it's forbidden? Did you say that?
Hold on. Yes.
Okay, guys. Allah, He allowed prostitution, then He forbid it, then He allowed, then He forbid it, then He allowed, then He forbid it. Is your God? Is your God a kid? Is your God a kid?
What Islam says about adultery?
Don't change topic. What kind of God?
I'm not changing the topic.
So Allah. So listen. Allah He opened a bar, and women they are prostitute working there. Okay, He allowed. Then Allah closed the bar.
Do you know? Like
then Allah,
you are doing the same thing like Orthodox.
Don't change the topic. So now you agreed.
You are the change that topic. You never discuss with me on the serious topic, man. You always bring me sex.
Yes, Islam is all about sex.
This is what Islam, you do, guys.
Okay.
This is what you do.
Listen. You keep saying, I keep bringing sex. If there is anything in Islam except sex?
Because you fear to discuss the real basic belief between Christianity and Islam. If you really
is it perfect? Listen,
topics, you will lose.
Is it perfect belief that your God He allowed prostitution, renting Muslim women, and women she can rent her vagina? Then He forbid it. Then He allowed. Then He forbid it. Then He allowed. Then He forbid it.
So you do like other Christian Arab here. Okay, so I was talking to them many times. So they bring me 2 words from the whole verse, or they bring me like 2 words from the hadith to prove they are right, I'm wrong. So this is like, for example, the same verse you bring me, the المحصنات من النساء إلا ما ملكت أيمانكم. You don't bring me this one. This says وحرم عليكم الأجنبيات المحصنات وهن المتزوجات.
Okay, read this one.
This one for example.
Okay, you choose this one. You choose it, right? It's your choice. You want me to talk about it?
Yeah, it says المحصنات من النساء إلا ما ملكت أيمانكم.
All right. Did the Quran say, just say it, you can have sex with married women?
No, it says clearly it's forbidden to you a non-Muslim, like a non-Muslim, which is like, let's say Christian or Jews woman, they are married. You cannot
Potato. Listen, Potato, listen. It says forbidden. Read. You know, you are an idiot.
I read it. It says وَحُرِّمَ عَلَيْكُمُ الْأَجْنَبِيَّاتِ الْمُحْصَنَاتِ الْمُتَزَوِّجَاتِ.
All right. Except your right hand possess. So if your slave is married, you can F her. Correct?
Okay, good. So is this in your Testament or no?
No, show me where it says you can have sex. Okay. Don't tell me it's okay. It's in your religion. Show me. Give me busted.
No, it's in your religion, man.
Okay, show me where it says you can sleep with married women. Go ahead. So now we confirm that in your holy religion there is a holy prostitute. You can rent a Muslim woman. You pay her for opening her legs. And in the top of that, you can have sex with married women, except you cannot have sex with married women except the slaves. So now your slave, she is married. You can read.
So you want me to bring from my religion or your religion?
Are you asking me to bounce you out? I'm losing my patience. Really.
Yeah, you said me إلا ما ملكت أيمانكم.
All right.
Do you want to say from my religion or from your religion?
No, okay, you can bring me. Where it says you can have sex with married women in my religion. Go ahead.
Okay, so in Moses, the time of war. Hold on. Yeah, I can bring it.
I'm holding.
Moses. Says why. The Moses says why. Yeah, hold on.
Why hold on?
When the Moses, the time of war says, why you kill all the men and all the women? Kill everybody except the little girls, they are virgin. Keep it to you.
All right. Where it says.
Yeah, so what do you say about this?
You see how stupid you are? Where it says you can rape them, where it says you can sleep with them, and where it says married women.
This says you take little girls.
You take them as you take them as slaves.
So it's halal for you. It's okay for you.
Because eye for an eye. The Jews, they've been enslaved. The enemy. This is in the Quran, chapter 2, verse number 246. You donkey.
Okay, so
listen. But we are talking about having sex with married women, and the verse there doesn't say you can have sex with them. Can you show me what says have sex with them? Take them as slaves.
So the Quran is made better than you, because the Quran says إلا ما ملكت أيمانكم mean إلا ما ملكتوهن بالسيف. Now the Quran does not say take all the virgins and kill all the women that was already married.
All right.
So the Quran make better.
Oh, better. So
yeah.
So do we agree now? The Quran command you to have sex with married women? Yes or no?
So it says إلا ما ملكتوهن بالسبي.
Say yes or no. Why I need to repeat myself again? Why the Muslim keep doing that? A bunch of babies.
I'm telling you, the Quran make better than you.
So now do you agree the Quran says you can have sex with married women? Yes or no?
So as soon as you have it in your religion, we have it in Islam.
I don't. You just quote from me a verse. Nowhere it says you can have sex with the married women. You said it says kill them. Kill them.
No.
Yes.
No, yeah, in your religion kill him, but
yes.
The Quran says do not kill him.
In Islam says if them.
Okay, so they have two things here. In your religion says, laughing you, because the Islam says your religion says kill all the women is already married and took only the virgins. And Islam says you can't take a woman does not married. I mean, a woman does not married or a woman married on the sabi. So you can take both. But because of you are racist, you kill everybody.
Racist.
Because you kill all the women. You kill all the women. You just take the little girls, virgins. So you tell me who's better, me or you?
Let us see who is better. I want you to say in the front of everybody. You said already that killing all the women will make you racist, correct? You said
of course, that. Because always you believe in racism. Racism is starting Christianity and Judaism.
Sure,
So yeah,
sure. Okay, read this
from
hadith.
your religion.
Okay, so read this hadith for me. You see my screen?
Now you jump to this topic after.
No,
you
we are
lose.
not jumping. It's the same topic. Potato, read it.
Yeah, you just go to Arabic. Go to Arabic.
Go to Arabic.
Yeah, no, just no. Still keep it the same page. Just go to the right side.
All right, read it.
Okay. Hold on. I'm not seeing anything here.
Guys, do you see my screen in Discord? Or only the Abdul is blind?
Okay, hold on. No, I'm not. Hold on. I don't see the whole. Like I see the half of the hadith.
Okay, I will give you the link. Here we go.
No, hold on.
Let me give you the link. Don't stop complaining. I see it. I don't see it. I'm not going to spend the day with you.
So I see like sallallahu alayhi wasallam عن الدار من المشركين.
Open the link.
يبيتون.
Okay.
يبيتون فيسبون النساء. I see the last.
Abdul, they came to Muhammad asking him, when we are attacking the kuffar, we kill their women and their children. Is that okay? He said, yes, they are from them. Hum minhum.
No, that's not okay. So the only religion in the world.
Read the translation. Read the translation. Don't be stupid. Don't lie.
About my English not good. Like I don't understand in English everything.
No problem. I gave you the Arabic.
That's why I'm asking you.
I gave you the Arabic and I gave you the English. Still, you can't understand.
I don't see the whole. Okay, I don't see the whole hadith in Arabic.
I gave you the link.
Okay, where is that?
Here we go.
Okay.
I will post it again in the chat.
Okay. Try to see it in the chat. So you give me in English. I need in Arabic, man.
You're stupid. The same page is Arabic and English. You're a donkey.
I follow the link. You told me the link.
Yes, the link is Arabic
Give
and
me
English.
The link in English, not in Arabic.
Abdul, there is nothing called English only. It's Arabic and English. Here, you see it? It's Arabic and English. The same page. Potato.
Okay, the link on the message, man. I see the link in your message.
Lord have mercy.
Okay, so let me tell you something.
Tell me something.
Don't
change topic. Don't change topic. You said the one who killed children. You said the one who killed children and women is racist. Everybody heard you.
Yes.
Okay. This was your prophet saying you can kill them. No problem.
No.
What mean no?
Okay, let me answer.
He said they are from them. No problem.
Directly to your answer. To your question.
Listen, did he say yes, they are from them, kill them?
Okay, so the only religion in the world, the time of the war, they have rulings for the war. So Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, you bring me this hadith, I bring you another hadith in him, says, do not cut a tree, do not destroy home, do not kill woman, do not kill baby, do not kill Arabi, do not kill.
This is all in the hadith.
Do not kill the pastor.
This is all in the hadith.
Yeah, you want me to show you the hadith?
Okay, hold on. If Muhammad he taught you not to cut trees, you can show me, no problem. If Muhammad he says don't cut trees, did Muhammad cut trees?
Okay, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Give me specifically, exactly.
Who? Guys, specifically.
Did he cut the tree at the time of the war?
Specifically, exactly.
Did he cut the tree at the time of
yes,
the war?
You said to me, Muhammad said, don't cut the trees. I'm saying, did Muhammad... Okay, I will make it even more clear. Muhammad, he cut the trees and he burned the wood. The whole wood. Did he or he did not?
Okay, the time of the war?
No, after the war. Now he controlled the land. He controlled the land.
So you are burn yourself again. You bring me a weak hadith. Yeah, laughing you.
Guys,
I answer all your question one by one.
If there is anyone would like to grow a goat at home, I will donate this guy to you. Anyone want to take it? What's wrong with you? Why you keep changing the topic?
What's wrong with you? I'm already answered to you, man.
It is you who mentioned that the prophet says don't do this, don't do that. It's a lie because you're a prophet himself.
No, it's not
he
a lie.
cut
It's not a lie. This is hadith.
Okay.
This is hadith sahih.
Okay. I have the sahih hadith. You don't have anything. Here we go.
You bring me.
I bring you. Even your prophet. Not only he cut the trees and he burned the trees and the wood, he even dig the graves of the Jews so he can steal the money buried with them. The jewelries too. Is that true?
Really?
Yes, really. Yes or no?
Why you lying, man? Why you lying?
You can read it in front of you.
Why you lying? Why you don't bring the hadith that I mentioned to you?
I want to learn from you. Give me the hadith.
If you are honest,
listen,
if you want me to answer this one,
are you saying
okay,
to me?
I answer this one. Why you don't bring the other hadith?
Are you saying to me, Muhammad? He said don't cut the trees, but he cut the trees. He said don't burn the jungle, and he burned the jungle. He said don't be a thief, and he dig the grave of people to steal their jewelry.
No, you play a game. You play a game again. You play a game like you did it to the Orthodox Muslim.
All right, you made me deserve. I mean.
So when Muhammad cut the tree, he cut the tree the time of the war. Like you tried to show him, he contradicts himself.
Okay, listen.
So if you said he cut the tree, yeah, maybe he cut the tree, but they destroyed home.
Listen, maybe. Listen. Okay, maybe. What do you mean, baby? I'm going to make coffee. Give me a second, a minute. I will be back. Okay? Don't talk much. A minute. Just get to my coffee.
Yeah, you don't have anything to say, man. You always lose.
We will see.
Against Muslim. Always you lose against Muslim.
Don't go.
You bring weak arguments. You are not able to discuss with Muslim. He know his religion. You come here to talk to Muslim who don't know a lot. Oh, you see, I destroyed Muslims. I do this. I do that. Yeah. Muslim Orthodox destroyed you as he did with God logic. Yeah. And also God logic destroyed in England. Extremely. Right? I don't have enough time. They bring me weak hadith. Muhammad did this, Muhammad did that. But he didn't know that Jesus was racist.
All right. I heard you lying. You said I bring you weak hadith. Why you lie? Which one was weak hadith? Which hadith was weak? Apologize.
So if you want to be honest with yourself.
No. Apologize. Which hadith I gave you, it was weak. Apologize.
Okay. If you wanna be honest with yourself.
Don't make me okay. You said, listen, I was in the kitchen. I heard you saying, I bring you weak hadith. Tell the audience which one. Either you apologize for being a liar like you're a prophet, or you show us the weak hadith I just showed you. Right?
Okay. So
don't show me.
You cannot bring me.
Don't show.
Yeah,
don't show.
You cannot bring.
Listen. You need the patience of angel to speak to those donkeys. Listen, Abdul. You said I bring you weak hadith. which one was the weak hadith, or apologize.
I'm not apologize.
Why?
I want you to be honest. I want you to be honest and don't lie.
I am honest.
Okay?
I am showing
Because
you
I know
sahih.
all your games.
Listen, is this hadith a sahih in front of you? All of them, they are sahih. Why you are lying?
Okay. So my point is,
I don't care about your point. You say it. I heard you. Listen, Mr. Point. You said we bring you weak hadith. Which one I brought you was weak hadith? Either you apologize for lying.
Before you bring me a lot of weak hadith.
Give me one.
And after I check it, I found you that you liar.
You are a liar. Give me the one I gave you, which is weak.
Yeah, the hadith you speaking about. You're talking about a blonde woman in Arabia, which is the Roman. They will never invite Arabia. So this hadith was a weak.
It was a weak.
So you're lying.
All right. Who is the one who said it's weak?
I'm the one who said this hadith weak. You bring me that hadith is a weak.
No. Who said? Who said it's weak?
Who said is weak?
Yeah.
Me.
Oh, you made me fart. Sheikh me?
Yeah, you bring weak hadith.
Sheikh
my
me?
point. Listen, if you bring,
listen, Sheikh me, listen. This is your Islamic interpretation books. Are you saying to me that you Muslims, when you give interpretation for the Quran, you are lying? Seriously, are you saying that? Apologize.
Okay.
Apologize.
So be honest.
No.
As soon as you bring me a hadith, bring me the hadith I was talking about.
Listen. Here we go. It's in the front of your eyes.
Yeah, I'm here to challenge you.
Right.
Bring me the hadith that I mentioned.
All right, here we go. This is Tafsir al-Tabari.
No, not this one. You jump like
I am not.
you did to Orthodox Muslim.
I am not.
You jump. Bring me the hadith that I was talking about.
This is the hadith 16786. حدثنا القاسم حدثنا الحسين قال حدثني حجاج blah 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 and Mujahid. The Prophet said, attack the Romans so you can get the blonde girls, the yellow girls.
Okay, so this hadith is a weak hadith. You don't have to continue.
If it is weak hadith, why it is in the interpretation for what happened?
So they don't have, okay, for example, they don't have hadith, weak hadith the time of Jesus. I mean, you're the one who wrote down the Bible. They never see or meet Jesus like Paul, the liar Paul, or Matthew.
Listen,
how you can trust someone who never see or meet Jesus?
Listen, be a stupid idiot. You just said.
You are the one who idiot.
You just said.
Your Bible is not reliable.
Okay, hold on. I mean, each time I show you something, you jump like a monkey. Anyway, you said. You just said the liar Paul.
Yeah.
What if I show you from the Quran and the interpretation that Paul was the greatest messenger of Allah?
From the Quran.
And the interpretation.
MashaAllah. So did they have any hadith mention Paul?
Don't play games. Don't play games.
I'm not playing. I wanna play games.
I just said.
I wanna put you in the corner.
All right.
So I will describe you.
Okay. So now.
Where is show me any hadith mention Paul.
Okay. If I show you, are you willing to apologize and say that you are a donkey?
Show me. I wanna show me first. Show me first.
All right.
Where is Paul mentioned in the Quran?
You mentioned to me before that you like Ibn Kathir and you accept Ibn Kathir. You remember? You did.
Show me first.
This is Ibn Kathir. Very number 2, page number 119. Do you see it?
Show me. Yes, I see it.
All right. We go down here. You will see that Paul, he went all the way to Damascus because he want to kill Jesus. Read carefully with me. And when
hold on. Make a zoom.
Okay, I will make zoom.
Okay.
All right. So when Paul, he heard that the Messiah, peace be upon him, is coming, peace on him, coming to Damascus, he prepared his mule and he went there to kill him. Does it say that? Do I agree?
I want to read the whole hadith from the beginning.
One by one. Does it say that?
I want to read the hadith from the beginning.
No problem. Does it say what I just said? I'm translating to people. They don't know Arabic.
Okay. ولما سمع بولس أن المسيح عليه السلام. Okay.
All right. And then he met with Jesus. فَتَلَقَاهُ عِنْدَ كَوْكَبَ. Kawkaba is an area in the way to Damascus. Does it say that?
Okay.
All right. So Paul, the Muslim, they say Paul never met Jesus. But the Muslim book says, no, he met Jesus. And when he saw the disciple of Jesus here, an angel came to Paul and he hit him over his eyes with his wings and he made him blind. Do we agree?
Okay. So, yes. Okay.
All right.
I want to go with you.
Hold on.
I want to ask you a question.
No,
I want to ask you a question.
no.
I want to ask you a question.
An angel came to him and struck his face with the tip of his wing, blinding him.
All right. So now what happened after that? When Paul, he saw what happened to him, he believed in Jesus. And he came to the Messiah and he apologized for what he have done and he believed in him. Does it say that? And the Messiah accepted him. Does it say that?
Accept him what?
Accept, which means accept. He accept to believe in Jesus.
I believe this is weak, Habib. Yes. The reason I'm telling you this.
Hold on. We are not done. We are not done. Shut up. We are not done. And then the Paul, he after he believed in Jesus, the Messiah. Shut up. Hold on. So
let me read the hadith, man.
It's in the front of you. What's wrong with you?
From the beginning.
Okay, this is
they have a question also. I want to ask you a question.
This is the link.
If you believe he's a prophet, which is he's not prophet, he's not prophet because the Jews, they don't believe him is a prophet. The second thing,
Abdul, in the Abdul, you're stupid. This is interpretation for the Quran, chapter 36, verse 14. Allah said that He sent the most mighty messenger. The third, who is he? Is Paul. Listen carefully. Read. Don't be stupid. So this now Paul, he become a blind. When he believed in Jesus, he apologized. And then the Messiah, after he believed in Jesus, the Messiah, he wiped his eyes with his hands and he gave him his vision so he can see. All right? Does it say that?
I have to check this hadith. I don't believe.
No, I'm saying about translation. No problem. You can change later. Does it say that?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Believe him as a what?
So
believe in Jesus as a what?
You said to me, Paul is a liar.
Yes, is a liar.
So here they are praising him that he is a person who followed the Messiah. How he can be a liar? Not only that, look what happened here.
Okay, so I
shut up.
I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. Answer directly.
Just shut up. Just shut up.
Do like with Muslims.
Just shut up for a second. Listen. Here it says that the disciple of Jesus, the Messiah, according to the Muslim, they keep saying that the Messiah was sent only to the Jews. Is that correct?
Say again. Sorry.
According to the Muslims, they say that the Messiah was sent only to the Jews. Correct?
Yes.
All right.
This is what your book says, and this is what the Quran says.
Here it says from and this is from Ibn Hibban. It says that those are the disciple of Jesus, chapter 36, verse number 14. It's about the disciple of Jesus.
Tell me from where you read.
It's in front of you.
حدثنا.
عن محمد بن إسحاق أن عيسى عليه السلام. Okay, listen. Before he asked the disciple to go in their mission, he asked them to worship Allah and there is no other than Allah, and then he commanded them to go, each one of them, to different territory. Which territory? The Sham, which means Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, even part of Turkey and Jordan. And the east, all the way to the Korea, China, Persia, and the west, which means the whole world. And they ask him how we can do that. We don't speak language. So when they want to sleep, they wake up and they found each one of them, he speak in different language. Does it say that?
Okay, good. Okay, can I ask you a question here?
Don't ask me a question. Doesn't say that first.
Can I ask you a question?
Does it say?
Yeah, let's say this. Yes. Can I ask you a question?
All right. So now look what happened. That means the Quran is lying.
Can I ask you a question? Why you run? So I can ask you a question. Why you run?
Okay.
Why you jump, man?
All right.
So if Jesus come the time of Boyle. So yeah. So what the thing? Why Jesus come to you? If Jesus come to the air as a God and Boyle the time.
What?
Why God revealed the Boyle is if Jesus was there?
To Boyle? What do you mean?
Yeah. You jump, right? So I destroy you again.
Abdul.
Jesus, if Jesus was on the land.
Okay. Just to show you how
why God sent
okay.
Boyle.
Just to understand your question, you are saying to me, if he is there, exists, there's no need to send Paul, correct?
Yeah, because Jesus can easily teaching you. Why God sent Boyle?
Okay.
This is the first question.
So why Allah he sent Muhammad?
That's
If Allah can teach me, why he sent Muhammad? If Paul is there before Muhammad, Paul, listen. This is your book. Hold on.
I like your answer.
Let me finish. According to your statement, the verse in the Quran is wrong and it's stupid.
No, it's not stupid. Because if Jesus was
so
here,
why Allah?
He tell his disciples, he can teach you. Why Jesus need a Paul?
Okay, I will go with you. So why the Quran saying in chapter 36 verse 14 that those messengers are the messenger of Jesus? If Jesus is there.
Okay, no, Jesus was not there at the time of Moses.
But Moses, I'm talking here. Chapter 36.
This verse does not mention Jesus anyway.
Abdul, this is about Paul and Peter and Simon, Peter and John. 3 messengers.
This verse does not mention Paul. This is different story.
No,
it
mentioned Paul. It mentioned Paul.
Okay, they mentioned Paul. Yeah, I agree with you.
Hold on.
Question to you, why
read
why your God
read with me, Mr. Paul. Listen. Why here it says that those Jesus he sent 4 of his disciples in front of your eyes, and even your book named them. It says that there are 4: Luca, Matthew, Matta, Mark, Marcos, and Yohanna, John.
So what's these people?
So Jesus is there. The Quran described him as the mighty messenger of Allah.
Okay, so as an Arabic man, you understand Arabic. The people do not understand Arabic. So you clearly understand between...
Just get out of here. Let your dad talk to me. I allow you to be in the stage from time to time to play, You see, all Muslims are the same. You show them reference, they don't want to read it. You have to repeat the question 1,000 times. They will not read it. Even when you show it and they agree to read, they say right away, it's a da'if. This is da'if. Islam is da'if, I got rid of it. Da'if, that's it. Solution. We find solution. It's da'if. Quran is da'if. Hadith is da'if. Prophet penis is da'if. Allah sent him dish shish kebab to make the da'if penis stand up. Still doesn't work. Everything in this cult is da'if. So they try to escape talking about the religion by jumping to the Bible. All of you are the same quality. Potatoes. You scream too much, you say nothing. And always remember, Muslims, I'm a Christian prince. I will grab you from your tail. You cannot escape the embarrassment. Each time a Muslim, he tried to speak about the Bible because he's trying to escape the embarrassment. Don't give him that pleasure. Do we agree, Christians? And today we witness exactly what they do. This guy, he go to Christians, he keep attacking the Bible, hoping that, okay, they will not ask me about the Quran, and then nobody will laugh about my religion. In fact, we did not continue here. Let us finish this part here, because this Christian, he asked him about, which minute, I'm not sure. He asked him about why Allah cannot have a son, and look how he answered. Let us see here. Maybe here. Let us see. I think there is an option to have let us see
What
here.
are we talking about, father, or what are we talking? So yeah.
The camera out, obviously.
Of course, you're preaching to the people. You want the people to come. So I'm the people's. I'm right here. So what? Sorry.
It seems like we have an agenda.
Would that be intelligible? What's
I'm trying to find where he spoke about why Allah don't have a son so we can love. Where he mentioned give me a second. All right. Listen and love.
you're a polytheist and that you're a polytheist and that you are not a follower of Jesus and that there's only one God and you're a pagan who worships three gods. That's what I think. I'm not trying to be rude. That's what I believe. Okay? So I do have an agenda.
Remember, we showed you from the Quran where Allah says the Christian, they say the Messiah is Allah. So if we believe in three God, why the stupid Quran says the Christian, they believe that the Messiah is Allah? Stupid Quran. He claimed that the Christian believe in three God, yet we know that no Christian believe in three God. We believe in one God. In fact, he mentioned the Council of Nicaea, or Nicaea in English, which is saying in the beginning we believe in one God. One God. This is how fabricator he is.
Okay, so now let me answer your question. Now you said, Allah said, how can he have a son when he has no mate?
And how is Mary able to conceive?
Good, I heard your question. Yeah, I got you. When we use the term beget in the conventional sense, that implies a process. What does it mean to beget?
Process.
Okay, sure. So if I told you that this woman begot her child without pregnancy, without intercourse, without any process, would that be intelligible whatsoever? If I told you I cut a paper with an invisible knife, is that intelligible?
No, it's not.
Because cutting, in the conventional sense,
Yeah.
how we use the term, requires a process.
Okay.
So the divine argument here, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, how can God beget when he has no mate? It's because begetting requires a process in which begetting requires an ontologically alike mate or a process of pregnancy or begetting.
See how, guys, he got himself busted? I want all of you to cut this part, so let every Abdul in the world not only love him and piss on him. He just to prove that Allah is not God. He said, if Allah saying in the Quran, how can he have a son? Because that means there is a process. He need to find a mate. So Allah cannot be God because he cannot escape the process. He said, if a woman, she said, I got a pregnant, but I don't have a husband, I never have sex. That is not intangible. So what is intangible is to say a woman, she is married, she had sex, she have a son. But this is not the case of Mary. So the stupid Quran itself saying that Mary, she is above what is called intangible in your stupid logic. So Mary is a miracle, not logic. Do you see the stupidity of those prostitution people, fornicators? He's trying to refute the Christian. Let me play it again for you if you don't understand what he said. Just to show you how stupid they are.
polytheist and that you're a polytheist and that you are not.
Yeah, they are talking about polytheists, but they are the one who associate the knowledge of Allah with the knowledge of Muhammad. They are the one who say Shahada, associating the name of man with the name of so-called God. And they are talking about polytheists, and they are the one who kisses stone. He came to me, he says, cross liquor. Where get this from, cross liquor? It's you who lick a stone and kiss it and believe it erase your sin.
Not a follower of Jesus and that there's only one God and you're a pagan who worships three gods. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's what you think. That's mean as long as you think this way, that's it. That's what the Christian believe. Okay.
I'm not trying to be rude. That's what I believe. Okay. So I do have an agenda. Okay. So now let me answer your question. Now you said, Allah said, how can he have a son when he has no mate?
And how is Mary able to conceive?
Good. I heard your question. Yeah, I got you. When we use the term beget in the conventional sense, that implies a process. What does it mean to beget? Okay, sure. So if I told you,
how we can use that word begot? You see, the stupidity of the Muslims is beyond imagination. The word begotten is a translation anyway. However, the same reference he mentioned to the first council of the Christians, it says that he is born, but he is not created. He is born of who? Of God. That have nothing to do with Mary giving birth to Jesus or not. Let us say, for the sake of argument, Mary, she never gave birth to Jesus. The Christians still believe that Jesus exists before Mary. Isn't it Jesus says, before Abraham I am? Is that correct? Before Abraham I am. We will go to that part. Continue, potato.
That this woman begot her child without pregnancy, without intercourse, without any process.
Without, remember, any process.
That's be intelligible whatsoever. If I told you.
So if a process is needed, that means this cannot be God, correct? If there is a process, then the word begotten doesn't make sense. This is what he's saying. So if anything God created based on his logic by a process, God cannot be God. But isn't it this is how your God made Adam? Took him 40 years just to dry him. And he made mud using his hands. And then he fashioned him. And then he breathed into him. And then Adam, he said to him, finish me, Allah, before the sun set. So the logic of the process defeat Allah to be God. This, remember, this is his logic, not mine. He is the one explaining what the process will cause. It is intangible. It's not smart to say that there is a process. Shouldn't be a process. But everything the God of Islam he did, it took a process. Isn't it the Quran says Allah, he took the earth and the heaven, created them in 6 days? That means there's a process of a creation. Based on your stupidity, if the process is located in a story, that process will defeat the logic of God, because God should not do process. There's no need for a process. And remember, all of this is to explain what? The Quran saying, how can he have a son? We will go to that verse and laugh.
That this woman begot her child without pregnancy, without intercourse, without any process. Would that be intelligible whatsoever? If I told you I cut a paper with an invisible knife, is that intelligible? Because cutting, in the conventional sense, how we use the term, requires a process. So the divine argument here, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says,
so Allah cannot cut anything without a knife. Remember that, guys. You stupid, we are talking about God. Are we talking about God? So Allah cannot cut anything with invisible knife. It have to be literally a real knife. Do you see how a kid he is? Are you following the stupidity? So I thought he understand that the Bible says that nothing is impossible to the Lord. If we go to Genesis 18, when Sarah, she asked, how I'm going to have a son? And she even laughed. The Lord answer says, like, don't you know that nothing is impossible with the Lord? Nothing is impossible for him. So are we talking about what is possible or what is impossible? Here you see the stupidity of the one who he claimed that he knew how to refute the Bible. Is it possible for a Christian prince to raise a person from death? It is impossible. Why? Because I don't have the ability. Simple logic. It will be possible if I have the ability. Is it possible for God to do what a Christian prince cannot do? Yes. Why? Because he's God. So either we adopt logic and that logic go to God, and then we can accept that God did not do miracles, and God himself is not a miracle, then we have to go by the logic like us. Are you with me, guys? Do you see how easy we screw them and screw their filthy scumbag prophet? Are you trying to teach me logic about what it can be, what it cannot? So Allah, he cannot have a son because then Allah will need a process. This is what he's saying. I want all of you to copy this part, at least alone, for sure copy all the video, and post it everywhere so everybody will die laughing. So we need a process. God, he is explaining, if I want to have a son, that means there's a process. But all Allah creation, according to the Quran, went through process. Everything. Not a single thing. Like in the Bible, we will see that God said, let be light. Light was. No process. Correct? But we will not find the same in the Quran. In the Quran, it says, the similarity of Isa is the same as Jesus. He said to him, be, and it was. But we know that this is a false statement, proving Islam to be false. Chapter 2, verse 117 says, Allah is the originator of the heaven and the earth. If he wants something to happen, he decree it, and he say be, and it is. So, when Allah said, let be Jesus, was he exist right away, or he went through the process? Remember, this potato is trying to prove to us that Mary, she went through process. Correct? Begotten. But this is what happened. If this is what happened according to him, that means Allah, he is not God, because he said be Jesus, but Jesus was or was not. Here it says in chapter 3, Mary, she said, how shall I have a son? And no man touch me. Remember, he said, you need a process. If a woman, she said, I got a pregnant, but I never have a husband, I never have sex, I never, that doesn't work. It's not intangible. Wonderful. So Mary, she asked supposedly Allah, how I can have a son, yet I never been touched by a man? The answer is, if Allah wants something, he say be, and it was. There's no process. So Jesus' existence have nothing to do with Mary giving birth to Jesus. Allah said be Jesus. Jesus is there right now, according to the Quran. Right now, what he said Jesus is there. He said be. So now Jesus exists. If he will say that there's a process, and Mary, she took 9 months to give birth, That means Allah did not say be and he was. And to prove that this is what happened, that Allah need time and a process, because in different verse, the Quran in chapter 3 verse number 59, Allah said that Jesus and Adam are the same. He said to them be, and he was. Do you see it? And as long Adam, Allah when he created him, and this is clear in the Quran, it took him long time to finish, to the point Adam himself was worried about Allah is not finishing before the sunset, which is very stupid to say. But this is Islam. Chapter 15, Allah, he said, I'm going to create a creature, a human, from sounding clay. Okay. Then he modeled him into a shape. Wonderful. Is that a process? Yes. So first he made the clay, he created the clay, he mixed the dust with the water to become a clay, then he modeled him. Then after he fashioned him, he breathed into him. Process. Do you see the process? This guy, he denied that the process cannot be true because that is intangible. Do you see how stupid he is? And then if we go and read the hadith, we will find that Allah took him 40 years just to dry Adam. Just to dry him. Let me show you the reference. What a stupid religion. All right, I found the reference. This is Tafsir Ibn Kathir. Is you going to say to me Ibn Kathir is a donkey now? Ibn Kathir is donkey, I agree. No problem for me. This is Ibn Kathir, chapter of the cow, the Hindu chapter, verse number 34. We go down. We will see that how Allah created Adam, and we will use the translation so you can see it. Maybe you can find it in English, will be better for you. But you know, Ibn Kathir in English is not really the same as Ibn Kathir in Arabic. The Muslims, they hide and they lie and they cut a lot of what Ibn Kathir said. It says here, when Allah he created Adam, he made him from a sounding clay of dust, and he created Adam by his hand, and he stayed like that for 40 years. And Shaitan, he used to come and he kicked Adam by his foot.
And it was only black mud after the dust. Then he created Adam from it with his hand. He said, he remained 40 nights as a lying body. Then Satan would come to him and strike him with his foot.
Actually here it says 40 nights, correct? I will show you it says 40 years in this part. Let us see. Here you see how the Muslims are so confused about what Muhammad says. Is it 40 nights or 40 years? It doesn't matter anyway. Here it says, why the translation is not active? Oh, hold on. Here we go. So he become a body of mud for 40 years, equal to the day of a Friday. And this is other issue, we will laugh about it, because Muhammad, he claimed that the Friday, obviously the longest day, equal day of a Friday, doesn't make a Friday or Saturday.
He was a body of clay 40 years old, the length of a Friday.
So Adam was as a mud for 40 years. So Allah, he made a mud, Allah, he fashioned the mud. After he fashioned him, he let him on outside, outdoor, for 40 years to dry him. And Shaitan used to come and kick him. And even Shaitan, he went inside his anus.
He passes by it and hits it, and the body makes a sound like pottery, and it makes a clang.
And here it says, and then Shaitan, he entered into the anus of Adam, and then after he entered the anus of Adam, he came out from his mouth. And he said to them, don't worry, he is empty from inside, your God is full.
And he entered from his mouth and exited from his anus. And he said to the angels, do not be afraid of this, for your Lord is steadfast and this is hollow.
So Allah, obviously, Shaitan, he tried to enter inside Allah, the same as Adam, from his anus, but he could not, because he is not hollow. Adam, he was hollow for 40 years. And yet this potato is giving us logic about process. So if the creation went through process, the word begotten, that means God cannot be God. God don't need the process. Continue, potato.
How can God beget when he has no mate? It's because begetting requires a process.
See, begotten required the process. But we just showed you that everything Allah he did is taking time and a process. Is creating mud a process? Is using material, physical material? Is it drying, is fashion, and then breathing into it? Breathing into it. All of this is a process. In fact, even the baby, according to Islam, is a process of Allah. He made him in stages, which is stupid in the Quran. Because if Allah, God, should know that the baby is not made as the Quran say. Continue, potato.
In which begetting requires an ontologically alike mate or a process of pregnancy or of begetting. Mary met one of the conditions. She had no mate, but she still went through the process of begetting. That is to be pregnant, to supply the baby and nurture it with food, and to give birth through the vaginal canal. Right? Good. Now, just let me finish. So when God says he begets, or you say God begets, what does that mean if you say that he has no process of begetting and he has no mate to beget with? What does that even mean?
Because Jesus, you stupid idiot, his existence have nothing to do with being born of Mary. You claim that you know the Bible. If we go in the Bible to John 8 as an example, not limited, or we go where actually we can go to John 8. Let us go one by one. I will make everybody already. We made you the joke of everybody, you coward who run away. This is Jesus. Each time he say I am, he say I am the living Lord, the living God. All right? You can read and take your time. And then you will notice that during we read John, we will find here that not only Jesus, he mentioned that he is the living God, He gave them the reason why he is the living God. I am the light of the world. Allah in the Quran supposedly is the light of the world. Obviously Muhammad is copying the attribute of Jesus or description of Jesus. Is the light to be born need a process? Is that a physical light, or this is holy God? This is holy God. So he is the light of the world. How we know that he is the light of the world even before he is born? We can read carefully. Jesus says, whoever follow me shall not walk in darkness and shall find the light of life. So his light, not only a light, is not a light of a lamp, is the light of eternity. And then Jesus continues speaking of himself, saying, I am the living God. The Jews, they said to him, when he speak, I who testify about myself, and my Father who has sent me has testified about me. They were saying to him, where is your Father? Yeshua answered and said to them, you know neither my Father, me or my Father. For if you know me, you should know my Father also. And then he went to the temple. We continue. Jesus again, he met with the rabbis. Those are learned people. Those are not a joke. That those Abdul. They knew the book very well. So the Jews asked Jesus in verse number 25, who are you? Listen carefully. Who are you? Yeshua said to them, even though I have began to talk with you, there are many things for me to say and judge concerning you. But he who has sent me is true, and those things that I have heard from him, those things I'm speaking in the word, and they did not know that he spoke to them about the Father. Yeshua again continues speaking. When you lifted up the Son, saying to them, of man, then you shall know that I am the living God. I do nothing of my own pleasure. This is not a flesh pleasure. But just as my Father has taught me, I am speaking. And he who sent me, which is with me, which is what? Which is with me now. And my Father has not left me alone, because I'm doing always what is beautiful to him. When he was speaking those things, many trusted him. We continue. Yeshua said to the Judean, if you will continue in my word, you are truly my disciples. So who is the disciple? Is the one who continue with my words. And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. I mean to that. And they were saying to him, we are you seed, we are the seed of Abraham, and never have we served bondage to a man. How do you say, you shall be children of liberty? You will be free. Yeshua said to them, timeless is truth I speak to you. Whoever commits sin is a servant of sin, and the servant does not always remain in the house, but the son always remain, which means Adam and every sinner will be kicked out of the kingdom of God, but the son, because he never commits sin, he will be always there. The son always will remain there. If the son therefore will set you free, you will truly be children of liberty. I know you are the seed of Abraham, but you speak to kill me, because you cannot comprehend my words. I am speaking the things I have seen with my Father. Seen with my Father. You are doing things that have been seen with your father. Okay, what he's talking about? They answer, and we're saying to him, Abraham is our father. Yeshua said to them, if you were the children of Abraham, you would have been doing the work of Abraham. But now, behold, you are seeking to kill me. But why do you want to seek to kill him? We will find out. I am a man who had spoken the truth. A Muslim will say, see, he says man, he's a man. Well, yeah, Christians agree. He is God and humble himself in the form of a man, the flesh of a man. Have spoken the truth with you, which I have heard from God. This is Abraham did not do, but you are doing the deeds of your father, which was going to be what? Satan, if they are not following Abraham. But you are doing the deed of your father. They were saying to him, we are not fornication. We are not from fornication like Muhammad. And we have no one Father God. One Father God. Yeshua said to them, if God were your father, you would have loved me. I have proceeded from God. Proceeded, unborn, begotten from God, and have not come on my own pleasure, but he has sent me. For God he loved the world, he sent his only begotten Son. And why do you not understand my words? It is because you cannot hear my words. Now for sure they can hear him, they are talking to him, but they are not listening. You are from your father the devil, and the desire of your father you are willing to do. From the beginning he was murdering men, and does not stand the truth, because there is no truth in him. However, whenever he speak a lie, he spoke from what in this, because he is of falsehood, and also its father. So Satan is the father of all lies. This is why Jesus forbid us from taking oath. He says, yea, or nay. Other than anything else is from the devil. Not like Muhammad encouraged Muslims to take false oath. But you are not believing in me, I who speak in the truth. Who among you is convicting me? Jesus is challenging him to be, am I a sinner? Can you prove that I am sinner? But we know that every human being is a sinner. Jesus announcing clearly that he is pure of sin. And I speak the truth. Why don't you believe me? Whoever is from God, hear God's words. Therefore you are not hearing, because you are not from God. The Jews answer him, saying, are we not saying correctly that you are Samaritan and have a demon in you? Yeshua said to them, a demon is not in me, but I honor my Father, and you dishonor me. But I am not speaking of my glory. There is one who seeks and judge. Timeless truth I speak to you. Whoever keeps my words shall never see death. Jesus just said, if you keep my command, you will never see death. What does that mean? The Bible says the wage of sin is death. So death is what? Is out of the mercy of God, and you will not live for eternity in his heaven. The Jews did not understand. They said, okay, the prophets are dead. Are you greater than our father Abraham, who died, and the prophet who have died? Who are you making yourself? And here listen carefully to this stupid Abdul, the Muta boy, what Jesus and how the verses will smash him to pieces. Who you are, who are you, what you claim to be? Who are you making yourself? Yeshua said to them, if I glorify myself, my glory is nothing. It is my Father who glorify me, he of whom you say he is our God, and you do not know him, but I know him. And if I had said I did not know him, I myself had been liar like you. But I do know him, and I keep his words. Abraham, your father, desired to see my day, and he saw it, and he rejoiced for it. The Jews, they jumped, they said, you are not even 50 years old, and you are seeing Abraham? You have seen Abraham? Yeshua said to them, timeless truth I speak to you. Before Abraham would exist, I am. Each time Jesus, by the way, says I am, he is saying exactly what God said to Moses. I am who I am. I am the living God. And now they pick up the stones and they want to kill him. So the stupid idiot here is trying to speak about the process and claiming that if God need a process to do things, then you cannot be begotten. But look what the Quran says. Let me play this part actually, and then I will go to the verse.
Say that he has no process of begetting and he has no mate to beget with. What does that even mean? It's unintelligible.
It's not intelligible.
So that's the argument of the Quran.
That's false. Because the Quran says the opposite of what you said, you coward. The Quran says, how can Allah have a son if he don't have a girlfriend? Which means, according to the logic of your God, the only way for him is to have a process. He cannot do miracles. Do you see how he manipulated his own Quran just to defend it? The verse in front of us. Allah cannot have a son. God the Father do not need a process. The word begotten have nothing to do with your understanding, for this is God who said let be light, and light was. Your God could not create anything without process. Everything he have done, when Allah he says supposedly that Jesus same as Adam, we go check Adam's story, we find that Adam, Allah took him long time to finish him. So it was a very long process. In fact, just to dry Adam's 40 years. During that time, Shaitan was going inside the anus of Adam, playing with it. Your Adam is a gay. Already, Shaitan, he play with his anus. Accuse me of lying if you dare. This verse here is full of contradiction. Allah is the creator of the earth and the heaven. Okay. How should he? This is a false translation. How could he? How could he have a son if he don't have a girlfriend? Hold on. So he is the originator of the heaven and the earth. How can he? And by the way, if they say could, it's the same garbage, because how could he? That means the ability and the capability is missing. Why the capability is missing? Because he cannot do it unless he have a wife. But the God of Mary, he do not need the process of having a wife. And the God of Mary confirmed to us that Jesus' existence have nothing to do with Mary. If we go to John 17, we will find that Jesus says it clearly that he exists with the Father before the Word was. Before what? Before the Word was. I was with the Father in union. In what? In union. And this was the point of the Council of Nicaea, because there's some heretic, they were saying Jesus is created in certain time. Yes, he is divine, but he is created in certain time. But we know that the Bible is so clear, and the one is talking is Jesus himself. This is not the disciple. This is not interpretation. So Jesus come to this earth to know that only there's one God. And this God have a son. And the son is asking the father to glorify him in front of everybody. How that will happen? The son will give the eternal life. The glory of Jesus, which is the glory of the Father, is within Jesus, for he is the one given to him by the Father, because he is the only Son, the authority over all the flesh. That is the glory. He will give eternal life to them, because you gave all those things to me, to the Son. And then when they see that I can give eternal life, and I can show them the glory of the Father and the glory of the Son, which is through giving the life, eternal life, heaven, they will glorify you, and they shall know that you are the only true God. Here Abdul will say to you, oh, he says, you are the only true. Jesus says, I and the Father are one. Correct? In fact, in the same verses here, Jesus repeat the same again. And Yeshua the Messiah, whom have you sent? I have glorified you in the earth, and I have accomplished the work that you have given me. Now glorify me, my Father, in union with yourself, in that glory which I had in union with you before the universe was. So the stupid Abdul, when he speak about begotten, trying to play with the word meaning, trying to complain that Jesus is born of Mary, but when the Bible speak about Jesus the begotten Son, have nothing to do with his birth from Mary. His existence is before Abraham, before Adam, everything created by him and for him. In the Quran, the so-called God, Aka Muhammad, he said, وَجَعَلْنَاهُ نَسَبًا وَصِهْرًا. According to the Quran, every human being after Adam is created from semen. And that will be a contradiction for the story of Mary. In chapter 3 and chapter 19, where Mary, she is a virgin. No man touched her. Here, Allah created man from water. What water? The verse there explains. Appointed from marriage, reproduction. But in the case of Jesus, Mary is a virgin. So the stupid Muhammad, when he copied the story of the virginity of Mary, he got himself busted again, because that will not make any agreement with this verse. Every human being is created from water of the man. You can read the interpretation, by the way. Don't tell me this doesn't say that, CP. This is why in different verse the Quran says min ma'in dafiq, chapter 86, sorry, verse number 6 and 7. So when the Quran used the word water, this is about orgasm. Which, by the way, another mistake in the Quran, claiming that women have orgasm, and that orgasm, Muhammad, he explained it, he says the woman water is yellow and thin, and the man water is white and thick, and whoever of them comes first, the baby will resemble the father, which again proves that Muhammad is a fraud. He don't even know how the baby is made. We know that this is not true, and women, they have no semen, and this is a stupid statement from a false prophet who claimed that he is a prophet of God, and this is information given to him because he's a prophet of God, and this is sahih. This is alone is enough to prove that Muhammad is a fraud. The gender of the baby have nothing to do with who having orgasm first, and the women water have nothing to do with the baby anyway. That is a water as a lotion in her vagina, have nothing to do with the baby creation. The sperm go to the egg, fertilize the egg, and then the egg will start multiplying. So as you see, this guy, he did screw himself. Like, the video is getting longer actually. I wasn't planning to go that long, but it's good. We finished spanking this guy. He came to us. I wish every one of you would download the video, all of it, and you can cut it pieces if you wish, but don't delete whatever he say. He called me name, leave it. Don't do what the Muslim do. Whatever he say, whatever, keep it as it is. The Muslim, when they debate somebody, they cut any part which is making it embarrassing for them, and then they post little part of the video, they cut it. And this is what he do in his videos. And all the Muslims do that. So download the video, share it everywhere. You can make topic like about things we said, but the debate, leave it as it is. Put it one part. Let everybody die and laugh and see how he run. Did he run? Yes. The second he entered to talk to me, he started calling me names. I will bury you. He will bury me like Muhammad. In case you do not know, Muhammad, he claimed that the prophets, they will not, their body will not decay. So the Muslim did not bury him for 3 days. Muhammad, he claimed that when he is in the grave, all the prayer of the Muslims will come to him. The guy he claimed to be God, not to Allah. It says all your prayer, not supplication. تُعْرَضُ عَلَيَّ صَلَاتُكُمْ. They said to him, how you are going to get, how our prayer is going to come to you, and you will be decay. Not died, decay. Decay, your body decay. How our prayer will be presented to you? And isn't this mean that Muhammad is alive when he's dead, and he is God? Because the prayer should go to Allah. Why the prayer will go to Muhammad? And how Muhammad can comprehend the prayer of all the Muslims? Remember, the guy is against the word process. How Muhammad can process billions of Muslims sending the salah on Muhammad? He must be God. That is not the capability of a man. I cannot read more than 50 emails a day, maximum. Muhammad, he will receive billions of emails every day. Say, we pray on you, Muhammad, every day, every Friday. Then Muhammad, he answered them, says, Allah, he prohibited the earth from consuming the body of the Prophet. And then we find that Muhammad, when he died, and the Muslims refused to bury him, his body stink. Can you believe it? The coward, the liar. This is why this guy, they want to talk about Islam, he want to talk only about the Bible so he can be safe. Like, okay, he will refute me about the Bible, so what? He did not do any accomplishment anyway. Still, he did not prove Muhammad to be fraud. And remember, when we say things, we don't make things up. This is very authentic. Ibn Abbas, he says, bury your friend, he stink. He what? He stink. This is Sunan al-Durami. In fact, you know what? Let me see if I can find this in the English translated already. That will be easier. At least for you, not for me. Here we go. I am sure the Muslim did not, look, they did not translate it. Guys, there's no translation. There's no English translation. Do you think it happened by mistake? No. They refuse to translate the hadith because that will expose Muhammad to be. Why those hadith, the embarrassment one, they are not translated? Sunan Darami, hadith number 83. Idfinu sahibakum, bury your friend, he is just a human. Bury him because he stink as all human beings stink. Who said that? The cousin of Muhammad. It's more honorable for you to bury him. He stink. We want people to laugh at him? Here, the translation are not accurate. It says, Ya'sanu, as all human they stink. He stink as all humans stink when they die. This is what the word here means. Ya'san. Muhammad proven to be fraud. Let me post this link for you. Even though we could not find it in English, but as usual, Muhammad proven to be a fraud. The Muslims like it or don't. Who care? I will go take a break. You know, I did not have even my lunch yet. I will see if we can go live again to speak about the war. What do you think, guys? Even though I'm speaking for many hours. I will try to come again for maybe like an hour. So I will set up a new life. Do you like me to come again? Are you guys asleep? Hello? Are we sleeping or what? Rumble, how are you doing? So I will try to set up another live to talk about the war, to get summary about the news, and we will finish for today. Just give me maybe 15 minutes to reset up, set up the video, the live, and maybe like a half hour just to rest my voice, if you don't mind. I'm speaking for many hours, and then I will go live again. All right? I will set the time. You will see the time. Just to check or go to Patreon, you will see the link for the live coming live. All right? So thank you all, and we pray and we thank the Lord for giving us victory over those pervert, wicked. Victory is not for us. Victory is for the Lord. Victory is in the name of the Lord. Victory, for he set you free. And the wicked Muhammad, as you see, he stink. While our Lord the Messiah, no grave can hold him, no death can take him, no Satan can deceive him, for he is the living Messiah. And this man, he said, he want to bury me. I said, you want to bury me like Muhammad? He got offended because we are the followers of the living Lord. And he is a follower of a dead man who stink. When he said that the prophets, Allah prevent them from decay, which means he proved in this story here that he is a false prophet. Because if God, he promised that the prophet will not decay, and he decay, that means he is not a prophet. Which means this story alone is enough to prove Muhammad to be a fraud. The son of a najis, his mother is najis, while Jesus is the son of God and born from the blessed Mary. What an honorable person. The only woman, she gave birth, but there is no sex. Why? Because she is giving birth to Jesus. You have to be qualified. Muhammad is a son of a wicked woman according to Muhammad. His father will go to hell. Jesus born of the Father, and he did the work of the Father. For my Father work, and I work with him, as he do. I was with him in unity before the world was, the Lord said. Before the world was. And just to remind you, Jesus said, I am from above. Is that correct? I am from above. You are from below. How many times Jesus need to prove that he is God? God is from above and we are from below. From dust to dust. Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead. This is why Jesus, his death mean nothing, for he overcome death by death. He proved to us by his resurrection that truly he is what he say. So in John 8:23, when Jesus spoke about himself, saying to them, I am from above, you are from below. Isn't it clear that Jesus is announcing who he is and where he's coming from? You are from this world. I am not from this world. And then a stupid Abdul trying to play smart, but in fact he proved to us that his God cannot be God, because he cannot have a son unless he have a girlfriend. How silly, how stupid. Jesus can create from the mother bird. He do not need other female bird to have to make a new bird. This is what the Quran says. We have a great time, and just give me time to reset the life, and I will be back. And I hope we will have a good news about Israel. We know that the Israelis, they are having many casualties, but this is nothing in war compared to the enemy. There's always at war. Never imagine that war will be without casualty. That is impossible. And this is the God who cannot have a son unless he have a girlfriend, proving to us that he cannot do it without a woman. And this guy tried to manipulate the verse, make it look sound different, but the fact is so clear. Thank you all for being here. I will be live again in maybe half hour. So remember, God is good, so is Jesus, and we are the crusade. See you in half hour from now. Take care.